Chapter 1621. Yuan Hong and Kong Xian's auras erupted. Although we have been asleep for a long time, and our cultivation has plummeted, we are still not something that a group of law domain masters and heavenly venerables can compare to. Moreover, you have already experienced such a tiring battle. I'm afraid that your stamina is already exhausted, right? They sneered. Uffed. Hearing this, some people could not help but laugh subconsciously. It was not because they were not afraid, but because they found it too funny. Did they not see the battle just now? Or did they see it, but thought that they were tired? Could it be that they thought that the bullets fired from firearms had killed so many people and consumed their spiritual energy? Alright, thinking about it, it was normal. How could they have technology in their era? How could they know what guns and rocket launchers were? Could it be that they thought that the rocket launchers were used to bombard someone's powerful martial arts? It seemed to make sense. It was just that they absolutely could not imagine that the world would become like this a few years later. Some unimaginable things would appear. Then the two of you might be disappointed, because dealing with your million-strong army is really not that tiring. Everyone, let's fight side by side. Zhang Juyang shouted, and then took the lead to rush forward. Ba, I haven't fought for so many years. It's time to stretch my muscles and bones. Several Shaolin Temple powerhouses also rushed over with golden light. Fortunately, there were only two of them. This was also good news. Another good news was that they were not Heavenly Dao. They probably did not have Heavenly Dao either. If they were Heavenly Dao, then there was really nothing they could do. However, since they had sent these two people, their forces were probably not too strong at the moment. The others could only watch the battle from afar. These were Great Void Realm experts. Other than Heavenly Venerables who could fight, the other Domain Realm experts would be sent to their deaths? It was useless even if they went over. They would not be able to cause any harm to them. Instead, they would be killed in one move. Fortunately, this large faction had sent out a large number of experts. The number of Heavenly Venerables added up to several hundred people. Lin Xian did not make a move either. Do you think we will win? Lu Qingzhu stood beside Lin Xian. I will. Although these two people were in the Great Void Realm, they were not in the upper levels of the Great Void Realm. Facing the attacks of so many celestial venerables, they did not have a good time. The most important thing was that these experts all had top-notch spiritual weapons from their forces. What about so many experts? The 8 immortals each have their own unique abilities. No matter what, their innumerable abilities will definitely not let these two have an easy time. Lin Xian said. The most important thing isn't them, but the people behind them. Lin Xian frowned. Clearly, they were about to reach their final destination. This destination? Has King Zhou woken up? Judging from the current situation, it seemed that he had not woken up yet. Otherwise, King Zhou's cultivation should be higher than theirs, and he should have come out to deal with them. However, there were only two people here. Were they looking down on them? Or were they really unable to send any more experts? Lin Xian felt that it was possible. However, the very good news was that these two people were very strong generals under King Zhou of Shang. These very strong generals only had the cultivation of the early stage of the Great Void Realm, which meant that no matter how strong they were, the others would not be that strong. As long as there were no experts that they could not resist. So what if they were in the Great Void Realm? Under the various methods and top-notch divine weapons of hundreds of celestial venerables, they could not do anything. Lu Qingzhu frowned as she watched the battle. The Great Void Realm is so strong. They are very strong. After all, there is a gap of a large realm. Lin Xian looked ahead. Even though the two of them were facing so many celestial venerables, these celestial venerables were not having an easy time. However, the strength you see is more, because they belong to the top of the Great Void Realm. The top I am talking about is not the realm, but the combat power. For example, they are 1 star of the Great Void Realm, but their combat power is probably more than enough to defeat 3 or 4 stars of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian. Yes, I know. Lu Qingzhu nodded. She wanted to help, but she could not. Shua. Lin Xian released the law of creation, and the most powerful sniper rifle Barrett appeared in his hand. What are you doing? Lu Qingzhu was stunned for a moment. Harass. There are only 2 targets, so I still have to do something. Harass them a little, even if it distracts them a little. We'll give those seniors more opportunities. It will be easier, Lin Xian said. Although this Barrett was powerful, even an atomic bomb would not be able to destroy a great void realm expert. But the law of creation. Lin Xian used almost all of his spiritual force to create a few bullets. That's right. You can imagine how special these bullets are. Then, Lin Xian took a pill to recover his spiritual force while loading the bullets. Even if the effect was not great, Lin Xian knew that it would be effective. The bullets created by the law of creation could penetrate the defensive spiritual force. Of course, after all, Lin Xian was now in the domain realm. It might not be able to penetrate the spiritual force of the Great Void Realm, but it would definitely have a little effect. Click, Lin Xian pulled the barrel of the gun. Lu Qingzhu looked at the side with a dumbfounded expression. Then, Lin Xian aimed at Kong Xian. At a glance, he could see that the burly Yuan Hong was definitely stronger, and his defense must be stronger, but this Kong Xian should be slightly weaker. Although it was constantly flickering, Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight was still very useful. After aiming for about 30 seconds, Lin Xian pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and then a bullet directly shot out. Kong Xian, who was in the middle of the battle, naturally felt the existence of this bullet. Although he did not know what this thing was, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, space. Lin Xian released the power of space, and the bullet suddenly disappeared on the way. Then the bullet appeared behind Kong Xian. Bang! It was as if an expert's martial skill directly bombarded his back, and Kong Xian's figure was directly sent flying, and then smashed to the ground. Everyone. Fuck. This Barrett's power is so great? No, it's impossible. Unless I'm crazy. That's a great void realm expert. Even if this Barrett has a great impact, it shouldn't be able to send a great void realm expert flying. Right? Am I crazy? At the same time, the experts finally found an opportunity. Venerable Zhang. Zhang Juyang flashed over. Universe, Taiji, 8 trigrams destruction. Chapter 1622. Under Lin Xian's move, Kong Xian really did not expect it. Even if he noticed Lin Xian's bullet, he still did not expect the power of space to instantly shift the position of the bullet, appearing behind him, and directly hitting him. The power of this attack was not great. Of course, it could not easily penetrate his defensive spiritual power, and then explode into his body. However, it was not small either. After all, Kong Xian was directly sent flying and smashed into the ground. Previously, because his realm was too high, even if he faced so many powerhouses, to be honest, he was not attacked at all. But now, not only was he attacked, but he also lost the ability to fight and dodge at that moment. Therefore, Zhang Juyang directly used a big move on him. One could see an 8 trigram spinning in the air, and then directly exploding with the power of black and white yin and yang, hitting the ground. Everyone was not careless. Even if this move hit, there were still many powerhouses who flashed over and released their powerful power to bombard Kong Xian. Is he dead? Everyone showed an expectant expression. On the other side, many powerhouses were fighting with Yuan Hong. They did not have the time to pay attention to the situation here. When the dust settled, a huge deep pit appeared. Those powerhouses stood in the void and looked at the situation in the deep pit. Kong Xian was lying there motionless, covered in blood. Obviously, he was either dead or seriously injured. After all, this was modern society. Many people knew that there was no need to talk too much nonsense when killing others. Moreover, it was best to kill them. Otherwise, in those anime, television dramas and movies, when you felt that the person was dead and was very confident, suddenly the other party attacked you and then turned the tables. Were there not many such scenes? So several powerhouses forcibly released their powerful power to ensure that Kong Xian was gone. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief, and then join the battle with Yuan Hong. He's dead. Many people were secretly shocked. This is the virtuality realm. Why is it so weak? No. It's not that the Great Void Realm is weak. It's that these seniors are too strong. Although these seniors haven't reached the Great Void Realm, they can unleash a very strong combat strength. They can directly and steadily hit a warrior who doesn't have a defensive attribute. It's still quite fatal. Of course, the most important thing is still Lin Xian's attack. Without Lin Xian's attack, these seniors probably wouldn't have been able to find this opportunity. Lin Xian was becoming more and more godly in the eyes of these people. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian raised his barret and fired a bullet, aiming at Yuan Hong in the distance. Yuan Hong knew that something had happened to Kong Xian, but he didn't know if he was dead or not. At this moment he was still very angry. Roar! An angry roar was heard, and a powerful white light erupted from its body. When the light dissipated, a giant white ape stood there with the fire and water staff in its hand, like a war god. A group of dregs who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If this sovereign was at his previous cultivation, just a wisp of his aura would have killed you all. Shua! A sword flew over, but it was blocked by Yuan Hong. At the same time, a figure flashed behind him, catching the sword and standing there. But it's a pity that you're not at your previous realm. Even if you transform into your original body, you're only at the early stage of the Great Void Realm. Go! Whoosh! Roar! Lin Xian aimed. In fact, there was no need to aim. Lin Xian just needed to use space control after shooting. Bang! A shot was fired. Yuan Hong was blocking the attacks of hundreds of people. Suddenly, he felt a force rushing at him. It disappeared and then reappeared behind him. Roar! He roared, holding the fire and water staff in his hand, and swept it behind him. The powerful bullet was directly swept away and landed in the distance. It was like a missile had exploded there. But the fact that he had blocked Lin Xian's bullet meant that the other experts had found a flaw in his defense. All kinds of power bombarded him like a storm. Roar! He let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. This roar was a cry of pain. Even if his defense was strong, even if he was at the great virtual realm, he could not withstand the bombardment of such power, and the power of the divine weapon. Although it was not fatal, and it seemed like it was just an external injury, but he felt very uncomfortable. The battle continued. Lin Xian found an opportunity to shoot another shot. He was blocked by Yuan Hong once again. And then those experts found another opportunity to bombard him indiscriminately. After that, Lin Xian shot another shot, and Yuan Hong blocked it again. The other experts found another opportunity. Ugh! This Yuan Hong's mentality seemed to be a little problematic. These people were not very strong. Even if their realms were not bad, they had powerful spiritual weapons in their hands, and they had all kinds of abilities. However, for Yi Shiwen, who had an extremely strong defense, it was actually just a little bit of torture. If he continued to fight, he could still find many opportunities to eliminate these people one by one. Moreover, it was not easy for them to hurt him or attack him. However, there was such a person. He was as annoying as a mosquito, firing a shot every once in a while. Previously, Kong Xian's accident was because of that thing. Yuan Hong did not dare not block it. But every time he blocked it, he would be hit by a group of experts. It was not fatal, nor was it a serious injury. It was just an external injury. But after repeating this 3 times, he really could not stand it anymore. He was as annoying as a mosquito. Die for this sovereign. Ugh! Yuan Hong's body exploded with a powerful force, shaking off the experts around him. Then, he roared angrily, and rushed toward Lin Xian, who was like a mosquito in his eyes. He was anxious. Lin Xian, be careful! The experts shouted. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. The people around Lin Xian quickly ran away. Whoosh! Boom! Yuan Hong's powerful force bombarded Lin Xian, but Lin Xian easily used the space attribute and disappeared on the spot. Facing an opponent who did not have space and was not fast, space was simply a nightmare. Lin Xian appeared in the air and aimed. Bang! A shot was fired. Boom! It directly hit Yuan Hong's back, and Yuan Hong fell to the ground in an instant. He felt so fucking wronged. Ugh! His defense was not just for show. With another roar, he jumped dozens of meters. His jumping ability was amazing. Holding the fire water staff with both hands, he smashed it toward Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian easily disappeared on the spot and reappeared on the ground. He reloaded and fired again. This feeling was really great. The experts felt that if they were Yuan Hong, they would really explode with anger. Chapter 1623. The most infuriating thing was, this Yuan Hong had a powerful demonic skill. But after it was released, because there were too many experts, it led to the collective release of power being able to easily block it. Yuan Hong's body was hit and fell from the sky. Good chance. The experts also realized that Lin Xian had the spatial attribute, so he was fine. Then, they began to focus on Yuan Hong. Lu Qingzhu stood there and looked at Lin Xian. How despicable. Although he was one of them, she felt that he was despicable. But it was effective. Lin Xian landed on the ground inside. That's it. Was this the temperament of the experts from thousands of years ago? Perhaps they had slept for so long that they lost their minds. Sword of Immortals vanquish villains, heaven and earth split. Above the void lightning flashed, and the shadow of a giant sword appeared and slashed down. The ground trembled, but then everything seemed to return to calm. When the dust settled, Yuan Hong was lying there, his breathing extremely weak. Phew, it's finally over. Those experts were also quite tired. The virtuous realm was indeed terrifying. Although they did not use all their trump cards, it was not easy to fight. Well, from the looks of it, this should be the final destination we're looking for. Many of them probably haven't woken up yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be just these two who came out to fight us. And the good news is that these two are capable generals under King Zhou of Shang. Their realms are only so. No matter what, the others' realms can't be much higher. That's right, that's about it. Coupled with the methods they used to stop us from moving forward, they really don't have much ability. They just want to stall for time. Perhaps in a few days or a few months, they will all wake up. But fortunately we came at this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if we came, we would be courting death. With so many armies and experts, Earth is in danger. There are so many powerful existences in history. How many of them will wake up? Even the legendary Yu the Great, Yin Emperor, and their descendants, and even the ancient Pangu, Fuxi, and Nuwa. Do they really exist? Legend has it that Nuwa created humans. Are we really created by Nuwa? What realm is that? Even the heavenly Tao realm can't say that they created us, right? Could there be a realm above the heavenly Tao realm? There should be. After all, the heavenly Tao isn't a god. It makes sense that there are gods above the heavenly Tao. How could existences like Nuwa be gods? Perhaps he's no longer in this plane. The experts discussed animatedly. Don't worry about that for now. Let's go and see if that Yuan Hong is dead. If not, we'll finish him off quickly. Yes. Then a few experts went over and finished off Yuan Hong. Now he was completely relieved. Let's rest. Even if we know that time is of the essence, there may still be danger waiting for us ahead. We have to face it in a better state. Yes, those experts nodded in agreement. Amitabha. Master Ku Wu of the Shaolin Temple walked in front of Lin Xian and bowed. Thank you, Benefactor Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, Master, there's no need to thank me. I didn't do anything. If not for Benefactor Lin Xian, I'm afraid that we would have exhausted our strength in the battle against the million-strong army. Against these two powerful Great Void Realm experts, we can't stop for even a moment. We will definitely suffer great losses. Lin Xian said, We're all doing this for Earth. This is what we should do. Well said. Zhang Zhuyang walked over and looked at Lin Xian. If not for the fact that you don't need it, I would really want to take you in as my disciple. This person was too outstanding. Senior, you flatter me. Everyone take a rest first. We still have to rely on you seniors. Okay. Suddenly, Zhang Zhuyang's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of black blood as his figure staggered backwards. Almost at the same time was everyone else. It was really everyone. What's going on? Cough cough. I've been poisoned. An expert clutched his chest. How can this be? When was I poisoned? Why? Didn't I notice anything when I was poisoned? Only until the poison acted up? Many people quickly sat down and began to meditate on the spot to recuperate. Lin Xian frowned as he watched everyone sit down. However, Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu were the only ones standing there unscathed. Lu Qingzhu was dumbfounded. Lin Xian. You're not poisoned? Lin Xian frowned. Qingzhu, you're fine? Lu Qingzhu did not know what to say. Why was she fine? I was poisoned too, but I might have detoxified the poison. Lin Xian said. What? Everyone has taken your own antidote pills, but Qingzhu and I have taken my own antidote pills. Lin Xian said. Cough, cough, cough. Your detoxification pill can detoxify the poison? I refined it myself. The formula is different from ordinary detoxification pills. Even a more advanced detoxification pill might not be as effective as mine, Lin Xian said. How were we poisoned? Those people were puzzled. The poison in the air could indeed be detoxified by the detoxification pill. Everyone was poisoned. It could only be said that they had experienced it along the way. Desert scorpions. Lin Xian suddenly said. He knew something wasn't right. Those desert scorpions seemed to be domesticated and controlled. Their goal seemed to be purely to release the poison there. Because Lin Xian might have taken the detoxification pill to detoxify the poison, Lin Xian could not sense that the poison was not something that ordinary detoxification pills could detoxify. Moreover, it was latent. Everyone absorbed the poison at the same time, so the poison acted up at the same time. At that time, Lin Xian felt that those desert scorpions appeared to be there to stop everyone. However, it was obvious that those desert scorpions did not have the ability to stop them. They were too weak. It turned out that there was another reason. Do you still have the detoxification pill? Lin Xian nodded. I do have it, but it's definitely not enough for so many people. The poison's toxicity is not too strong, but it's definitely not that easy to detoxify. If that's the case, we won't be able to continue, Zhang Zhuyang said. We can only fail. Let's go back first. After we go back, prepare for the next time. Or let the others gather as fast as possible, and make another trip here. We can't delay any longer. We definitely won't be able to continue moving forward, Lin Xian said. Then I'll send everyone near the entrance. Alright. Sorry for the trouble. Lin Xian shook his head. Then Lin Xian released the space and sent 2,000 people out. The rest of the way depended on them. Lin Xian stood there. Sigh. He sighed. Then he still had to walk on his own. Chapter 1624. Lin Xian had no other choice. He had to go in. Even if these powerhouses could no longer enter, Lin Xian could not stop. He felt that the supreme nether glowing grass was very close. It was right in front of him. Moreover, Lin Xian had no reason to retreat. He still had a trump card. On the other side. Where's Lin Xian? Those experts were sent to a location by Lin Xian. This location wasn't far from where they had entered. Although the entrance was closed, with so many of them, it wouldn't be a problem to forcefully destroy the closed area. However, when they turned their heads to look, where was Lin Xian? Did he not come? They thought that Lin Xian had released the space and came with them. Lu Qingzhu's pupils constricted slightly. He should not have come here. However, Lin Xian had inexplicably come to Dxian's tomb. His reason for coming to Dxian's tomb was definitely different from theirs. He had his own reasons. She did not know what they were. But, now, he had even sent everyone over and left himself there? Even if everyone knew this, but they were powerless now. It was impossible for them to go back. Duan Lingxiao frowned. What was the meaning of this? What was going on? Why did Lin Xian stay there? Could it be that there was indeed a treasure here? No. It should be. This must be a very important mission that Lin Xian triggered. However, to be honest, he really did not have Lin Xian's ability. He was also poisoned now. Although he wanted to kill Lin Xian and interrupt his mission, the most important thing was still his own life. He only prayed for one thing now, and that was that Lin Xian died in Dxian's tomb. Even if he was not the one who killed Lin Xian, as long as Lin Xian died, his mission would be considered completed. Master Wuxin. Lu Qingzhu looked at him. Ba. What's the matter, Miss Lu? Master Wuxin. Please send me back to where I was just now. Lu Qingzhu said. This? Master Wuxin said. Miss Lu, Brother Lin must have his reasons for staying there. If Miss Lu goes there, I'm afraid you'll become a burden to him. Lu Qingzhu shook her head and said, I can help him. Although Master Wuxin didn't know Lu Qingzhu very well, he knew that she wasn't the kind of woman who couldn't tell right from wrong. All right then. Thinking about it, if Brother Lin didn't want her to go over, he also had the space attribute and could send Lu Qingzhu back. Then, Master Wuxin released his spatial power and sent Lu Qingzhu to her previous position. Lin Xian was just about to walk forward when a light flashed beside him. Lu Qingzhu appeared there. The fuck? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. Big sister, what are you doing? Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. What are you doing here? Me. I'm here to find out the truth of this place. I'm here for the sake of humanity. Nonsense. How could Lu Qingzhu not understand? It's true. Although Lin Xian was looking for the supreme glowing nether grass, if he had the ability, he would really eliminate the danger here, because he would be leaving in the future. There were only 2 months left. If he could do something, he would definitely do it. Lu Qingzhu didn't believe it. This was definitely not Lin Xian's main purpose. No, what are you doing here? Are you here to drag me down? I'll send you back. Lin Xian was convinced. I can help you, Lu Qingzhu said. You can help me? Stop fooling around. Your realm isn't as high as mine, and you don't have the space attribute. How can you help me? Lu Qingzhu bit her lip and said, I can help you anyway. Don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself. I don't need you to protect me. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu again. She wasn't the kind of woman who didn't know how to behave. Lin Xian also knew that she wouldn't ruin herself for the sake of some so-called friendship. The key was that she didn't want to drag him down. So Lu Qingzhu should really have the ability to do so. You don't have any problems, right? Well, I'm fine. I mean, you may have some kind of ability, but if you activate it, will it hurt you? Don't worry, I'm fine. I can do it alone, Lin Xian said. It's okay, don't worry, Lu Qingzhu said. Well, since you said so, I won't say anything. Lin Xian nodded. Then the two of them looked forward. Then can you tell me now, what are you doing here? Lu Qingzhu asked. I say, why are you asking so many questions? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu. Don't you know that women are all gossips? Lin Xian said with a smile. But you're not an ordinary woman. But I'm also a woman. Lin Xian didn't know what to do. Little Qingzhu, you took the risk to come with me. Do you care about me? Can't bear to leave me? Do you like me? If you do, just say it. You don't have to hide it. Don't change the subject. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I'm here for Dongfang Shui. She's here? What are you thinking? Something happened to her. There are herbs here. Lu Qingzhu opened her mouth, but she didn't ask the question. Yes. She nodded. So you can go back. I really don't need your help. Don't worry, I'm just going in to take a look. Lu Qingzhu said. I want to go in too, but I'm not going to help you. I want to see what's going on inside. I'm doing this from the perspective of a cultivator from Earth, and I have the ability to protect myself. Okay. Lin Xian didn't chat with Lu Qingzhu anymore, and the two of them walked in that direction. As they walked, the originally endless barren land suddenly became smaller, and they could only walk forward. As they walked, they found that there was only a passage as big as the ancient tomb. Then they walked to the end. Fuck. Lin Xian couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw the scene in front of him. The previous scene was already shocking enough. Even with so many terracotta soldiers, the scene in front of him was still so exaggerated. But what was different from before was that the previous place was in the open. This was a space so big that it was unimaginable, as if it was underground. In a huge space, there was no sky or stars above. It was an underground space hundreds of meters high. This space was so big that you couldn't see the end of it. This place was filled with terracotta soldiers. It was probably no less than the previous place. Lin Xian really felt that it would be a bit troublesome to deal with this, mainly because there were too many of them. How do we do it? Lu Qingzhu asked. In any case, following Lin Xian, she listened to everything Lin Xian said. Lin Xian gave her too much security. Lin Xian opened his Eye of Cave Spirit. Chapter 1625. Under the Eye of Cave Spirit, all the spiritual power was coming from the depths. That was the position. It should be behind the army. That was probably Lin Xian's destination. Rumble. Just like before, the great army had all moved. Skip, let's not care about this. Lin Xian then released the power of space and estimated the distance. Then the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they appeared at the rear of the army. A space in front of them came into view. Let's go. Lin Xian pulled Lu Qingzhu's hand and walked in. Whoosh! In front of them was another shocking scene. What was going on here? This space did not look special. It was very big, about the size of a normal stadium. It was the kind of huge space where A-list celebrities held a concert and could seat 100,000 people. There was water below, but the water was not deep. It was probably only about a meter deep. They could see the bottom of the water. Obviously, this was a specially built pool. However, as for what it was used for, they did not know for the time being. Moreover, this was flowing water. It should be water from the river outside. This was not important. What was important was that there were hundreds and thousands of coffins in the water. These coffins were of different colors, sizes, and patterns, but they seemed to be arranged in a very orderly manner. Could it be that they are all the generals under King Zhou during the Shang dynasty? Lu Qingzhu guessed. I'm afraid so. They are all in there. Lin Xian also saw that there were a few coffin lids that were open. There were only a few, but Lin Xian counted 7. In addition to the 2 that had been killed earlier, there should be 5 more powerhouses here. But where were they? Is he hiding? Lin Xian became alert. What I'm curious about now is how they fell asleep. Why is there no time in their sleep? Lin Xian muttered to himself. Actually, this was a very important thing to know. What I'm more curious about is why those people chose to go into hibernation. They were not from the same dynasty, and there was even a gap of thousands of years between them. But in the end, they all chose to go into hibernation. Was it because they knew that someone else was doing it, so they chose to do it, or did they know something? I'm afraid it's because they know something. Almost all of them woke up at this time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. However, it's impossible for them to all wake up at this time. Could it be that they all knew something, and all of them woke up at this time? But why? Lin Xian frowned. This is also what those experts don't understand. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty is in deep slumber, and is about to wake up at this time. King Qin is also in deep slumber, and is about to wake up at this time. It's very strange. In contrast, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is extremely weak at this time. If they want to sleep, they should wake up at a time when the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is more abundant. Lu Qingzhu said. Yes, so there must be a very important reason that we don't know. How did they fall asleep? Why did they freeze time? In this era, what is the reason for them to all awaken at this time? Lin Xian was truly perplexed. Why did these people need to sleep? Lin Xian definitely knew one of the reasons. That was, even if their cultivation level reached the heavenly Tao realm, their lifespans were at most a few thousand years. Even if you were at the heavenly Tao realm, you would only have a lifespan of 5,000 years, right? There was no such thing as eternal life. The ones with longer lifespans were the Fae. If a Fae could reach the heavenly Tao realm, based on their bloodline, just like the void fox Linglong Shui, her lifespan could reach tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. This was the difference between humans and Fae. However, this world could be said to be unfair, but it could be said to be fair. The Fae had a long lifespan, but it was even harder for them to cultivate. Under normal circumstances, Linglong Shui would take 1,000 years to cultivate to the heavenly Tao realm. The weaker ones would even take 10,000 years. As for humans, if they were more powerful, they could reach the heavenly Tao realm in a few decades. This also led to the fact that there were not many high-grade demon race experts. They were far inferior to humans, but what was interesting was that the combat strength of Fae with powerful bloodlines was several times that of humans at the same realm. Let's ignore this for now. This space was extremely suitable for the growth of the supreme nether fluorescent grass. Therefore, Lin Xian was certain that the supreme nether fluorescent grass was here. Indeed, Lin Xian looked up and saw a blue heaven and earth Fae swaying in the crevice of a wall 100 meters away. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Supreme nether fluorescent grass. Lu Qingzhu traced Lin Xian's gaze and looked over. Is that what you're looking for? Lin Xian nodded. Wait for me. Be careful. After saying that, Lin Xian released the power of space and directly appeared there. Because he hadn't reached the Empyrean realm, Lin Xian couldn't fly. However, Lin Xian was able to grab the wall on the other side. Law of creation. Lin Xian released the law of creation and created a force for his right hand. This force could defend against the supreme nether fluorescent grass's powerful impact. About a minute later, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, and then a powerful force erupted there. Then Lin Xian appeared beside Lu Qingzhu. Are you okay? Lin Xian shook his head, but his face was full of surprise. Supreme nether fluorescent grass. And it was a supreme nether fluorescent grass of sufficient quality. He had finally obtained it. His injuries were not serious. It was just that the supreme nether fluorescent grass was a very high-level heaven and earth fae after all. Generally, this kind of heaven and earth fae would be surrounded by powerful heaven and earth fae. If one wanted to pick this kind of heaven and earth fae, one would need to have great strength. And Lin Xian's domain realm was not enough. He released his strength to forcibly pick it, so naturally, he would be injured. But it did not matter. With the law of creation, Lin Xian's injuries could still recover quickly. The most important thing was that he had obtained the supreme nether fluorescent grass. Lin Xian carefully placed the supreme nether fluorescent grass into his interspatial ring. Once it was picked, this kind of heaven and earth fae would lose its protective power. Of course, it still contained powerful heaven and earth fae. Then Lin Xian consumed a pill and released the law of creation to heal his injuries. Lu Qingzhu was protecting Lin Xian. It was very dangerous because 7 of the coffins had been opened, and they had only encountered 2 people. There were still 5 more. It was possible that those people were watching them from the shadows, ready to take action at any moment. Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. That should be where King Zhou of Shang is. Lin Xian raised his hand and pointed at a huge golden coffin 100 meters in the air. Chapter 1626. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him. In addition to the many coffins in the water, there were also coffins in the air. Looking up, there were also many coffins in the air. At first glance, the quality of the coffins was different. Gold, purple, blue, and the patterns on them were even more beautiful. There were many chains around these coffins in the air. At first glance, they looked quite scary. In the middle there was a very noble golden coffin. At first glance, one would think that this should be the best one here. Therefore, under normal circumstances, this should be the one that King Zhou of Shang was sleeping in. Lu Qingzhu was also secretly shocked as she looked at the scene. This place, what should we do? Lu Qingzhu asked. In fact, she had a rough idea of what to do, but she didn't know the specific method. Lin Xian had a big heart, so she still had to rely on Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already gotten what he wanted. In fact, he could just slip away. But this place was too important. In addition, King Zhou of Shang was a tyrant. This was absolutely certain. In addition, they had stationed a large number of troops here. Lin Xian knew that if they really woke up, the consequences would definitely be harming Earth. When the time came for Lin Xian to leave, his women would definitely continue to stay on Earth. Therefore, Lin Xian would try his best to do as much as possible. Kill them directly. But what I'm worried about now is that they don't seem to have woken up. I'm worried that if we attack, they will wake up. I don't believe that they won't have any reaction, even if they are killed in their sleep. Lin Xian, then we can't attack, right? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Of course, this is just my guess. You said that you have a trump card. What is it? Tell me. Lu Qingzhu said. I have a spatial spiritual tool that can help me leave. In addition, Lu Qingzhu hesitated for a moment and said, there was a power sealed in my body when I was young. This was also what my parents told me after I almost died at Tao Tai's place. This power will give me the power of a 10-star heavenly venerable after I unseal it. Is it harmful? Lu Qingzhu shook her head. Not really. It's just that I might enter a weakened state for a few days. It can only be used once. It's for me to save my life. I think that with my ability, with the cultivation of a 10 stars heavenly venerable, I should be able to fight against a great void stage expert, whose cultivation is not that high. Lu Qingzhu was still confident about this. She herself was very outstanding, but because she was by Lin Xian's side, she was overshadowed by Lin Xian's brilliance. Then forget it. Don't use it if you can. This is your life-saving item. Just watch me. Doesn't that mean I'm just a bystander? Lu Qingzhu said. So who told you to come here? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Lu Qingzhu did not say anything. Why couldn't her realm be higher? But in this world, she was already enough. He only said that there might be some disasters in the future, so she had to reach a higher realm. Lin Xian muttered to himself as he made a plan. Let me see if there's anyone inside. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he released his destruction laws. He chose a coffin in front of him that was relatively close. With a burst of strength, the coffin exploded as a figure fell into the water. The man did not look like anything was wrong at first glance. His face was rosy, and he was still breathing. But because he had fallen into the water, he woke up immediately. It was only because he had just woken up that he might not be able to move freely. He might even need some time to adjust to opening his eyes. After all, he had been asleep for thousands of years. How could it be normal to suddenly open his eyes? What Lin Xian was worried about had happened. Fuck, he really woke up. But Shua, Lin Xian took out 2 swords. One was the Xianyuan sword, and the other was Lin Mo's divine sword. With the 2 swords in hand, Lin Xian's strength increased exponentially. With a spatial leap, he flashed over. Before the figure could see what was in front of him, he was slain by Lin Xian in 2 strikes. Regardless of what realm you are at, you can't be at the heavenly Tao realm, right? You can't be at the high levels of the Great Void realm, right? The sharpness of Lin Xian's 2 swords was entwined with flames of darkness. You didn't even release your spiritual energy, and killed him casually. Lin Xian came to Lu Qingzhu's side. Do we have to do this one by one? Lin Xian said. From the looks of it, that's the only way. No, that's not important. Lin Xian looked at the coffins in the water. From the person he had just killed, he was likely at the early stages of the heavenly venerable realm. He might not even be at the early stages of the heavenly venerable realm. This was definitely because he had lost his cultivation realm due to his slumber. This was very normal. He might need some time to gradually recover his cultivation. In other words, there was no need for him to cultivate. He could slowly recover. Such a realm was not much of a threat. Lin Xian could not wipe them out today. When the time came, he could get others to wipe them out. If they woke up and escaped, they would not be able to cause any trouble in a great world like Earth. What was important was above. Lin Xian looked up. According to this person's situation, as long as Lin Xian acted quickly, even if it was King Zhou of Shang, Lin Xian felt that he could wipe him out. There was no other way. He could only be selfish. Whether or not they would turn over a new leaf, no matter what they thought, Lin Xian felt that wiping them out was the best choice. Lin Xian counted from above. There were a total of 48 coffins. Come. Bang. Lin Xian released the law of destruction and destroyed the one at the edge. The reason he did not directly destroy the one Lin Xian thought was King Zhou of Shang was because Lin Xian wanted to have a rough estimate of King Zhou of Shang's cultivation. From there, he could deduce what King Zhou of Shang's cultivation realm was. This way, Lin Xian could be prepared. One of the coffins exploded, and a figure fell out of it. Lin Xian leaped up and dashed toward the figure. Perhaps the person who was in deep sleep was confused, and then he died. It was easy. Lin Xian roughly sensed that he should have the defensive physique of a 10-star heavenly venerate or early-stage Great Void Realm cultivator. Even if it was the physique of an early-stage Great Void Realm cultivator, Lin Xian would not have much of a problem. With 2 divine swords in hand, Lin Xian could even fight a Great Void Realm cultivator for a while. Not to mention that they had not even opened their eyes yet. So simple? Lu Qingzhu stood to the side stunned. Wasn't it a little too simple? Lin Xian also felt that it was a little too simple. Or did he think that this place was too difficult? Then Lin Xian locked onto the giant golden coffin. No matter how strong King Zhou of Shang was, he couldn't possibly have the heavenly Tao, right? Chapter 1627. Lin Xian believed that since King Zhou of Shang was able to claim the title of emperor at that time, he must have been the most powerful. If he died, there would be no leader. Even if there were still others, what could they do? Bang! Lin Xian released the law of creation. Then a terrifying force rushed toward him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Not good. This should be an extremely strong defensive power. This defensive power should be able to destroy the person who attacked him. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the space attribute. He reacted quickly and released it. Then he disappeared with Lu Qingzhu. After a short while, "You stay here," Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. "No. I'm a 10-star heavenly venerable. I can help you. If you don't need me, I won't do it. If you need me, I'll help you." All right. Then the two of them went back. A figure stood in the air. His body was surrounded by a black light. His eyes were closed. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. That was Lin Xian's first reaction. The impact just now had turned the surroundings into a mess, but the coffins were fine. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He rushed over. Full power. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty slowly opened his eyes. Impudent. His eyes narrowed. However, he was very weak right now, because he had just woken up. Or more accurately, because he had been woken up, he needed a period of rest. This was why they had created this place to prevent future disturbances. In fact, he was already on the verge of waking up. His aura. Lin Xian sensed it. About 7 or 8 stars of the virtualized realm. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty was a piece of trash. Even when he opened his eyes, all he could see was darkness. His brain was not working. It felt like he had been knocked unconscious and had just woken up. Or even worse. Therefore, Lin Xian only needed to have the power to kill him. Then he could kill him. And Lin Xian definitely had that power. Although his cultivation level was not high, with 2 swords in hand, he released the law of creation and condensed the dark fire into 2 swords. Whoosh, you're courting death. At this moment, a sword flew out of nowhere, bringing with it a surging aura. Spatial lock. Lin Xian released the power of space to seal the sword. Then whoosh, King Zhou's head fell to the ground. Lin Xian followed. That was it. To be honest, it was a little too simple. So simple that Lin Xian wondered if this was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty or not. Could this be a smokescreen? Was this a trick to confuse? Was this trick to protect King Zhou of the Shang? Lu Qingzhu could not believe it. Did King Zhou died? Was this King Zhou of the Shang? Lin Xian frowned. Holy shit. Usually, whenever he did something, there would be trials and tribulations everywhere. Lin Xian was already used to doing things that were not so simple. No matter where he went, he felt that things were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. This had also formed a habit of being very careful. So now Lin Xian felt that this was too simple? Is this King Zhou of the Shang dynasty? Lu Qingzhu could not believe it. I'm not sure either. Lin Xian shook his head. Or is it because I've been asleep for too long and have just woken up? But I did have the power to kill someone in the virtualized realm. After all, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty did not even release his defensive spiritual energy. Lin Xian said. It was ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. At that moment a loud laugh sounded. Then, a black wind surged and rushed toward the sword in the air. A hand reached out from the black fog and grabbed the sword. Ha ha ha, the monarch sword. The monarch sword is in my hands just like that. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu looked on warily. It was an old man. He did not look like a simple old man. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu. What a brat. You actually managed to break His Majesty's great array so easily and didn't die. You even managed to escape. So you have the spatial attribute. This old man is curious. How did you break His Majesty's great array? The old man looked down at Lin Xian. Hearing this, Lin Xian seemed to be sure that it was King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. And he was King Zhou's subordinate. How did he break the formation? Lin Xian did not know. But there was clearly some power protecting King Zhou of the Shang dynasty in his brother's coffin. It was just that perhaps the law of destruction was too invincible. Lin Xian did not think about how to break it. Anyway, he just wanted to break the coffin. At that time, he had used up a lot of spiritual energy. Lin Xian did not think too much about it. He thought that since it was the coffin of King Zhou of Shang, it was normal for the law of destruction to consume more spiritual energy. So there was a magic array. But I have to thank you. I thought that I would continue to follow His Majesty. But now that His Majesty is dead, the monarch sword is in my hands. Ha ha ha. Since that is the case, I will let you live. Follow me. And if I don't? Lin Xian asked. No. Ha ha, then die. The old man's eyes narrowed. He was in a good mood. The first thing he did after waking up was to kill King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. As his subordinate, he had great ambitions. He said that he would follow King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. But he could not show his ambitions. He thought that if he could wake up early, kill King Zhou of the Shang dynasty, and take the monarch's sword, the world would be his. But reality was not so good. King Zhou of the Shang dynasty's coffin was protected by a powerful formation. He could not do anything about it, nor could he take the monarch's sword. He had already seen the people outside. Yuan Hong and Kong Xian were sent by him. He did not make a move because he wanted to kill King Zhou of Shang. However, he had awakened at the same time as Yuan Hong and Kong Xian. If they were together, he could not show it, so he could not make a move. He took advantage of the time when they were there to attack. But he could not do it. But this kid had done it. From today onwards, the world was his. Boy, since you have the space attribute, then you have some ability. Follow this old man. This old man is Grand Preceptor Wen No. From now on, I will be Emperor Wen. Follow this old man, and you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Wen Zhong laughed. Grand Tutor Wen Zhong. Lu Qingzhu's pupils shrank. Wen Zhong. Who is that? Lin Xian did not know much about this. He is King Zhou's first general, the Grand Tutor of the Shang dynasty. He should be second only to King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. Lin Xian sensed that this old man's cultivation was at least at the 5 stars of the virtualized stage, and he had woken up, so it was difficult. Chapter 1628. To Wen Zhong, this kid had the space attribute, so he had the right to follow him. Moreover, he had never gone out before, and did not know what the outside world was like. He might need someone to guide him, and from the looks of it, this kid was quite suitable. What should Lin Xian say now? He was not very afraid of a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator. The gap between their realms was huge, but Lin Xian was also very strong. Especially with 2 swords in hand, Lin Xian's attributes increased by too much. Kid, do you still need to consider such a small matter? Grand Preceptor Wen looked at Lin Xian. He was quite grateful to this kid. He had actually killed King Zhou of Shang. This was simply an achievement for him. Therefore, this was also the reason why he gave Lin Xian a chance, and did not kill him. I won't consider it. Lin Xian said. That's good. Follow me then. No. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't consider it. I won't follow you. Grand Preceptor Wen was stunned. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you kidding? At that time, you might be in existence second only to one person in the entire continent. What can you not have? You're telling me that you won't consider it? Do you want to die? Lin Xian nodded. That's true. I want to die. But I don't know if you have the ability to do so. Ha ha ha. Grand Preceptor Wen laughed loudly. Alright. Then I'll see what you're capable of. Whoosh. In the next instant, a black mist surged toward Lin Xian. Step back. Lin Xian said to Lu Qingzhu. I can help you. Lu Qingzhu said. She felt that she could erupt with a 10-star heavenly venerable cultivation. So facing a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator was not too bad. There's no need. Lu Qingzhu was stunned. He was only a 2-star Grand Dominion. Facing a 5-star Great Void Stage cultivator. There was no need? It seemed like he could run away. Although Grand Preceptor Wen was powerful, Lin Xian had the space attribute, so he could run. Wasn't he going to run? Since Lin Xian had said so, Lu Qingzhu definitely wouldn't force her way through. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was low, she was really worried that she would cause trouble for him. Lin Xian held 2 swords in his hands, and suddenly slashed at the black fog. Power erupted, and the black fog dispersed. Grand Preceptor Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. These 2 swords. He even had a feeling that these two swords were not any weaker than the monarch's sword in his hands. This was too exaggerated. That was the sword of King Zhou of Shang. How could a young man's sword be a divine artifact? It's no wonder why you're so confident. However, Grand Dominion Realm cultivators are still Grand Dominion Realm cultivators. Even if you're 10 times stronger than you are now, you'll still die. Grand Preceptor Wen sneered. His eyes narrowed as he charged towards Lin Xian. Then I'm sorry. What I want to tell you is that if I were 10 times stronger than I am now, you wouldn't even have the right to be arrogant in front of me. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he released his domain. Realm reducing domain, forcefully reducing the other party's cultivation by 3 stars. Ignoring the realm. Alright, Lin Xian's Grand Dominion realm could only reduce his cultivation by 2 stars. However, this reduction of 2 stars could be considered as weakening his strength by quite a bit. What? Grand Preceptor Wen felt it and was rather shocked. The gap was so big, but he could still reduce his own realm? Something, but unfortunately the gap was too big. He did not take this brat seriously at all. Law of creation power doubled. Divine rank martial technique. 10,000 lightning heavenly prison. Sizzle black lightning exploded. Lin Xian's strength was not weak at all. Law of creation. Power doubled. And then the power of 10,000 evil lightning bolts. And the support of a divine rank martial technique. All of these added together brought about an exaggerated strength. One had to know that all of these were crushing. Grand Preceptor Wen probably did not have a divine rank martial technique, right? Lin Xian's explosive strength alone had already reached the power of the Great Void stage. Because there was also the support of 2 swords. The divine artifact, Xianyuan sword, and the sacred sword that he had obtained there. The main reason was that the power of these 2 swords had increased Lin Xian's strength by too much. Lu Qingzhu revealed a very shocked expression. How did he achieve the power of his Grand Dominion realm to the Great Void stage in an instant? Grand Preceptor Wen was also secretly shocked. As expected, you have some skills. These 2 swords, this old man wants them. In his opinion, the bigger reason was these 2 swords. In fact, this was indeed the case, but he had completely underestimated Lin Xian, or rather, he did not know how heaven-defying Lin Xian was. In this collision, Lin Xian did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Lu Qingzhu was secretly shocked when she saw this scene. This was too frightening, right? A Grand Dominion realm was able to fight against a Great Void stage. Was this not an exaggeration? As for Lin Xian, he was already used to it. You brat, this old man really can't imagine. Grand Preceptor Wen could not help but be shocked. In his era, heroes rose together and experts were as common as clouds. Under such circumstances, he could not imagine that anyone could achieve this. However, all of this was done by this brat. Could it be that this era was so terrifying? If this era had already reached the point where a brat could fight against a Great Void stage expert, then how could he unify this era? Brat, this old man really can't bear to kill you now. Tell me, what is this era like? Grand Preceptor Wen pointed the monarch's sword at Lin Xian. Then before I answer this question, I wonder if you can tell me why you chose to sleep? Why did you awaken in this era? This was something that Lin Xian really wanted to know. In fact, if it was just them, then Lin Xian would not care. It was very normal, and would just be a coincidence. However, other than them, Qin Shi Huang and many other existences chose to awaken in this era. They might be thousands of years apart, but they chose to awaken at the same time. Was this normal? This was not normal. Ha ha ha. If you follow this old man can consider telling you this secret. Oh, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. You mean if I don't follow you, you won't tell me? Of course. Alright, then I don't want to know. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. His figure disappeared and reappeared behind Grand Preceptor Wen. The spatial attribute is indeed a very troublesome attribute. It's a pity that your strength is too weak. Even if you can unleash a power that is not inferior to a Great Void stage expert, that is not your own strength. How long can you last? Lin Xian's lips curled. Perhaps I could have lasted for a long time. But now, I don't think there is any need for you to live. So I won't. Let's end the battle here. A poisonous needle appeared in Lin Xian's hand. Chapter 1629. The poison needle was Lin Xian's source of confidence. Where did the poison needle come from? Lin Xian had specially spent system points to exchange for it from the system. The effect was very simple. It was poison. It was a simple poison. However, the poison could even kill a heavenly Dao. As long as a heavenly Dao realm existence was poison, they would die. Of course, it was unlikely that a heavenly Dao realm expert with a higher star rank would die from the poison. It was also because of this that Lin Xian was very confident. Now Lin Xian felt that it was a loss to use a poison needle that could kill a heavenly Dao realm expert to kill a great void realm expert. However, Lin Xian had to kill him. If he didn't kill him, Grand Preceptor Wen was an extremely ambitious person. If he was allowed to leave this place and head to the outside world, he would definitely be a scourge. Since he was probably the strongest person present, Lin Xian would be at ease if he died. It was not a loss to use the poison needle. You wish to kill me with a mere poison needle? Grand Preceptor Wen found it ridiculous as he released the might of the Great Void. He felt that no matter what, with the might of the Great Void and his powerful defensive strength, what threat could the poison needle pose to him? However, he had truly underestimated Lin Xian. No, perhaps he never expected such a thing to exist in this world. Perhaps it didn't exist in the first place, but it was something from the system. It was normal for others to be unable to understand it. Then, the poison needle easily corroded Grand Preceptor Wen's powerful defensive strength before easily piercing into his body. When the poison needle corroded his defensive spiritual energy, he couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried. After being stabbed by the poison needle, Grand Preceptor Wen plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground. As for Lin Xian, he landed beside Lu Qingzhu. He's about to die. Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Lu Qingzhu. That can't be. Just watch carefully. Grand Preceptor Wen stood there with a look of horror. You. He pointed at Lin Xian. How is it? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Pfft. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and knelt on the ground. How treacherous, how treacherous. Grand Preceptor Wen gnashed his teeth. Treacherous? Then why didn't you choose to dodge? Why did you choose to meet force with force? Is there something wrong with you? Grand Preceptor Wen exhaled. Brat, detoxify this old man. Detoxify you? Did you misunderstand something? I'll detoxify you. Cure this old man's poison, and this old man will give you a treasure. Quick. Grand Preceptor Wen's expression was very bad. Then I'm really sorry, this poison. I really don't know how to cure it. You. Plop. Grand Preceptor Wen fell to the ground. Quick. Detoxify. Detoxify this old man. Before Grand Preceptor Wen could finish his words, his body turned into a pool of blood. Not to mention Lu Qingzhu. Even Lin Xian was shocked. Fuck. Was this poison really that strong? He had turned him into a puddle of blood in less than 10 seconds? How terrifying. Lu Qingzhu opened her small mouth. What kind of poison was this? How could it turn a virtualized realm expert into a puddle of blood in such a short time? It was normal if you could poison someone to death. But wasn't it a little terrifying to turn someone into a puddle of blood? Phew. Lin Xian breathed a long sigh of relief. King Zhou of Shang was dead, and so was Grand Preceptor Wen. The remaining people wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Should we kill these people? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu. Can you? Damn. The strongest are dead, so how strong can the rest be? But if some of them are willing to adapt to this world and not do evil, wouldn't it be too cruel to kill them? Lin Xian said. But if one of them is unwilling, they can kill thousands of ordinary people with their strength. You're right. Lin Xian nodded, then began to work. After a long while, Lin Xian cleaned the area of blood. That's one less thing to worry about. Lu Qingzhu nodded. She really didn't think that everything would go so smoothly. In reality, everything had gone so smoothly because Lin Xian had easily resolved the most critical issue. As for everything else, it didn't seem to be a problem. Let's go. Lin Xian confirmed that there were no more problems here before leaving with Lu Qingzhu. This tomb of Emperor Xian should be fine. As for the rest, Lin Xian really couldn't do anything about Emperor Qin for now. Now Dongfang Shui was more important. The two of them appeared outside, where the people outside were still waiting. Some of them had already left, and some of them were still meditating to control the poison. This poison wasn't weak, so it wouldn't take their lives. Those with weaker cultivation bases had to hurry back to their families to find something to neutralize the poison. Lin Xian. They faltered slightly at the sight of Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian nodded. Is everyone all right? Are you all right? Someone asked. Lin Xian smiled. If I wasn't all right, would I still be standing here? What's the situation inside? Zhang Juyang asked. King Zhou of Shang and Grand Preceptor when we're inside. Gasp. They all drew a collective sharp intake of breath. And then, Lin Xian. They're all dead. What? They looked at each other. Lin Xian. They were all in a deep slumber, and then I killed them. It was that easy. Then how are you so sure that King Zhou of Shang is inside? Lin Xian. Grand Preceptor Wen was waiting in the dark. He couldn't break the formation, so I broke it. When he saw that I killed King Zhou of Shang, he was very happy. He wanted to usurp the throne, but I killed him in the end. That's all. If you're interested, you can go in and take a look. There shouldn't be any danger inside, but I didn't ask why they all woke up at this time. When Lin Xian was slaughtering those who were in hibernation, he had released them a few times and questioned them. However, they couldn't say anything under the threat of death. They really didn't know. Perhaps those who knew were already dead. It was a pity, but it didn't matter, because this was only one. There were others who would have a chance to ask. Those experts definitely needed to go in and confirm, but not now. After that they left. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu also took a plane. Big sister, why are you following me? Lin Xian was helpless. I just want to go in and take a look. If it's not convenient, then I won't go. Look at you, you won't accept my advances, but you still want to follow me. You're making things very difficult for me, okay? Lu Qingzhu. She gave up. You're going to find Dongfang Shui. And you're still saying this? Don't you feel guilty? So are you going to accept me or not? They didn't leave. Chapter 1630. Lu Qingzhu really had to hand it to Lin Xian. His skin was thick to a certain extent. He already had a girlfriend and more than one, and he even came to flirt with her. That was one thing. But the main thing was that he spoke as if he was really serious and righteous. I don't agree. Lu Qingzhu said. If you don't agree, I'll continue to pester you. Lin Xian said. Up to you. She rubbed her forehead helplessly, then looked out the window of the plane. Are we going directly to Dongfang Shui's place now? Lu Qingzhu asked. Lin Xian nodded. Well, more or less. He had already contacted Dongfang Bai, and Dongfang Bai had prepared everything else. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. I also want to know what's going on with her these past few years. I'll leave later. Lu Qingzhu said. She knew that she would disturb Lin Xian there, but she and Dongfang Shui could be considered acquaintances. Back then, there weren't many people she regarded as opponents, and Dongfang Shui was one of them. In fact, she really wanted to know what was going on. Actually, it's nothing. Okay. Soon they got off the plane, took a taxi, and went directly to Dongfang Bai's place. Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian, Dongfang Bai and Dongfang Shui's mother Xiazhu hurriedly came out to greet him. Uncle Dongfang, Auntie Xiazhu. Lin Xian shouted. Come in and sit. Qingzhu, you're here too. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Yes, I came back with Lin Xian, so I came to visit. Come in and sit together. In the living room, Xiazhu poured tea for them. Lin Xian, I've prepared everything else, but the supreme nether glowing grass. I really can't find it. Dongfang Bai handed Lin Xian a cigarette. Lin Xian, I've found the supreme nether glowing grass. What? Hearing this, Dongfang Bai revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Lin Xian didn't tell them about this operation, including the fact that Lin Xian had obtained the supreme nether glow grass. In their opinion, Lin Xian was here to check on their progress. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I specifically went out this time and obtained the supreme nether glow grass. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and the supreme nether fluorescent grass that released a powerful heaven-earth spiritual energy appeared in Lin Xian's palm. They looked at each other and were pleasantly surprised. This Lin Xian really gave them a big surprise. He used to be so weak, but now he was doing something that even he, the master of the Dongfang family, couldn't do. Great! That's great! Dongfang Bai was so excited that the hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Then Uncle Dongfang, take out the other things. I'll go directly to your back garden to refine the pill. After refining the pill, we can go find Dongfang Shui. Okay. Lin Xian was refining the pill in the back garden, and Lu Qingzhu and the others were watching from the side while chatting about something. After this incident, Lu Qingzhu more or less understood what was going on. To be honest, she really admired Dongfang Shui. She really admired her. In the past, she felt that those kinds of stories were so brave, but she only saw them in the news, novels, anime, and so on. She didn't think that it really existed in reality, and she was so noble, but she was willing. At the same time, she was also envious of Lin Xian. She was also envious of Dongfang Shui. For her, Lin Xian was willing to sacrifice his life. So, it was really worth it. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell, and Lin Xian opened his eyes. His face was slightly pale because he had used too much spiritual power. But now nothing else mattered. The most important thing was that he had successfully refined the pill. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Lin Xian, how is it? Xiazhu hurriedly asked. Lin Xian nodded. It's a success. Then, Lin Xian opened the pill refining furnace, and a medicinal fragrance and spiritual power of heaven and earth wafted out. Then Lin Xian took out a pill from inside. This pill, is it enough? Xiazhu still felt a little incredulous. In fact, as a cultivator, she also knew this, but she just felt that her daughter had been like this for 3 years, and the entire world was helpless. Those Kunlun Mountain, the top forces, and those old monsters were all helpless. But now, such a young child had a way, and it was just a simple pill. She just felt that it was a little incredulous. Of course, she hoped that all of this was real. Lin Xian nodded. This pill is really all that's needed. Dongfang Shui was just poisoned, and everything will be fine once the poison is cured. If she were a normal person, it wouldn't be so simple. But she's not a normal person, and her cultivation base isn't low either, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Then does that mean that if we go over now and give her the pill, she'll wake up? Xiazhu asked excitedly. Lin Xian. Pretty much, but it'll take a while, maybe a few hours, maybe a few days. After all, once the poison is cured, she'll still need some time to recover. Then let's go over now. Lin Xian nodded. Let's go now. Lu Qingzhu. You guys go, I won't disturb you. I'll go back to the Lu family first. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, take care. Lu Qingzhu definitely wasn't going to disturb them. She was just a little curious, and she basically knew everything now, so it wasn't a big deal. Besides, Dongfang Shui and Lin Xian might meet later. So what was she going to do there? This was a family matter. So wouldn't she be a wet blanket? She was quite happy for them. Lu Qingzhu left, and Lin Xian went with them to the place where Dongfang Shui was. Lin Xian went in, but Dongfang Bai and Xiazhu didn't. Father, you might be able to see Shui soon. Dongfang Bai looked at Dongfang Tiandao with excitement. Do you guys think he can really do it? Dongfang Tian asked worriedly. He really felt that it was a pity for his granddaughter, and he really wanted to hear her call him grandfather again. But, right now, he wasn't worried about anything else. He was only worried that everyone's hopes would be for naught in the end. Why did he say that? After all, with Lin Xian's age and whatnot, he should be telling the truth. But, what if he made a mistake in his judgment? For a young man like him, there was a high possibility that he would make a mistake in his judgment. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but, to be honest, they were just worried. They felt like the greater their expectations, the greater their disappointment. Lin Xian gave Dongfang Shui the pill. Chapter 1631. Lin Xian looked at Dongfang Shui, then sat down beside her and held her hand. Lin Xian didn't know how long Dongfang Shui would take to wake up, but he knew that she would wake up sooner or later. To be honest, Lin Xian was still a little nervous, but he felt guilty. He didn't know what Lin Xian would do after Dongfang Shui woke up. Time slowly passed by. Lin Xian was still waiting outside. It was already dark outside, but Dongfang Bai and Xia Zhu were still waiting outside. This was their daughter, of course they cared about her. It was just that half a day had already passed, but they still didn't know what to do. Lin Xian was still sitting there. He had already talked a lot with Dongfang Shui, so he wasn't too worried. It was just a matter of time before she woke up. After all, Lin Xian had been lying here for so long, so he could understand. On the phone, Lin Xian was chatting with Mu Qingya with his head down. It had been a long time since Lin Xian left the Mu family. After the battle at Kunlun Mountain, he hadn't returned until now. Mu Feifei had already said that Lin Xian was going to abandon her, which made Lin Xian feel very awkward. I'll say it again, I'm not abandoning you. I have something to do, so you're going to get beaten up. Lin Xian sent a voice message, then raised his head, and his body suddenly trembled. At this moment Dongfang Shui, who was lying there, had turned her head. She didn't have any other reaction, and just stared at Lin Xian with her eyes wide open. Shui. Lin Xian hurriedly stood up, not knowing what to do or where to put his hands. Dongfang Shui just stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? Dongfang Shui reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's hand. Where are we? Is this heaven? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, it's heaven. Dongfang Shui sat up and looked at Lin Xian with her big, beautiful eyes. I've been looking for you for a long time. Lin Xian looked at her. I forgot. I can't really remember. Dongfang Shui shook her head lightly. Idiot. Lin Xian sat down beside her and wrapped his arms around her slender body. Dongfang Shui leaned into Lin Xian's embrace, and the two of them sat there in silence. You're the one, Dongfang Shui said in a quiet voice. Then I definitely can't compare to you. You, Dongfang Shui then looked up at Lin Xian. Why is your hand warm? Lin Xian. He couldn't help but smile. Of course, I'm a living person. Of course my hands are warm. You're also alive and well. That's why I said you're a fool. After a long while, after a really long time, Lin Xian finally convinced Dongfang Shui that she was still alive. Lin Xian was also still alive. I feel like I've been dreaming for a long time. That's right, you've been dreaming for 3 years. Little idiot, why are you doing this? Lin Xian held her hand. If I were a little more mature, I definitely wouldn't have done this. Dongfang Shui teased with a smile. TCH. Lin Xian reached out and pinched her pink cheeks. Dongfang Shui closed her eyes and allowed Lin Xian to pinch her cheeks. What? Are you asking for a kiss? Lin Xian chuckled. She opened her eyes. In your dreams. Lin Xian ruffled her hair and hugged her again. Lin Xian. Then, where have you been these past 3 years? Me. Lin Xian looked into the distance. I went to a place very, very far away. That place is called the Heavenly Blue Planet. There was a person who was very similar to me, and I became him. Or rather, I became a new me. There were also humans and demon beasts there, and they were even more powerful than here. The demon beasts were devouring the human race, and the human race was fighting back. There were many interesting girls there. There was one who was very similar to you. She was gentle, but she was very cold to strangers. There was also another. Lin Xian told her about the Heavenly Blue Planet. Dongfang Shui listened in silence. You mean you transmigrated? Dongfang Shui was a little surprised. Do you believe me? I believe you. Lin Xian then continued. In the beginning, I didn't know how I was going to come back, but I came back by chance. I also discovered that there must be some kind of connection between Earth and the Heavenly Blue Planet. So, I wanted to find out more about this. Furthermore, Earth is already. Lin Xian told her many things. You've changed so much in the past 3 years. Dongfang Shui said softly. Yes, but you haven't changed at all. Lin Xian planted a kiss on her cheek. But you've changed. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian and gently stroked Lin Xian's cheek. You've become perverted, you've become smooth-talking. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. She couldn't help but chuckle. But I don't think I've changed. Shui, there's something Dongfang Shui shook her head. I know you don't have to say it. Huh. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I'm not blaming you. Lin Xian smiled. You scared me. Oh right, your parents and grandfather are waiting outside. Go and meet them first. We'll talk about the rest later. Oh right, my parents. Lin Xian stroked her cheek with a smile. Don't worry. I've already received your parents' approval with my super charisma. Dongfang Shui also smiled sweetly. Then Lin Xian helped Dongfang Shui stand up. She was still not used to it. After lying down for so long, it wasn't that she couldn't walk. She just needed some time to get used to it. I don't know what's going on inside. Dongfang Bai paced back and forth. He had been walking for a long time, but none of them went in. Dad. A voice sounded, and Dongfang Bai's body suddenly stopped. He abruptly turned around. Shui. Then they hugged each other. Dongfang Bai, this big man, also shed tears. Lin Xian stood there and looked at this scene. Everything was fine. Lin Xian smiled. Finally, a huge rock in his heart was completely lifted. He was really grateful to this divine awakening door for bringing him to this place, for allowing him to return to Earth. Shui, my daughter. Xiazhu hugged Dongfang Shui as tears streamed down her face. Beside her, Dongfang Tian was also secretly wiping away his tears. Your daughter is unfilial. I've made you worry. Dongfang Shui had heard a lot from Lin Xian. She also knew how much pain her impulsive actions had brought to them. She also felt very guilty. Chapter 1632. Tears welled up in the eyes of Xiazhu, Dongfang Bai, and Dongfang Tian. Surprise excitement. It was truly indescribable. It's okay. Just don't be so stupid in the future. It's our fault. It's all our fault. We definitely won't do it again. Xiazhu hugged Dongfang Shui. Thank you, Mom. Dongfang Shui's eyes also reddened. Dongfang Bai turned around and wiped away his tears. Something that could make a grown man cry was truly rare, especially when he was the head of the Dongfang family. Lin Xian stood behind them and watched this scene with a smile. Come, let's go home. Okay. After that, they returned to the Dongfang family mansion. Of course, it was just their mansion. They finished dinner together, and then sat in the living room and chatted for a long time. Dongfang Shui had also completely recovered. It's getting late, go to bed early. Lin Xian, you can sleep here. Xiazhu said to Lin Xian. In reality, she wanted to chat with her daughter for a while longer. But it was indeed getting late. I don't need to sleep so early. I still want to chat with Dad, Mom, and Grandpa. I've already slept long enough. Dongfang Shui said. Ha, sure. Dongfang Bai chuckled and tossed a cigarette to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a drag. Lin Xian, when are you going to think about it? Let's hurry up and have this wedding with Shui. Dongfang Bai said. Lin Xian faltered slightly. Dongfang Shui also sat there awkwardly. To be honest, she was a little uncomfortable. She had grown up in an extremely strict environment. Xiazhu and Dongfang Bai were very strict with her. To be honest, she had never thought that these words would come from her father's mouth. Ahem, uncle. What? You don't want to? Dongfang Bai asked. Lin Xian. I do, but... Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, Dad, Lin Xian and I are still at an age where we're struggling. I want to talk about this later. Lin Xian said, Yes, Shui still needs to cultivate well first. You're talking as if she can't cultivate after you get married. Dongfang Bai said as he took a puff of his cigarette. Lin Xian chuckled. Uncle, if you get married, you'll have to have a child. If you have a child, Shui will have to take care of a child. How is she going to cultivate? Dongfang Shui blushed slightly. I'll help you. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. All right, Dad, we're going to rest. Dongfang Shui hurriedly dragged Lin Xian away. She was a very sensible and virtuous girl, and she had a lot of considerations for others. Of course she wanted to marry Lin Xian, but Lin Xian had hesitated just now. Regardless of what he was hesitating about, Dongfang Shui had to consider Lin Xian's well-being. Dongfang Bai didn't arrange a separate room for Lin Xian. Lin Xian understood and went straight to Dongfang Shui's room with her. Lin Xian had never entered this room before. To be more precise, Lin Xian had never entered the Dongfang family's room before. Of course, other than these 2 times. Dongfang Shui pushed open the door and looked at the furnishings in the room that were almost exactly the same as in her memories. Many memories flooded her mind. Your room is pretty much what I imagined it to be, Lin Xian said. It was a very simple room. It wasn't very beautiful, nor was it very pink. It was also very similar to her personality. Then, Lin Xian walked in and jumped onto the bed. Soft. Dongfang Shui walked in and touched many things in the room. Then, her gaze fell on a small jar in the corner of the table. Isn't this my gift to you? Lin Xian said. Yes, Dongfang Shui nodded. Lin Xian took a look. There were many things in the room that he could remember. There were many simple little things that he had given Dongfang Shui. There were small roly-polies, small dolls, wind chimes. There were probably only a few dozen yuan. But she accepted all of them very well. I'm going to take a shower. You can sit anywhere you want, Dongfang Shui said, and then hurried to the bathroom. She had been lying there for so long. Although she wasn't dirty, she just wanted to take a shower. Let's go together. Get up. Dongfang Shui blushed slightly, and then hurriedly pushed Lin Xian away. All right, go take a shower. Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Lin Xian then sat on her bed and took out his phone. He hadn't replied to Mu Qingya's message in a long time. He had to reply quickly. Little Qingya, I'm back. It was getting late. Mu Qingya was sitting on the bed cultivating when her phone rang. Then she quickly stopped cultivating and took a look. What's the matter? Huh? Nothing. I mean, did something happen to you? Mu Qingya asked. No, I'm fine now. I'm really sorry. I'll be back in a few days. Mu Qingya sent an okay. Then I'll go cultivate. All right, I won't disturb you. Kiss. Mu Qingya sent a rolling eyes emoji, and then didn't reply. They didn't need to talk too much. The main thing was that Mu Qingya knew that Lin Xian was fine. She just needed to see Lin Xian reply to her. She didn't care what he was doing. Even if he was in her bed right now, it didn't matter. Dongfang Shui walked out in her pajamas and dried her hair. Go take a shower, she said to Lin Xian. Then give me a kiss. Go. Dongfang Shui pushed Lin Xian. Okay, I'll go take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked out in his pajamas. Dongfang Shui was already sitting on the bed, but Xiazhu was also in the room. Ahem. Auntie. Lin Xian was immediately put in an awkward position. Xiazhu glanced at him. I just came to give you 2 cups of milk. Rest early. Auntie won't disturb you anymore. Saying this, Xiazhu closed the door and walked out. What did your mom say? Lin Xian leaned over to Dongfang Shui and asked in confusion. Nothing, she just said some common things. Dongfang Shui was looking at some things on her phone. These were some of the more important things that had happened during her 3 years of hibernation. Lin Xian then snuggled into the bed, and she leaned into Lin Xian's arms. Do you blame me? Lin Xian asked. Dongfang Shui shook her head. Of course she knew what Lin Xian was talking about. Her parents wanted them to get married as soon as possible. But Lin Xian was hesitating. Logically speaking, Lin Xian wouldn't refuse, but she knew that Lin Xian definitely had his reasons. Shui, actually, I already have other girls. Dongfang Shui reached out and covered Lin Xian's mouth with her hand. Tell me those stories again. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Okay. Lin Xian then told her many stories about Sky Blue. Chapter 1633. Dongfang Shui was very engrossed in his stories. These were stories about Lin Xian in the past few years. She was very concerned about them, and she also felt that these stories were all very interesting, especially the people in the stories. They were all very adorable. But how did you come back? Dongfang Shui asked. Dongfang Shui was the only person on earth that Lin Xian had told about these things. Lin Xian was a little worried that these things would reveal the secrets of the heavens. However, It appeared that the two continents were connected, so this shouldn't be considered as revealing the secrets of the heavens. The only thing that could be considered as revealing the secrets of the heavens was his reincarnation. However, Lin Xian had said that he had transmigrated, not that he had reincarnated. These were two completely different concepts. I'm also very confused. At the time, I participated in a martial arts competition, and I won first place in the competition. Dongfang Shue's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian. The top 10 can enter a place called the God's Awakening Door. It's a very powerful place, but it's said that those who come back from there will forget everything that happened in the God's Awakening Door. Therefore, those who came out from there before don't know what's inside the God's Awakening Door. But when I went in, I found that I had returned to Earth. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian. You're saying that it's a passageway between Earth and the heavenly blue planet? That's what it looks like for now, Lin Xian replied. Then can I go in? Lin Xian shook his head. No, I only know that the passageway to this place is the Divine Enlightenment Door. But to go back, the passageway is opened by a mysterious power. From what I've seen so far, it most likely doesn't have that kind of power. So you want to go back? Dongfang Shui asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. He looked at Dongfang Shui and said, This is why I can't marry you. And it's also why I have to tell you this. Lin Xian then lit a cigarette and said, I need to go back, and I have to go back. Not only because I have a lot of things to do there, but also because I only have 3 months on Earth. If I can't get there in 3 months, I will be annihilated by an invisible force. So in order to survive, I have to leave. Dongfang Shui nodded. All right, I understand. Don't tell anyone about this. Dongfang Shui nodded. Then, she thought of something and said, You said if those people go back from here, they will lose their memories of this place, so will you. Lin Xian nodded. Normally, I would think so, but it doesn't matter. Lin Xian hugged her and said, I have memories of you. I won't forget those memories. At most, I'll forget the memories of the 3 months here. This actually did matter. Because Lin Xian wasn't afraid of forgetting Dongfang Shui, but he was afraid of forgetting Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei Lu Qingzhu, and Qi Nijuan. Hence, Lin Xian felt like he had to do something when the time came. How powerful were you there? Lin Xian smiled. You can say that. I was about to break through to the heavenly Dao realm. Dongfang Shui's mouth gaped open. You were that powerful. Lin Xian. It's not that I was powerful. It's just that the average person in that world is more powerful. On Earth, the most powerful cultivators are probably at the Great Void stage at most, right? But there are as many Great Void stage cultivators as there are dogs, and many prodigies have also reached that stage. It must be very dangerous there. Lin Xian nodded. It is very dangerous, but I think it's okay. It's actually dangerous everywhere. After all, it's the same everywhere. On Earth, the average person isn't powerful, but that also means that everyone isn't powerful. Although there are powerful cultivators there, you can also be powerful. Then you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Don't worry. Who would have thought that the poor kid from the past would suddenly become such a powerful figure? Dongfang Shui said with a smile. Then didn't that poor kid from the past also eat swan meat? Lin Xian smiled. Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. By the way, have you heard? Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. Something has happened on Earth. I just came out of Emperor Xian's tomb. Emperor Xian's tomb? Isn't that the tomb of King Zhou of Shang? Dongfang Shui asked. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lin Xian told Dongfang Shui about the current situation on Earth. So that's how it is. Dongfang Shui was secretly shocked. That's right. I'm afraid that Earth won't be peaceful in the future. Even though I've destroyed King Zhou of Shang, there are still so many emperors and ambitious people in history. When all of these people are born, no one knows what Earth will become. Lin Xian said, I'm not worried about anything else. I just feel like I won't be here when the time comes. I don't know what kind of beings you'll be facing, so I'm more worried. Don't worry, there are so many powerful beings on Earth. There won't be any problems. Then you have to promise me one thing. Lin Xian looked at her and said, If we really do encounter any danger, I hope that if you can, you won't appear. At most, you can act as a backup character. Don't take the brunt of the attack. Lin Xian knew this little girl all too well. She appeared to be very gentle and virtuous, but deep down, she was a righteous person. She would do this. What was Lin Xian worried about? Dongfang Shui was too beautiful. Most of those powerful beings were men, and this kind of beauty was very alluring to men. If Dongfang Shui showed too much of her face, Lin Xian would be very worried. I promise you. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Really? Really, I promise. Lin Xian smiled. Alright. Then it's time to get down to business. Clack. Lin Xian turned off the lights. Oi. Dongfang Shui pushed Lin Xian with all her might, and the two of them began to wrestle with one another. Shameless. The two of them were sweating profusely from their tussle, and Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee. I haven't even gotten down to business yet, how am I shameless? You weren't like this in the past. Dongfang Shui pinched Lin Xian. People change all the time. You're becoming more and more shameless. I've discovered that women love bad men. Is that why you're picking up so many girls? Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Hee, no. That's enough. It's time to get down to business. Pervert. Chapter 1634. The night passed by just like that. He had done everything he could. What Dongfang Shui couldn't accept was that Lin Xian had become so bad. The next morning, Dongfang Shui opened her eyes and looked at the sleeping Lin Xian. He wasn't all that handsome, but she liked him. Am I handsome? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Dongfang Shui. Baddie. She punched Lin Xian. Ha. Lin Xian then wrapped his arms around her. Dongfang Shui snuggled into Lin Xian's arms. Tell me, how many girls have you bullied? You're no longer the newbie you used to be. You're a seasoned veteran now. Dongfang Shui pinched Lin Xian's waist as she threatened him. She had only had sex with Lin Xian twice. And this time, it was only the third time. Lin Xian had been a little boy before. But now, he was so skilled that he could not be more skilled. All kinds of skilled positions made her blush, and her heart beat faster. Baddie. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Tell me. No, I really didn't. I don't believe you. Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. But the one I love the most is you. Go to hell, you've gone bad with your sweet talk. Dongfang Shui rolled her eyes again. Hee. Lin Xian smacked his lips against her cheek. What if you're pregnant? Dongfang Shui asked. If you're pregnant, give birth to the baby. Lin Xian chuckled. She bit Lin Xian. It would have been fine if Dongfang Shui hadn't mentioned Lin Xian. But now that she did, Lin Xian missed little Tianny and little Shirshir to death. Actually, I have one more thing to tell you. Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Xian. Actually, I already have a baby. Dongfang Shui. To be honest, she really didn't expect this. Where is it? Can I have a look? But she didn't blame him. On the contrary, she was pleasantly surprised. She must be very happy to have a baby with him. On another continent. What a pity, Dongfang Shui asked. But if you want to, I can show it to you. Lin Xian said. Really? What do you think? Is it a boy or girl? Dongfang Shui hurriedly asked. Girls always had a kind of motherly radiance, especially when it came to cute little babies. They absolutely had no resistance. A boy and a girl, Lin Xian said. Twins? Are you really that lucky? Lin Xian shook his head. No, Dongfang Shui. In just 3 years, you made a girl give birth to 2 children for you? Do you have a conscience? Dongfang Shui criticized. No, it's 2 girls. Dongfang Shui. Scumbag. Lin Xian. To be honest, he had already told Dongfang Shui so many secrets, so Lin Xian felt like he shouldn't hide anything from her. Alright, I don't mean anything by that. Dongfang Shui then said. I want to see pictures. Alright. Lin Xian didn't have pictures, but he had the laws of creation. Lin Xian only had to rely on the laws of creation in his memory to create pictures. Look, the pictures of little Tianny and little Shirshir appeared in the air. Wow! Dongfang Shui couldn't help but let loose a cry of surprise. So beautiful, so adorable. Dongfang Shui exclaimed. To be honest, little Tianyi and little Shirshi's looks were unparalleled. They really are so adorable, and so beautiful. Dongfang Shui was full of praise. Of course they're my babies. Lin Xian said proudly. Come on, it must be because of the girl's looks. With your looks, there's no way you can give birth to such beautiful babies. You've been led astray. When did you learn to insult me? Lin Xian pinched her. Dongfang Shui stared at little Tianyi and little Shirshir. Wow, she really wanted to hug them and rub their cheeks. What are their names? Dongfang Shui asked. The girl's name is Lin Shirshue, and the boy's name is Lin Tianyi. Their names are nice as well. Of course they're my babies, Lin Xian said proudly. I want to see what the girl looks like, Dongfang Shui said. Cough cough, don't bother. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Hurry up. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. All right. Lin Xian then used his memory to create Linglong Shui and Yirinbing's appearances. Dongfang Shui looked at them. So beautiful. She couldn't help but exclaim. Of course. Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui looked on. They really were beautiful. She had really never seen such a beautiful woman. Could a woman be so beautiful to this extent? She was also a beautiful woman, and she had seen many beautiful women. But compared to these two, there was really a huge gap. They really are beautiful, Dongfang Shui said. Lin Xian saw that she seemed to be a little dazed, and he seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Could it be that she felt that they were so beautiful, that she didn't seem as beautiful as she was? Lin Xian then said, Actually, even though they're beautiful, they're a little special. What? Lin Xian then said, They're both from the monster tribe. Monster tribe women? Lin Xian nodded. That's right, they're both from the monster tribe. Monster tribe women are generally very beautiful, and she's from the fox tribe. Fox tribe women are all very beautiful, but in my eyes, you're not inferior to them. You'll definitely be just as beautiful in a couple of years. So, you just think that I'm not as beautiful as them. Lin Xian. Holy fuck. Women. Ahem, Shui-er, you've been led astray. You were never like this in the past. That's because you've become bad. Dongfang Shui mumbled before looking at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why are you looking at me? I'm just wondering, what's so special about you that they're so attracted to you? Lin Xian. She then reached out and pinched Lin Xian. He was still the same. How could a girl like her like him? Most importantly, she even gave birth to his baby. Those who didn't know would think that he was bragging. Handsome. Shameless. Dongfang Shui then took another look. They really were beautiful. Furthermore, apart from their stunning looks, what made her feel that they were very powerful was their auras. They really were very powerful. Their auras are so good. When can I have such auras? Dongfang Shui muttered to herself. Big sister, you have your good points. Don't compare yourself to others. Besides, they're all at the heavenly Tao realm, so it's normal for them to have such auras. Dongfang Shui. They're all at the heavenly Tao realm. How did you manage to woo them? She found it unbelievable. Wasn't he too powerful? Wasn't this Lin Xian a straight man? Chapter 1635. Lin Xian felt like he shouldn't have told her this. Damn women. Lin Xian then said, Let's not talk about this anymore, okay? Lin Xian then erased the image. Then tell me about your story with them. You haven't told me about them before. Wait a minute. Dongfang Shui thought for a moment. Lin Xian had told her about 2 girls before, and now there were 2 more. This meant that he had at least 4 girlfriends in that world. There was definitely more. Wow. Why was he so perverted now? Just how many girlfriends do you have? Big sister, let's not talk about this anymore. I really can't talk about it anymore. Dongfang Shui pouted. You already have a baby, but I haven't said anything yet. Just tell me. I won't say anything. Then tell me, is it a single digit or a 10-digit number? Lin Xian didn't say anything. Dongfang Shui. If it was a single-digit number, he would definitely say a single-digit number. Now that he was silent, it meant that it was a 10-digit number. Gasp. This guy. Wow. Then tell me about them. I just want to know how you managed to get them. Don't worry. I don't have any other intentions, and I won't blame you. Dongfang Shui said in a faint voice. All right. Lin Xian then put his arm around her. Then I'll satisfy your curiosity. Lin Xian then told her some of the stories between them. I really like your world. Dongfang Shui then said. That world might seem more powerful, but it's not necessarily better. In terms of so-called stability, that world isn't a stable place at all. Earth completely crushes that world. But now, Earth might not be as stable as it used to be. The overall standard of that world is very high, and they all have their pros and cons. I don't think that world is better or worse. On the contrary, I actually prefer stability. Even if I could live a slightly more ordinary life, I would still choose to live a more ordinary life. Lin Xian said. That's right. I also like an ordinary life. With a little money, I can do the things I like, and buy the things I like. Dongfang Shui was telling the truth. He couldn't possibly live a hard life, right? Of course, it didn't matter if she lived a hard life with the person she loved. It was just that she wouldn't have the chance to live a hard life. After all, her family had already agreed to be with Lin Xian. You like that world because you like adventure. There may be more opportunities, and a bigger world view in that world. Don't think that I don't know. You usually look gentle and virtuous, but there's a restless heart in your heart. Lin Xian glared at Dongfang Shui. Otherwise, why would Lin Xian remind Dongfang Shui that if a battle were to break out on Earth one day, he hoped that she wouldn't be the first to take part in the battle? This was because Dongfang Shui actually had a ball of fire in her heart. I know. I'll listen to you, Dongfang Shui said in a gentle voice. That's good. Get up. After that, Lin Xian stayed at the Dongfang family for 3 days. During these 3 days, some people in the outside world looked for Lin Xian in a frenzy. Of course, they were Xianyuan Qingtian and Duan Lingxiao. Although the two of them seemed to be working together to kill Lin Xian on the surface, they definitely had their own ulterior motives. For example, they didn't tell each other some special plans. However, they discovered that they couldn't find him. Why did this Lin Xian suddenly seem to have disappeared? Why did he disappear after coming out of Dexian's tomb? They definitely couldn't imagine that Lin Xian was in the Dongfang family right now. Nor could they imagine that Dongfang Shui had already woken up, and that Lin Xian and Dongfang Shui were here lovey-dovey. Duan Lingxiao wasn't in too much of a hurry. After all, he still had a little more than 2 months. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lin Xian in 2 months. No matter how powerful this Lin Xian was, his current cultivation base was only so high. Moreover, according to the same system, they could only raise their cultivation base to the domain realm. He could only rely on himself to slowly raise his cultivation base. He couldn't forcefully raise his cultivation base using system points. Therefore, no matter how powerful Lin Xian was, this was his limit. If 1 heavenly Dao couldn't kill you, then 10 or 100 heavenly Dao should be enough, right? Even if it wasn't stable, he could find some special items and use some special spirit weapons. Then he would have a chance to kill you, right? And now Duan Lingxiao had prepared such a thing. To be more precise, he met someone. When did he meet this person? He met him in Dexian's tomb. After leaving Dexian's tomb, he was poisoned, and that person came out with him. To be precise, he didn't know when this person appeared. He seemed to have some special ability. This ability was a very powerful disguise. How powerful was it? She did not know when this person had appeared, nor did she know when he had killed one of the 2,000 people and disguised himself as her. After that, he had come out with everyone else. Duan Lingxiao didn't know why this person was looking for him. Was it because he was special? In fact, Duan Lingxiao had always thought that he was extraordinary. He did feel that there was something special about him. Most importantly, he came from Heavenly Blue Planet. So in his eyes, the people on Earth were actually inferior. He had always looked down on them. If he could come over with the cultivation base he had on Heavenly Blue Planet, he even felt that he would have dominated this place. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao arrived at a cave on a cliff. In this cave, the woman was sitting there cultivating. She was still using the appearance of the person who had disguised herself. So Duan Lingxiao didn't know what she looked like. However, Duan Lingxiao knew that this was a woman. Why did he have to have some contact with this woman? Actually, it was very simple. This woman was very smart and very powerful. Perhaps Duan Lingxiao felt that he needed this woman to kill Lin Xian. Because her disguise was very powerful, Duan Lingxiao had even thought of a way. That was, if this woman helped him, perhaps she could disguise herself as one of the women around Lin Xian, and then take the opportunity to kill Lin Xian. This was because according to Duan Lingxiao's understanding of Lin Xian, this person was indeed lustful. However, he was lustful, and would not touch just any woman. However, he still felt that using a woman to deal with Lin Xian was definitely a very good way. And it might be very easy. Did you bring the thing? The woman asked. Chapter 1636. Duan Lingxiao did not like the feeling of someone being superior to him. Although it was just a simple sentence, why did he feel that this woman was superior to him? Most importantly, he could not disrespect her because not only did he need her help, but he was also worried that she would suddenly attack him. He was very confident, but after all his realm was still there. Yes, I brought it. Duan Lingxiao then took out a jade bottle. What was this? This was a type of elixir. It was a very high-grade elixir on Earth. He had spent a lot of effort in the past few days to get this elixir from Xianyuan Qingtian. Even the entire Xianyuan family didn't have it. Xianyuan Qingtian had asked someone to exchange for it from Kunlun Mountain. After all, Xianyuan Qingtian owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his life. But Xianyuan Qingtian had never repaid him. Xianyuan Qingtian would feel better after repaying this debt of gratitude. He was not a gentleman, so why should he repay the debt? Because in his opinion, Duan Lingxiao would become his important right-hand man in the future. The effect of this pill was actually to consolidate one's realm. However, there was another effect. For example, if one's realm was originally the Great Void Realm, but was now the Heavenly Venerable Realm, it could help one recover to the peak in the shortest time possible. Give it to me, the woman said. But I hope you can fulfill your promise to me. The woman nodded. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Duan Lingxiao was not sure if she would go back on her word, but he really felt that it was quite difficult to kill Lin Xian. Even if Xianyuan Qingtian was preparing for this, he would not be at ease if he did not do it himself. Moreover, it was related to whether he could survive or not. It was very important. Duan Lingxiao then threw the jade bottle to her. The woman reached out and caught it. Okay, you can go back first. The woman said indifferently. Senior, how long do you need? 3 to 7 days. Okay. Duan Lingxiao nodded, then cupped his fists and walked away. He did not care what this realm would become in the future. Even if he knew where this woman came from, he did not care. After Duan Lingxiao left, the woman opened the jade bottle and took out the pill inside. Ha! She frowned slightly. Just a small recovery pill? If it was just a small revitalizing pill, it wouldn't be of much help to her situation. It had to be a large revitalizing pill. So at this stage, it's already impossible to refine the Great Recovery Pill? She pondered for a moment. After she came out, she also felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this period of time was terrifyingly weak. It should be a relatively declining era. Therefore, she felt that it was reasonable that the Great Recovery Pill could not be taken out. Then she swallowed the pill. A surge of energy began to gather around her body. Shwa! The shadow of a fox tail suddenly appeared behind her. A fox demon. After a long time, she exhaled a mouthful of foul air. Little sister, big sister is here to look for you. Her eyes narrowed and flashed with killing intent. Then she disappeared on the spot. Although he hadn't fully recovered, it was enough. Right now she had something very important to do. A few days later, Lin Xian was ready to leave the Dongfang family. What he had to do next was actually quite simple, and that was to deal with the Xianyuan family, or rather, Xianyuan Qingtian. But no matter what, Lin Xian had to go and see Mu Qingya first. It had been a long time since he went back, and Lin Xian felt that he had no conscience. Well, I'll go back to Jiangnan City first. I'll come and see you in a few days. Go on with your business, Dongfang Shui said softly. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. Give me a kiss. Kiss my ass. Lin Xian smiled and smacked his lips at her. I'm leaving. After that, Lin Xian returned to Jiangnan City. All the major sects and forces knew about some of the things that had happened in Emperor Xian's tomb. Lin Xian had brought them very important news. Now there was still the biggest mystery, and that was, why did those people choose to awaken at this time? This was really something that they couldn't figure out at the moment. Sister, brother-in-law is coming back today. In the Mu family's villa, Mu Qingya was sitting in the room and cultivating. Mu Hao and Zhang Ting, who were their parents, were now in charge of the company. Mu Hao's body was fine, and he had returned to the business world. Mu Qingya, on the other hand, had retired. She had been tired for too long, and now she wanted to focus more on cultivation. She was a strong person. She cultivated not only because she wanted to become stronger, but also because she felt that with some strength, she could help Lin Xian and protect herself and her family. Mu Feifei, just as Lin Xian had expected, when she couldn't cultivate, she couldn't wait to cultivate. She was simply too excited. Indeed, when she first started cultivating, she was very diligent, but now she couldn't take it anymore. It was so boring. Mu Qingya opened her eyes. Did he say that? Yes, brother-in-law said that he couldn't get through to you. Mu Qingya glanced at her phone and found that it had automatically turned off. Well, do you have food at home? Mu Qingya stood up. I think I need to buy some. I'll go buy some food and cook. Mu Qingya hurriedly changed her clothes. Lin Xian's return was very important to her. In the evening, Zhang Ting and Mu Hao hadn't come back yet. They would come back late anyway, and they would have dinner at the company, so they could just eat their own food. Good evening. Qin Yijuan knocked on the door and came here. Qin Yijuan was invited by Mu Qingya, but Mu Qingya originally planned to have dinner and chat with Qin Yijuan tonight, and Lin Xian happened to come back today, so it was really good. Coming, it's almost ready. Mu Qingya came out in an apron with a plate of food. Wow, it's really rare to be able to taste the food made by President Mu. Qin Yijuan teased with a smile. She hadn't changed her clothes and was still wearing her police uniform. She came directly after work. Yes, I rarely get to eat it. Mu Feifei sat on the sofa and played with her phone. Mu Qingya was too busy with work before. Her cooking skills were very good, but she really didn't have much chance to cook. Now she had a lot of time. I didn't have much time before. Mu Qingya said. Now I have time, but I don't see you asking me to go shopping. Qin Yijuan sat down casually and took an apple to eat. Cultivate. I say, Miss Mu, can't you just have some fun while you can? Chapter 1637. Qin Yijuan really admired Mu Qingya. This person wasn't interesting, didn't like to play, didn't like to eat, and didn't like to dress up. Well, which girl didn't like to dress up? The main reason was that she wouldn't put a lot of energy into it, let alone study certain cosmetics brands. She might really only use those few brands in a decade or two. She finally didn't have to work so hard. And now she was cultivating here. Who could stand it? Mu Qingya said. You have to make yourself better to live a better life, right? I'll go. Qin Yijuan gave her a thumbs up. It's mainly because you have the capital to live a better life now. Don't blame me. Mu Qingya poured her a glass of water and said, You, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, also don't enjoy life. Don't you have to go to work every day? To be honest, they were quite similar. They had the capital to live a good life, but they just didn't enjoy it. The only one who enjoyed it, Mu Feifei, sat on the sofa obediently for no reason. I'm enjoying life. Going to work, solving problems for the people, and so on. Isn't that enjoying life? Then I'm also enjoying life when I go to work, right? Mu Qingya said. Okay, I won't argue with you. Have you made braised prawns? I like your braised prawns. Qin Yijuan said. Yes. Nice. Mu Qingya said. Aren't you going to cultivate? Qin Yijuan said. I've already started cultivating, but I won't say that I'll spend all my time on it. It seems a little silly when I think about it before. If I cultivate, I'll become more powerful and have more strength and capital to be a police officer. Now I see it clearly. Even if I can improve a little bit, it's still an improvement, right? Mu Qingya nodded. That's true. Huh? Where's Lin Xian? I haven't seen him for a long time. He went out to work. He'll be back soon. Qin Yijuan nodded. Well, by the way, how far have you two progressed? We've had sex. Mu Feifei hurriedly said. Mu Qingya glared at her, then stuck out her tongue and smiled. To be honest, I never thought that you, Miss Mu, would be defeated by such a shameless person. Qin Yijuan really felt that the world was unpredictable. That's why you said that he's shameless. It's possible that elder sister would lose to a shameless person, Mu Feifei said. Why are you so talkative recently? Mu Qingya glanced at Mu Feifei. She hadn't been so talkative before, but now that Lin Xian was coming back, it was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. I've always been talkative, Mu Feifei muttered. Dong dong dong, Lin Xian knocked on the door. Coming. Mu Feifei jumped up and rushed to open the door. Hello, my little baby, I missed you so much. Lin Xian was about to open his arms and hug Mu Feifei when he suddenly saw Mu Qingya from the corner of his eye. Fuck. Someone was here. Lin Xian heard from Mu Feifei that her parents were not here, so Lin Xian became bold. But Mu Feifei was shocked, and then Lin Xian reacted quickly. He put his arm over her head and walked to Mu Qingya with open arms. It seemed that it was nothing. Mu Feifei patted her chest. Fuck. She was scared to death. Lin Xian hugged Mu Qingya's delicate body. Mu Qingya blushed. If it was only Mu Feifei, it would be fine. But there was Qin Yijuan next to her. Anyway, she couldn't stand to show affection in front of others. This was because of her personality. You smell like smoke. Mu Qingya pushed Lin Xian away. This is called masculinity. Isn't masculinity the smell of sweat? Qin Yijuan took a bite of the apple and said. Then what is femininity? Is it also the smell of sweat? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Go away. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Mu Qingya poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. Sit down and have a rest. I still have a dish to cook. Okay. Lin Xian then sat down beside Qin Yijuan casually. Violent girl, did you miss me? Lin Xian laughed. What's wrong with you? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Yijuan quickly glanced at Mu Qingya in the kitchen and breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck. What's wrong with Lin Xian? He must be crazy. His girlfriend was right next to him. What was he talking about? And even if Mu Qingya couldn't hear it, Mu Feifei did. So, Qin Yijuan had a ghost in her heart. Why would she have a ghost in her heart? Because Lin Xian was brought to the interrogation room by Qin Yijuan, and something happened between the two of them, and it was very, very ambiguous. This made her feel a little guilty, especially when she heard Lin Xian's words. Wow. She felt so bad. Fuck. What's wrong with me? Lin Xian scratched his head. One look and I can tell that you are an old pervert. Feifei, you have to pay attention to him. Although you are Qingya's younger sister, for a pervert like him, he might have some thoughts about his sister-in-law. Qin Yijuan reminded Mu Feifei. Okay. Mu Feifei nodded. In fact, she had already been. What have you been busy with recently? Lin Xian looked at Qin Yijuan and said. Nothing. I'm just working normally. I'm not as busy as you. Qin Yijuan shrugged and said. I'm not busy. Although I'm not at home all day, I'm out traveling and flirting with girls. Oh, do you dare to say this in front of Qingya? Qin Yijuan raised her eyebrows. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed and then said. Let me tell you, in this family I'm the boss. Mu Qingya has to do my laundry and cook for me. If I tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. What's there that I don't dare to say in front of her? I'm the boss. Sister, you're here. Mu Feifei suddenly shouted. Huh. Lin Xian immediately turned his head. There was no one. Haha. Mu Feifei laughed out loud. Humph. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. That's it. Ahem. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. I'm starving. Let's go sit at the table first. At this moment, a figure was slowly approaching from the outside. That's right. The person who came here was the woman that Duan Lingxiao found. However, she didn't come here to help Duan Lingxiao kill someone. She didn't even know who Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill. She came here for her own business. Here it is. The woman sniffed and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a thought-provoking smile. She came here to find someone. Chapter 1638. In the villa, Lin Xian and the others were sitting there and eating dinner. It was so cozy. Initially, Lin Xian wanted to invite Zhang Yang over for a drink. After all, it was such a rare opportunity. Everyone should just treat it as a gathering. However, Zhang Yang was a very ambitious person. He was still working in the middle of the night. The main reason was that he had taken off. His net worth was in the millions. It was estimated that it would not be long before his net worth reached tens of millions. He really cherished this opportunity. He meant to make an appointment tomorrow. There were still a lot of unfinished work in the company today. He had to finish it, or he would feel sorry for them. Lin Xian smiled. It was a good thing. I say, one of you usually practices, and the other usually runs around, and has nothing to do. Are you planning to do this? You two are in a relationship. Don't make the relationship between husband and wife unharmonious. Qin Yijuan said while peeling the shrimp. Mu Qingya ignored Qin Yijuan's husband and wife. But ignoring it did not mean that she was not moved. What husband and wife? They were obviously just boyfriend and girlfriend. Whether they were married or not was still unknown. After Qin Yijuan finished speaking, she dipped the shrimp meat in the soup and was about to eat it. Lin Xian quickly reached out and grabbed the shrimp meat in his hand, then swallowed it in one bite. Qin Yijuan, hey! Qin Yijuan was furious. I say, you women, you have to peel the shrimp to eat. It's so troublesome. Lin Xian said happily. Humph. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Ask your girlfriend to peel it for you. I don't want it. Little Qingya can eat it herself. It's so delicious. I feel sorry for her. You don't have to peel it for me. Lin Xian said. Humph. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. You peel it for me. Qin Yijuan. What are you thinking? Qin Yijuan glared at Lin Xian. Hey. We are friends and I helped you. It's reasonable for you to peel it for me, right? Qin Yijuan glared at Lin Xian. I give up. Qingya, aren't you going to say anything? Mu Qingya glanced at them and said. I'm used to it. Hey, sister-in-law, don't just eat by yourself. Show your filial piety to your brother-in-law. Peel some for me. Bah! Peel it yourself. Don't you have hands? That's how it has to be. We can't let him be so arrogant. Otherwise, he'll probably have a mistress outside. Qin Yijuan said. Cough, cough. Lin Xian and the other two instantly reacted a little too strongly. It can't be. Why are you guys reacting so strongly? Qin Yijuan opened her mouth. Mu Qingya was a little embarrassed. Fuck. Don't tell me you already have a mistress? Yes. It was inevitable for a man to be so rich. The flowers at home were not as fragrant as the wild flowers. Even Qingya, who was so beautiful, was not enough. Bah. Die. No. No. I don't have a mistress. Lin Xian said hurriedly. That's true. Mu Feifei murmured. Did he have a mistress or another girlfriend? Qingya, you have to control him. Mu Qingya nodded. Yes, I know. Damn, men are all the same. If you find out in the future, come to me. I'll help you beat the mistress. I can lead a team. Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly felt something and frowned. Something was wrong. Hey, say something. Qin Yijuan looked at him. Sure, I'm going out. You guys eat. Don't go out. With that, Lin Xian walked out. They looked at each other. What's going on? They felt something was wrong. Because Mu Qingya and the others knew about the martial arts world. And Lin Xian was a very strong martial artist. If it was before, they would be suspicious. But now they were suspicious. Could it be that a martial artist was approaching here? Lin Xian walked out and walked into the group of villas that didn't seem out of the ordinary. When Lin Xian reached a certain spot, he stopped in his tracks. It was getting late, and there weren't many people in the villa. These rich people rarely came out for a walk. There's no need to hide, right? Come out. Lin Xian said lightly. Didn't they say that there aren't many martial artists in this era? Why is there someone here with a high cultivation level? A woman's voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the tree in front of him. A woman was standing on the tree. This era? You just woke up? Lin Xian frowned. Oh, I remember you. She stood there and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. You remember me? Well, you're a very good man. You destroyed Dxian's tomb by yourself. Lin Xian said. You're from Dxian's tomb. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised, but where was she? Why didn't he notice? In fact, it was normal that Lin Xian didn't notice, because Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight didn't look at the crowd. Or rather, he didn't look carefully. It was normal that Lin Xian didn't notice her sneaking into the crowd. It just so happens that killing you can be considered as revenge for the king. But why don't I want to kill you? The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she licked her lips. King. To be honest, this title made Lin Xian quite sensitive. Why? Because normal people called King Zhou of Shang emperor. If they called her king, she might be King Zhou of Shang's woman. Normally, women who might be King Zhou of Shang would be called king. You're King Zhou of Shang's woman? Well, you can say that. Whoosh, then she landed in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian released his eye of spiritual insight. Beautiful. However, Lin Xian suddenly frowned. Why was Lin Xian surprised? Because of her appearance. No wonder I didn't notice you. You've changed your appearance. Oh, you can see through my disguise? She looked at Lin Xian with interest. Why did she talk so much to Lin Xian? First, Lin Xian was a little special. She had seen most of Lin Xian's powerful moves in Dxian's tomb. She felt that this person was not simple, and might be of great help to her. Second, he wasn't very strong. In her eyes, he could control life and death at will, so she wasn't very worried. However, on second thought, even Grand Preceptor Wen had died at his hands, so she was still a little wary. Although she hadn't been there at the time, she'd left a trace of her consciousness there, so she knew what had happened. However, the more important reason was that she wanted this person to be on her side, and not her enemy. To put it simply, in her eyes, Lin Xian was valuable, and he was very valuable. I know why you're here. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1639. This woman gave Lin Xian a very dangerous feeling, but that was not important. The most important thing was this woman's true appearance. Her appearance was exactly the same as Qin Yijuan's. That's right. They were exactly the same. That was very strange. Why would she have the same appearance as Qin Yijuan? But Lin Xian knew that her purpose for coming here was not for him, Lin Xian, but for Qin Yijuan. No matter what, Lin Xian would not let her get close to Qin Yijuan so easily. Lin Xian was not sure if it was a good or bad thing. Oh, tell me about it. The woman's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Xian. There's a woman in the villa who looks exactly like you. You're here to look for her, right? It seems that you can really see through me. Interesting. Follow me. In the future, you'll be above everyone else. How about that? Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed out loud. I say, you people are really interesting. Oh, why do you say that? Each of you is really ambitious. Below one person and above everyone else. If all of you say that, then who is really above everyone else? You. Can you? Lin Xian looked at her. They can't, but I can. Really? I wonder where you get your confidence from. She smiled. Once the entire Deshang was mine. King Zhou of Shang was below me. What do you think? Lin Xian frowned. Deshang was hers. King Zhou of Shang was below her? But King Zhou of Shang was the emperor of Deshang. How could it be? Could it be that King Zhou of Shang was her puppet? Or could it be that she controlled King Zhou of Shang? Could it be that she was the true master of Deshang? Wait. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Sudaji. Where did this femme fatale come from? It was this Sudaji. She had bewitched King Zhou of Shang. The reason why King Zhou of Shang was a tyrant was because a woman named Sudaji had bewitched him. This was a rumor that could not be verified. However, according to this rumor, if Sudaji had bewitched King Zhou of Shang, then Sudaji's control of King Zhou of Shang and the Shang dynasty seemed reasonable. And she was indeed beautiful. Qin Yijuan was truly very beautiful. If she continued to cultivate and improve her seductive temperament, to be honest, she definitely had the capital to bring disaster to all living beings. Then Qin Yijuan. Oh, you know quite a lot. But you might be wrong about one thing. I'm not Sudaji. Lin Xian frowned. Then, She raised her hand to look at Lin Xian and pointed in another direction. In that direction, 3 heads poked out from a room on the second floor. They were Qin Yiyuan, Mu Qingya, and Mu Feifei. They didn't know what was going on. Anyway, they didn't leave the room, so they wondered if they could see something from the window. Then, they came to the window on the second floor and really saw Lin Xian standing there with a woman. At first, they felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Lin Xian was deliberately pretending and was actually secretly dating with the girls here? But thinking about it, this person didn't have to do this, right? Especially Mu Qingya. She felt that since she knew that Lin Xian had more than one girlfriend, he didn't have to do this, right? Moreover, the 2 of them didn't seem to be acting intimately. Seeing the woman pointing at them, the 3 girls quickly retracted their heads. Look, this woman is pointing at us. Maybe she's another woman Lin Xian found outside. But she didn't know that Lin Xian was your girlfriend and was fooled by him. Now she's pointing at you and confronting Lin Xian. I think that's possible. Qin Yiyuan said. I don't think so. Mu Qingya shook her head. Damn. Qin Yiyuan didn't say anything. Lin Xian frowned and looked over. Obviously, this woman was definitely not pointing at Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei, but at Qin Yiyuan, because Qin Yiyuan looked exactly like her. You mean the woman who looks exactly like you is Su Daji? Lin Xian looked at her and said. Yes, and I'm here to kill her. She licked her lips. She's your older sister or younger sister. You want to kill her? Is there a problem? So are you going to help me or stop me? If you help me, I'll give you glory and wealth. If you stop me, I'll make you go down together. The woman was full of confidence. Back then, when Su Daji entered the world, she met King Zhou of Shang and fell in love with Su Daji. After that, Su Daji's older sister, Su Dalin, was the woman in front of Lin Xian now, and they were biological sisters. But for the demon clan, sometimes family was not that important. Not to mention the demon clan. Sometimes even family was not that important to some people of the human clan. Back then, Su Dalin was very ambitious. Her ambition made her realize that King Zhou of Shang actually liked her younger sister. This was a great opportunity for her because it was King Zhou of Shang. With King Zhou of Shang's help, she might have the capital to fulfill her ambitions. Then she killed her younger sister. Why did she kill her? Because only by killing her could she be done once and for all. Otherwise, even if she explained it to her clearly, if she appeared somewhere, the fact that she was pretending to be Su Daji might be exposed. Moreover, she had said it at that time. But Su Daji had tried her best to oppose her ambition. They were on completely different sides. Therefore, she killed Su Daji and became Su Daji, King Zhou of Shang's most beloved concubine. Now that she had awakened, why did she have to kill Su Daji? The current Su Daji was only a reincarnation and did not have the cultivation she once had. After all, she had done this before. If she allowed such a great threat to continue living in this world, it would be a disaster. In for a penny, in for a pound. Moreover, she needed to devour Su Daji's demonic power. Even if she did not have any demonic power now, it was still a great supplement to her. After devouring it, her cultivation could at least return to its peak. As for King Zhou of Shang, she definitely did not like him. Now if King Zhou of Shang died, then so be it. Perhaps this is not important for now. I want to know, why are you in hibernation? Why are you awakening at this time? To Lin Xian, this was already an enemy. But so what if she was an enemy? She had not made a move yet. It was obvious that this woman was very conceited. If he could get this information from her, it would be very important for Lin Xian. Chapter 1640. Su Dalin's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. You brat, are you trying to stall for time or what? Do you think stalling for time is useful? Either you follow me or you die. You choose. Lin Xian smiled and said, looks like you don't know. Trying to goad me? Su Dalin sneered. Childish brat. If that's the case, I won't waste my breath with you. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of energy erupted from her body. The energy that she released caused both her and Lin Xian to disappear from where they stood. Back then, she had devoured that woman. After devouring her, she had obtained an ability. That ability was to obtain that woman's memories. Therefore, although she was once a person, she was now completely familiar with some things in modern society. She also knew about things like surveillance cameras. So she definitely didn't want to be discovered at the moment. Therefore, she released a burst of power and brought Lin Xian into her domain. Well, although she could easily control Lin Xian's life and death, to be honest, she was still afraid of the power Lin Xian had displayed before. She felt that it was better to be careful and get rid of him first. In the darkness, Lin Xian and her stood there facing each other. Lin Xian sensed for a moment. He didn't know the specific effects of this domain, but Lin Xian could sense this woman's realm. Great Void Stage 7 stars. She was indeed very strong. Furthermore, it was definitely not her full cultivation. It was just that she had not fully recovered. However, it was still alright. After all, Lin Xian had killed a 5 stars absolute void stage martial artist. Hence, it was still acceptable that she was now a 7 stars absolute void stage martial artist. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian chuckled. Since you've said it, you should know that I've killed your grand tutor, when who was at the 5 stars of the virtuous void stage. Do you think that you, who is only at the 7 stars of the virtuous void stage, can take advantage of me? Ha ha ha, you're quite confident. Otherwise, why would I dare to come out and look for you? Lin Xian twisted his neck and said, Oh, is that so? Then let me test your strength. But you have to understand that you are now in my domain. Then, her pupils glowed pink. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was her domain, so he had been wary of this domain from the very beginning. Only when the power of the domain erupted did Lin Xian understand that the effect of this domain was to make Lin Xian lose his consciousness. Simply put, he would be charmed by this woman. Once charmed, it was equivalent to losing all ability to move and fight. He was quite strong. But no matter what, her powers belonged to the bewitching category. Even though Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight seemed to be the ability of his eyes, as long as Lin Xian activated it, he wasn't afraid of these fancy effects at all. Therefore, Lin Xian stood there without any clues. He opened his hands and held the Xianyuan sword, and the holy sword in his hands at the same time. Lin Xian could guarantee that he would be fine, but Lin Xian didn't dare to say that he could kill her. Previously, Lin Xian relied purely on poison to kill Grand Preceptor 1. Now Lin Xian didn't have this poison, so he didn't have the capital to kill this woman. But now no matter what, Lin Xian must solve this matter. If he couldn't, then whether it was himself, Qin Yijuan, or anyone else, they might be in danger. Xianyuan sword. Su Delin's eyes looked at the sword in Lin Xian's hand. At that time, she also saw it with her divine sense, but she wasn't sure. But now she was sure. This must be the Xianyuan sword. She felt that it was a little ridiculous. Why would such a divine weapon fall into the hands of a brat? She felt that it was a little unbelievable. But she wanted it. This was definitely the top power in this world. It didn't seem strong. But that was because he might not even have released 1/10,000th of the Xianyuan sword's power. To be honest, after confirming that it was the Xianyuan sword in his hand, she didn't dare to make a move at that moment. Because if the Xianyuan sword erupted with a powerful force, she wouldn't even know how she died. But according to the previous situation, although he held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he shouldn't have the capital to release the true power of the Xianyuan sword. Right? It should be that the seal on the Xianyuan sword hadn't been completely removed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the capital to hold the Xianyuan sword as a domain realm cultivator. And now, the most important thing was that he was actually fine. He was in her domain, so why was he fine? As expected of a magical brat. To be able to live peacefully in my domain. Su Delin's beautiful eyes narrowed. So, do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian said indifferently. Do you think that with the Xianyuan sword in your hand, you're a match for me? Do you think that Grand Preceptor 1 is on the same level as me? Then, the shadow of a fox's tail appeared behind her. To be honest, I don't really want to make a move on you. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He couldn't really control the Xianyuan sword. And the specific reason might be that his cultivation level wasn't high enough. He really couldn't do anything to this woman. But Lin Xian still had the system. there were still things in the system that could be exchanged. For example, this Lin Xian definitely wouldn't force a fight with her, because Lin Xian wouldn't gain anything from it. If he could avoid a fight, naturally he would do so. If he couldn't, then he could only use other methods. Lin Xian originally wanted to scare her, but he didn't manage to do so. So he could only use this. Oh, she sneered, and at the same time, her voice sounded. Do you mean that even if you make a move, it'll still be useful? To be honest, she didn't really want to kill the person in front of her, because he was indeed very special. But now, the Xianyuan sword in Lin Xian's hand was very tempting to her. So, if Lin Xian didn't surrender, then she could only kill him. Well, you can try. Pretentious. Then, Su Dalin's strength erupted as she charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out something in his hand. Su Dalin saw it, but she didn't know what it was. She was careful that it was the poison that killed Grand Preceptor One. However, Lin Xian didn't have that poison, so he couldn't exchange it. He could only exchange it once. And this time, Lin Xian exchanged for Power Seal. That's right. To put it simply, after Lin Xian exchanged for this item, as long as her cultivation level was below the Heavenly Dao realm, then Lin Xian could seal her cultivation level, turning her into an ordinary person. As for the time, it could take 3 days or even longer. It was still very useful, and it was worth using now. Chapter 1641. Plop. Su Dalin's body fell to the ground in midair. She rolled twice on the ground, then quickly stood up. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xian dumbfounded. At the same time, they had already come out of Su Dalin's domain and stood on the passage in the villa complex. Su Dalin tried again. Where was her spiritual power? Why couldn't she use her own spiritual power? Her cultivation was still there, but she had no spiritual power. What did you do? Her face had completely changed. She couldn't imagine why. Her worldview had collapsed. This was completely beyond her understanding. Say, even if you have some ability to seal her power, you should at least make her fall for it, right? For example, a poisonous needle, or something she ate, or the power of a spiritual weapon. But you didn't. She saw Lin Xian take out something she didn't know, but he didn't release any power. She suddenly lost her power. Lin Xian slowly walked over. Can we talk now? With that, Lin Xian dragged her to a place where there was no one. Then, he released his spatial power and brought her to an absolutely desolate place. Su Dalin was doubting her life. She sat on the ground dumbfounded. Patter. Lin Xian sat on a rock in front of her, then crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. In the middle of the night, the flame of the cigarette shone on Lin Xian's face. Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. Don't think about why. Lin Xian took a puff then said, you should think about what you can do to survive. If I want to kill you, it's just a matter of using my hands. You should know that. So if you can be obedient, maybe I won't kill you. I believe you cherish your life more than anyone else. Su Dalin sat there and looked at Lin Xian. She lost. She definitely didn't expect this. She didn't underestimate this person anymore, but why? She was really doubting her life now. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to compromise. Damn it. She was convinced. What's going on? Was this person too special? Or were there a lot of such people in this era? I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a little brat. Su Dalin laughed self-mockingly. But as for whether she was mocking herself or putting on an act to show her weakness to Lin Xian, only she knew. And Lin Xian definitely wouldn't let his guard down just because of her. For such a person, even if her spiritual power was sealed, she might still have the power to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian still maintained a certain distance from her. Give that to me. Lin Xian pointed at the spatial ring on her finger. Su Dalin was a smart woman. She took it off and threw it to Lin Xian. Shwa. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from the spot. Because behind the spatial ring, Su Dalin threw out a silver needle. Lin Xian was already mentally prepared and easily dodged it. Su Dalin failed. She was completely out of options now. Lin Xian stood not far from her. He reached out, and the spatial ring fell into his hand. I advise you to stop doing this kind of thing. Do you think that I won't kill you because you're valuable to me? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Then, he flashed in front of her and reached out to grab her neck, lifting her up. Awesome. Previously, this woman had the upper hand, but now it was his turn. But Lin Xian felt terrible. She looked exactly the same as Qin Yijuan. How was Lin Xian supposed to defend her? Lin Xian was soft-hearted, so he felt that it was best not to kill Lin Xian. But he had no choice. Lin Xian could only kill him. Then, Lin Xian threw her aside and took a puff of his cigarette. Su Delin had accepted her fate. How can I survive? Su Delin asked. Lin Xian laughed. Survive? I said it depends on whether you're obedient or not. Originally, you had a 50% chance of surviving, but because you attacked me, it's probably only 10% now. Then there's still hope, right? Then can you return my cultivation base to me? I promise you that I won't touch you. That won't do. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Su Delin stood up and looked at Lin Xian. This woman was very dangerous. Lin Xian didn't dare to face her lightly. Now you can answer my question. Tell me about your relationship with Su Daiji. Su Delin stood there and told Lin Xian many stories. You're really ruthless. You even killed your own sister. If the first time isn't enough, you're going to kill her a second time. Su Delin laughed and said, What can I do? For the demon race, there's not much demand in this aspect. Moreover, if I don't kill her, what will I do when my sister grows up and awakens? Is that the only reason? That's really the only reason. My sister's talent and strength are much stronger than mine. For the demon race, her lifespan is so long. If I don't kill her, the wildfire won't burn her out. She'll be reborn when the spring breeze blows. Then the one who dies will be me, right? Lin Xian tapped his chin lightly. So why didn't you think of this when you attacked and killed your sister? With your meticulousness, you should have thought of this, but you still let her reincarnate. Lin Xian looked at her. Su Delin paused, then smiled and said, It's nothing. I just forgot. After all, it's the first time I did such a thing. I killed my own sister. Isn't it normal that I didn't think about it so thoroughly? For example, this time, I had to destroy her spirit. Is that so? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. That's quite ruthless. Then, there's a question that I'm very concerned about. Other than the people of the Shang dynasty, many other dynasties, and even some people who are thousands of years away from you, chose to awaken at this time. So, what exactly made you wake up at this time when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is weak? You can tell me this, right? Of course, you can choose not to tell me. Then you'll definitely die. If you tell me, maybe you can still live. Of course, I'm just saying maybe, Lin Xian said as he smoked. About this, Su Delin furrowed her brows. Why? You can't tell me? It's not that I can't tell you. I'm just thinking about how to make you believe me, Su Delin said. Chapter 1642. Lin Xian looked at Su Delin. You don't have to think about what to say. You just have to speak the truth. Su Delin pondered for a moment before saying, Actually, this all originated from a legend. Legend? Don't talk nonsense with me. So many of you will seal yourselves for a legend? What a joke. Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Xian snorted. Su Delin pondered for a moment before continuing. Perhaps it's a legend, but it's a legend that has been completely verified. Therefore, rather than a legend, you can also call it the truth. What legend? Lin Xian asked. Legend has it that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this era will reach an unimaginable low. In other words, this era will be the most barren era for warriors. Oh, then why did you all come out in this era? Su Delin said. I'm not done yet. Although that's the case, after this era, the continent will experience an unprecedented era of prosperity. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this era will far surpass that of the era of the gods. The era of the gods gave birth to descendants such as Nuwa, Pangu and other powerful beings. After that, it was our era. The strongest aura was Jiangxia, Neza, and the others. They were also considered powerful beings, but compared to Nuwa and Pangu, they were still lacking. Therefore you say, She looked at Lin Xian and said, "Back in our era, the strongest was nothing more than this. However, this era will reach a level of prosperity that was never seen in the eras of Pangu and Nuwa. In this era, we have the opportunity to become almighty beings. We have already reached the heavenly path realm. After awakening and recovering our cultivation, we will be able to seize this opportunity when the time comes." Lin Xian frowned. Holy shit, there was such a thing. Although the special method of hibernation is dangerous, because you may even die during the hibernation, and you won't even know who killed you. However, there is no passage of time during this period. For the heavenly Tao, one's lifespan is only a few thousand years. Even if I'm from the demon clan, so many years have already passed. Even if I can live until the arrival of this era, I don't have that much time to reach that realm. Therefore, I can only hibernate together. Those people you mentioned in the last 1,000 years must have heard about this matter. So those with the ability naturally chose to seal themselves and hibernate, waiting for the arrival of this era. The truth. Su Dalin laughed and said, "Even if it's false, what's the point of saying it to you? What's in it for me?" Lin Xian lit another cigarette. "How much longer?" "According to legend, half a year." Lin Xian. "So in half a year, all the demons and experts will appear." "That's right. When that time comes, this world will no longer be like this. It will be a world where humans, demons, and even all sorts of evil will coexist. Peace will no longer exist. Therefore, I'm reminding you that before this era arrives, if you have the ability, unify this place. When the era arrives, you will be the person in charge here. You will also be in charge of the most treasures and heaven-earth spiritual items. You are also the most likely to have the qualifications to reach that realm. Therefore, follow me and I'll promise you a future." Lin Xian laughed and said, "I say, you are really interesting. I can easily control your life and death, but you still want me to follow you." Su Dalin laughed and said, "You can't possibly ask me to follow you, right? Wouldn't that be a joke?" "Yeah," Lin Xian stroked his chin and said, "I think it's feasible." Su Dalin frowned. "Your words have earned you a chance to live. Follow me and be my underling, and I will spare your life. If you are obedient, I won't forget about you if there are any benefits in the future." Su Dalin's beautiful eyes narrowed. "You are not qualified." Whoosh, a bolt of lightning struck her. "In terms of strength, I may not be as good as you, but that's not important. What's important is, which one will you choose?" Su Dalin stood up and patted the dust off her body. Then, "It seems that I can only choose the latter." Lin Xian laughed and said, "No one will go against their own life, unless they don't want to live. However, you have a ticking time bomb by your side. Aren't you worried? Therefore, I suggest that you release the seal, and I won't be calculative with you." Lin Xian laughed. "I say, you are really interesting. However, you don't have to worry about whether I am afraid or not. You are a ticking time bomb by my side." Bang! An alchemy cauldron landed in front of them. "What are you doing?" Lin Xian then released a spatial seal to seal her in place. "Refining pills." Half an hour later, a bolt of lightning struck and Lin Xian finished refining the pill. Su Dalin watched him refine the pill. She also knew that the pill he refined was definitely not simple. After all, it attracted a bolt of lightning, so it must be a relatively powerful pill. The lid of the alchemy cauldron opened, and a burst of poisonous energy burst out. Lin Xian took out a pill from inside and walked toward Su Dalin. "Eat it." Lin Xian handed it over. "What is this?" "Something that will make you obedient." "You want me to be your puppet? Then I would rather die." Lin Xian laughed and said, No, you won't be a puppet. Don't worry, it will only make you obedient." After speaking, Lin Xian pinched her mouth and fed her the poisonous pill. Cough cough. Su Dalin coughed a few times. She was convinced. She never expected that she, who was so good at strategizing, would be defeated by a brat. Once the entire Great Shang was hers, but now, you can forget about finding a way to detoxify this poisonous pill. I'm sure you've seen how my poison can seal your power. The effect of the poisonous pill is very simple. You'll be fine normally, but as long as you have crooked thoughts about me and plot against me, then you'll suffer. Is that so? Su Dalin did not believe it. She then She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then her entire body was in unbearable pain. It was true. It was over. Lin Xian laughed and said, "What? You still want to try? Then you can try again." Su Dalin laughed bitterly. "What do you want me to do? I never wanted you to do anything. I just wanted to make you less threatening. Oh right, this poisonous pill has another effect. It can be considered a mother and child pill. If I die, you'll die too." Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Su Dalin's pupil shrank. Chapter 1643. Su Dalin really had no other choice. She was really cured. "Then can you return my cultivation to me now?" Su Dalin asked. I don't really want to right now. It depends on your performance." "Oh right, you have a mission from now on." Su Dalin. "I'm sure you know the 3 girls in the villa, including your sister." Su Dalin frowned. "Protect them well. You want me to protect a few people? Who do you think I am? The entire Deshang used to belong to me. You want me to protect a few useless people? You haven't gotten used to your current identity yet. You're now a prisoner." Lin Xian. Su Dalin was speechless for a moment. Actually, Lin Xian was quite assured of her. Why? To a very ambitious person, life was even more precious. She definitely wouldn't fight to the death with him. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't intend to treat her badly, unless she was disobedient. "All right," Su Dalin said. "As for your sister, what are your plans?" Lin Xian asked. "Didn't you say so? Protect her well. You're worth teaching." Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Don't worry. There are too many ways to deal with your sister. It's normal for her to awaken her memories. Just pretend that you're very close to her. You don't need me to teach you this, right? Then when can you return my cultivation to me?" "In a few days." "All right. Now, I'll show you why I'm confident that you can follow me," Lin Xian said. Then Lin Xian took out a pill. "What's this? How long will it take for your cultivation to recover to the heavenly Tao?" "I need a recover pill. If you don't have one, you can just devour my sister." Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian threw the pill to her. "When the time comes, I'll help you refine the great recovery pill. When you consume it at the heavenly Tao realm, you will be able to raise your cultivation by 2 realms. As for whether it's real or fake, you should be able to sense the spiritual energies in the pill. Besides, there's no need for me to lie to you. You have already consumed the poison, so there's no need for me to do anything else." Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. "Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? If I was afraid of that, do you think I would give you this?" Su Dalin pondered for a moment. To be honest, although this person's realm was ordinary, the things he took out really surprised her. Moreover, the Xian Yuan sword was also in his hand. This person really didn't seem to be so simple. "Then when are you going to refine it for me?" "We'll talk about it when you become obedient." Su Dalin nodded. "Okay, no problem." Now that she thought about it, she didn't seem to have lost anything. Instead, she could use him to break through. If she didn't have this pill, even if she recovered to her peak, to the demon race, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years for her to reach the 2-star realm. However, because of this pill, she was still very excited. Of course, the prerequisite was that this pill was real. However, what Lin Xian said also made a lot of sense. Moreover, she could feel the terrifying spiritual energy and medicinal power from this pill. She felt that it was real. No matter what, this pill was definitely not an ordinary pill. Moreover, it was definitely not a poisonous pill. It was very easy to distinguish between a poisonous pill and an ordinary pill. She would first find an opportunity to see if she could cure herself of the poison. Once her poison was cured, she would have nothing to worry about. It wasn't that she couldn't accept living under someone else's roof. After all, although she used to control the Great Shang dynasty, she had always relied on King Zhou. In fact, she was already used to it. She only needed this real power. No, but this time, she didn't only want real power. She wanted everything. "Let's go back and meet them." "Are you sure? You'll be living there in the future. What's there to not be sure about?" Lin Xian said. Lin Xian didn't plan to let her live in a secret place. They would live together. He believed that with the kindness of those girls, she would slowly be infected. Moreover, Lin Xian was confident that she wouldn't betray him. In fact, your own pill just now had subdued her. Moreover, although this woman was ruthless and unscrupulous, Lin Xian could still see that she had a normal human nature. She wouldn't go so far as to say that she had lost her humanity. Why? Yes, although she killed her sister, she didn't destroy her soul. The so-called forgetting should be an excuse. She did it on purpose. Although her sister died in that life, her sister could reincarnate and start a new life. Perhaps from a human's point of view, this matter was still cruel. However, from the point of view of a top cultivator, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she wasn't really dead. In fact, this wasn't a big deal. Alright. Then Lin Xian released the power of space and left with Su Delin. Sister, what do you think Lin Xian is doing? Don't tell me he went to have sex? Mu Feifei sat there and rested her chin on her hand. Qin Yijuan. Mu Qingya. This Mu Feifei was really something. Every time she spoke, she could kill them. I don't know. I hope he's fine. She hadn't come back for so long. To be honest, she was really worried. Click. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Hey. The three girls hurried over. What happened? What happened? They asked hurriedly. There's something more important. Lin Xian. What? It's about you. Lin Xian looked at Qin Yijuan. Me. Qin Yijuan frowned. Do you believe in reincarnation? Because they were already martial artists, there were some things that didn't need to be said. Moreover, according to Su Delin, in half a year, the earth would have a different appearance, and even the spiritual power of heaven and earth would reach an unimaginable level. The entire earth would know a lot of things, and their worldview would change. They just knew it in advance. Reincarnation is rebirth? Is it true? This can't be true, right? Lin Xian nodded. It's true. And then, Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian. You have a sister. Qin Yijuan. She was your sister many years ago. Of course, she can be said to be your sister now. She didn't reincarnate, but you did. Now she's here to look for you. I'm afraid you can't accept it, so I'm telling you in advance. Don't ask too much about your previous life, and you don't need to know. You just need to know that she was your sister in your previous life. The three girls, their heads were buzzing. What? What was this? Were they shooting a movie? Chapter 1644. Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian dumbfoundedly. Hey, if you're possessed or controlled by someone, blink 3 times. Qin Yijuan touched Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian. Sister, I'm serious. But, isn't what you said a little too fantastical? You've already come into contact with cultivation, and know about the existence of many things. Why, you don't believe this? It's not that I don't believe it. I just feel that it's unimaginable. Qin Yijuan shook her head and said, yes, for a normal person, when you know that there are people in this world who cultivate, your worldview will collapse. But fortunately, this is at least something you can imagine. But reincarnation, although it has been shown in many TV shows, when it really appears in front of you, it's really hard to accept. Especially when someone tells you that you've died before, and now you're reincarnated. You have an older sister from your previous life, and now she's coming to find you. Fuck. Who can withstand this? So I'm telling you in advance, so that you can be mentally prepared. Qin Yijuan nodded. The 2 girls beside her were also stunned when they heard this. Then where is she? Qin Yijuan asked. Come in. Lin Xian said, and then Su Delin swayed her body and walked in. What the fuck? Mu Feifei's mouth was wide open. What? Who can withstand this? It's exactly the same. It's really exactly the same, only the hairstyle is different. But this sister's hairstyle doesn't cover her face, so you can tell at a glance that it's exactly the same. Aren't they fucking twins? Because they were very familiar with Qin Yijuan. When they saw Su Delin, it was really too familiar. Qin Yijuan was also dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the ground. What the fuck? She was dumbfounded. Okay. It's okay that she had an older sister in her previous life. And it's okay that this older sister came to find her. But why does she look exactly the same as her? If her parents knew about this, Wouldn't they go crazy? What? Mu Feifei moved closer to Su Dalin, then reached out and poked Su Dalin's face. So tender, it's a real person. Aren't you a fool? If this isn't a real person, then what is? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Su Dalin was very unhappy, but she still had to smile. Bastard. How dare a lowly human poke him in the face? Bastard. Let me see if you're in disguise. What if you're lying? Big sister, what good does it do for me to lie? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. That's true. Qin Yijuan was dumbfounded. What the hell? She, why does she look like me? She knew her own appearance all too well. Now that a woman who looked like her had appeared out of nowhere, she was completely dumbfounded. But this woman's age, she just looked like she was a few years older than her. She might be in her mid-20s, but she looked exactly the same. Because you were twins at that time, and the reincarnation of a person will not change their appearance, so you are the same. Lin Xian said. So that's how it is. Qin Yijuan looked at Su Dalin. Hello, my name is Su Dalin. Su Dalin? Wow. What a beautiful name. Do you know Su Daji? Mu Feifei asked casually as a joke. Aha, I know her. Su Dalin's lips curled up slightly. Big sister, you're lying. What do you want to drink? Wine. Su Dalin said. Then I'll get it for you. Big sister, take a seat. We're just having dinner. Let's eat together. Mu Qingyao also nodded. Big sister. Senior, please take a seat. Lin Xian held back his laughter. This Mu Qingyao was really interesting. Su Dalin sat down and looked at the food on the table, frowning slightly. Is this the food you have now? Then she picked up her chopsticks. She was very outgoing and directly treated this place as her home. Because there were a lot of seasonings now, the food they made must be 100 times more delicious than at that time. Then she casually took a bite, and her beautiful eyes lit up. To be honest, this surprised her. Well, yes. Mu Feifei then took a bottle of red wine and walked over. Qin Yijuan sat there and kept looking at Su Dalin. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Su Dalin nodded in satisfaction, and then continued to eat the food. Hey big sister, did you come here just to eat? Don't you have anything to say? Lin Xian said. Su Dalin paused and then looked at Qin Yijuan. Qin Yijuan hurriedly sat down. She really didn't know what to say. I'll teach you cultivation in the future, Su Dalin said to Qin Yijuan. Ah, okay. Qin Yijuan nodded. Big sister Su, which era are you from? Mu Feifei asked. Shang. Wow, Mu Feifei exclaimed. That's a long time. Then you must be super powerful. They couldn't help being surprised. Well, I'm just average. Hearing this, Su Dalin was a little embarrassed. Originally, she wanted to say that she was quite powerful, but with Lin Xian sitting next to her, she felt that she still couldn't say that. Sorry. Damn. She was cured by a little kid in her 20s. What confidence did she have to say that she was powerful? Then what big sister said might be true. Su Daji is also from the Shang dynasty. Since big sister is a powerhouse from the Shang dynasty, then you really know each other. By the way, why do you have the same name? Because Su Daji is Lin Xian quickly interrupted and said. Because at that time, there were many people with this name, and many were also called Su Daji. Then Lin Xian secretly glared at her. Su Dalin shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything. Well, okay. If Su Dalin said it out loud, wouldn't she know that Qin Yijuan was Su Daji? So that's how it is. Then sister, is Su Daji very beautiful? Just like the legend, she could charm King Zhou of Shang alone. She's the kind of femme fatale. Mu Feifei was very outgoing and talkative. Well, of course. Wow. Mu Qingyao looked at Su Dalin and asked, Senior, did you wake up from a deep sleep? Just like those people? Well, yes. Mu Qingyao glanced at Lin Xian. It was just as he said. If that was the case, all the experts of the Shang dynasty would wake up from their deep slumber. Maybe Qin Shi Huang or something. Oh my god. What would Earth be like then? Wasn't it too scary? But inexplicably, she was looking forward to the appearance of those people to change some things on Earth. Maybe it was too peaceful now, but she was afraid that it would be very dangerous. Chapter 1645. The few of them chatted and chatted, but Qin Yijuan was the one who spoke the least. Now she was doubting her life. She was still in a daze. Your sister is here. Why don't you say more to her? Lin Xian asked. Well, let her calm down a little. Su Delin glanced at her dear sister, and said with a smile. She appeared to be very kind. No one would have thought that she had killed Qin Yijuan with her own hands. Now she paid more attention to the various delicacies on the table that she had never eaten before. They were really delicious. This was the most meaningful thing since she woke up. Sister, is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll make more for you. Mu Feifei looked at Su Delin and said. Su Delin paused and then wiped her mouth. Well, it's enough. Qin Yijuan then said. Then, how did I die in the past? You, Lin Xian said. Didn't we agree that you're not allowed to ask about the past? No matter what, it was in the past or even thousands of years ago. Even if you know, what's the point? Qin Yijuan thought for a moment and then nodded. I know. Lin Xian's words were very reasonable. By the way, where will Sister Su live in the future? Mu Feifei asked. Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said. Yes, where will she live? At first Lin Xian thought too simply. Because think about it. The Mu family and the Qin family had a good relationship. They also knew Qin Yijuan, so they couldn't let Su Delin live in this villa, right? They couldn't let Su Delin live in the Qin family either. If the Qin family found out that there was a girl who looked exactly like their daughter, wouldn't they be scared to death? Then how would Su Delin live? Would she have to disguise herself all the time? It would be inconvenient. Will she live in Sister Qin's house? Mu Feifei said. No, she'll die. Qin Yijuan quickly shook her head and said. Damn. This was absolutely not okay. Whatever. Su Delin glanced at Lin Xian. See, you're in trouble now, aren't you? Therefore, you should just let me leave. This was the meaning behind Su Delin's gaze. Lin Xian expressed that this was a small matter. If it doesn't work, we can get a villa next door and let her live there. But why do you have to stay here? Shouldn't she live closer to Sister Qin? Mu Feifei said. Are you stupid? She looks the same as Qin Yijuan. If Qin Yijuan's parents find out, it'll be another troublesome matter. So it's okay to live here. Your parents are usually at the company. If they have nothing to do, they can often come here. If they can't, they can just disguise themselves a little. Lin Xian. Su Delin shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian and Su Delin strangely. What did he mean by Lin Xian could do whatever he wanted? Why do I feel like there's more to this than meets the eye? That's it then. Xiao Qingya, get a house next door. Do you have one next door? There's one next door. Then get one and let her live there. If you have nothing to do, you can gather there and cultivate. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. Okay, that's all for now. I have to go do something. You guys chat. With that, Lin Xian walked away. The girls then started chatting. Lin Xian wanted them to get along well. In this way, Lin Xian felt that with their character, they should be able to slowly influence Su Delin. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was crying. Fuck. Where's that woman? Why is she gone? Didn't she say that she would be in this cave? Why is she gone? Fuck. These experts were all shameless. They had already agreed, yet they ran away. How shameless. They even lied to a junior. However, she said that she would take about a week, so she might come back in a week? What does she need to do now? It's possible. Duan Lingxiao pondered. No, I have to do something during this time. Then, Duan Lingxiao quickly left and went to find Xianyuan Qingtian. At this moment, Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking about something when Duan Lingxiao walked over. Lingxiao, you're just in time. Xianyuan Qingtian stood up. Brother Xianyuan, do you have a plan? Well, Lin Xian has returned to Jiangnan City. He's currently in the villa of the Mu Group's CEO. This is his base, so it's time to act. Originally, Xianyuan Qingtian would not tell Duan Lingxiao about this. And Duan Lingxiao did not want to tell Xianyuan Qingtian that he had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, Xianyuan Qingtian overheard Duan Lingxiao's call to the assassin last time. So he knew that Duan Lingxiao had lied to him before. They were not friends, and they were even enemies. Duan Lingxiao's explanation was that what he said before was true, but he had some friction with Lin Xian, so they were also enemies. However, they might be aware of their relationship, but on the surface, they could still get along as if they knew each other. Previously, he had secretly sent an assassin to kill Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian felt that the relationship between Duan Lingxiao and Lin Xian was very similar to his relationship with Lin Xian. However, this did not cause him to distrust Duan Lingxiao. Instead, he trusted Duan Lingxiao even more. He even felt that the two of them were fated to be together. Do you want to act now? Duan Lingxiao asked. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. That's right. I've already sent people. This time, it's 5 heavenly venerables, and there's even a 9-star heavenly venerables. I don't believe that experts of this level can't kill a person. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He did not know about the news of Dongfang Shui waking up. To be precise, other than Dongfang Bai and the others, no one in the Dongfang family knew. Heavenly venerables. Duan Lingxiao pondered for a moment and said, the heavenly venerables might not be enough. What? The heavenly venerables are not enough? Are you kidding? Lin Xian is in the domain realm, and only has a 2-star cultivation base. It's ridiculous that even a 9-star heavenly venerables is not enough. The difference between the domain realm and the heavenly venerables is not like the difference between the law realm and the domain realm. Xianyuan Qingtian said. This was the strongest that he could invite. Any stronger than that, the great virtual realm cultivator. To be honest, he only knew that the Xianyuan family had a great void realm expert, but it was impossible for them to act for him. He thought about it for a while, but it seemed that he really could not find any other great void realm experts. Duan Lingxiao felt that it was really not enough. As for the reason, he could not give it. It might be the system. He had the system. Only the system could deal with the system. Big brother Xianyuan, give this to them. Duan Lingxiao took out something. Chapter 1646. Only the system could defeat the system. Although Duan Lingxiao knew that the things they exchanged in the system might be different, he also knew that because of the system, Lin Xian definitely had something that could save his life. That woman might not be reliable. Now, Xianyuan Qingtian had used such a large number of experts to assassinate Lin Xian. If it was combined with the things in his system, there would be a chance of success. Without the things in his system, Duan Lingxiao felt that Lin Xian would definitely be fine. What is this? Xianyuan Qingtian asked. Duan Lingxiao said, this is a very powerful thing. Its effect is very simple. As long as you use it on a target in your line of sight, you only need to think about the target in your mind. Then, your spiritual power will be sealed, and you won't be able to use any spiritual power for a few days. What? There's such a thing? Xianyuan Qingtian looked at the thing in his hand dumbfounded. He could understand sealing a person's spiritual power. This was a very normal power. However, what shocked him was not this, but the method of using it. As long as it was a target in his line of sight, he only needed to think about the target in his mind, and it would be directly used on him? What was the principle behind this? This went against all the theoretical principles. Yes, it did go against all the principles. However, because this was something in the system, there was no need to explain it. However, Duan Lingxiao would definitely not tell Xianyuan Qingtian that he had the system. What the hell is this? Duan Lingxiao said. I got this from DXIan's tomb. I don't know what it is exactly, but the effect is indeed like this. At that time, I was also very surprised by the existence of this thing. But I am sure that this thing is definitely real. That Lin Xian is definitely not simple. If you really want to kill him, it's best to use this. Xianyuan Qingtian pondered for a moment. Well, okay, I'll believe you this time. The main reason was that he had the same goal as Duan Lingxiao. He believed that if Duan Lingxiao really wanted to kill Lin Xian, he would definitely do his best. Okay. As for Lin Xian, he was already prepared for this. Why did he say that? This was because Lin Xian knew that Lin Xian would definitely want to seize the opportunity to kill him here on Earth. Moreover, he had the system, so he would definitely seize the opportunity. Moreover, there was also Xianyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian was already prepared. He had even prepared a special item to fight against the system. This was also why Lin Xian didn't really want to kill Su Delin. Fuck. Lin Xian still needed a top-notch fighter in the virtuous realm. Tonight, Su Delin and Qin Yijuan went out to stay in a hotel. Lin Xian was still quite at ease. For an ambitious woman, she wouldn't go against her own life. Moreover, Lin Xian was actually very kind to her. He believed that she should be clear about it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Su Delin really didn't want to do anything. Now, the person she was most unhappy with was Lin Xian. It had nothing to do with other women. As for the past, she did kill her sister. However, she did deliberately not destroy her sister's soul, and even helped her reincarnate. If there was no help, there was a 99% chance that she would not be able to reincarnate. She had to bring her sister to a place. She brought her sister to that place, and helped her reincarnate. If you said that she was cruel, then she was indeed very cruel. However, she deliberately did not destroy her sister's soul. Anyway, it was not easy to say. Who is that person? In the room, Lin Xian took a shower, and then got into bed. Mu Qingya asked curiously. Didn't I say it? It's Qin Yijuan's sister. She's a twin. I mean, she said that she was from the Shang dynasty. Then what is her identity? What is Yijuan's identity? I'm quite curious. Mu Qingya said. Okay. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I'm not telling you. Then I won't tell you. Mu Qingya then got into bed and turned her back to Lin Xian. Hey, you can't do this. If I don't tell you, you'll turn your back to me. What? Are you going to threaten me and not have sex with me? Mu Qingya. You're crazy. Haha. Lin Xian then hugged her from behind. Qingya, I missed you so much. Absolutely not. Mu Qingya said. You probably have a lot of women outside, and there are other girls following you. Would you miss me? Mu Qingya absolutely did not believe him. Really? Have a rest. Mu Qingya did not want to talk to Lin Xian about this. Do you want to do some exercise before going to bed? It's good for your body and mind. Lin Xian's hand slowly reached in. Mu Qingya pressed Lin Xian's hand. Useless beauty. It's useless to struggle. Then, there was no need to say anything else. After a quiet night, Lin Xian hugged Mu Qingya and slept until the next morning. Early the next morning, Qin Yijuan got the villa next door and quietly arranged for Su Dalin to move in. For someone of her status, she could even move in first and go through some procedures. It was a piece of cake. Last night, she had chatted a lot with Su Dalin. However, Su Dalin didn't mention a lot of things. Instead, Su Dalin asked her about it. For example, she found out more about Lin Xian, ordered takeout, and ate a lot of delicious food. In any case, she had accepted this twin sister that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was a fantasy, she had accepted it now. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mu Qingya had already woken up and just walked out of the shower. I'm going to cultivate. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, the weather is so good. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay. Mu Qingya thought for a moment and said, okay. Although cultivation was important, she also cherished the time she spent with Lin Xian. Since they had already decided to be together, decided to be boyfriend and girlfriend, and even slept on the same bed, to her, the person was probably more important. Call your sister and let's go out and have some fun. By the way, call Qin Yijuan and her sister. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay. Qin Yijuan happened to be on the weekend. She was chatting with Su Dalin in the villa and teaching her how to use her phone. Then Mu Feifei ran over and told them about it. Let's go out and have some fun. Qin Yijuan nodded and handed a mask to Su Dalin. Put on the mask. Why don't you wear it? Su Dalin asked. Because they looked the same. It was better for one of them to dress up. Okay, I'll wear it. Qin Yijuan shrugged. Then they went out and had some fun. Chapter 1647. In the KFC, they sat in the corner chatting and eating. This thing is delicious. Su Dalin realized that after coming to this era, she had been conquered by the variety of food available in this era. Especially every time she ate something with a new taste, it really surprised her. For example, this hamburger in front of her now. She had never eaten it before. But the first time she ate it, it was new and strange. She liked it very much. Then I'll order another one for you, Qin Yijuan said. That one. Su Dalin pointed at the grilled wings on the poster. She didn't know what that thing was, but looking at the color, it seemed to be very appetizing. Okay, Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya. Little Qingya, how much capital does the Xianyuan family have? What do you want to do? Lin Xian. Just asking. Really just asking. Otherwise Lin Xian would have asked the Dongfang family. Mu Qingya still remembered that the last time Lin Xian asked her this question, it was about the Lin family. At that time, Lin Xian wanted to destroy the Lin family, so he asked this question. Now no way? I can't imagine. Mu Qingya said. Brother-in-law, what do you want to do? I want to destroy the Xianyuan family. Qin Yijuan, who was next to him, spat out a mouthful of porridge. Is there something wrong with you? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Go eat your food. Tisk. Qin Yijuan rolled her eyes. Xianyuan family? Which Xianyuan family? Could it be the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Su Dalin said. Is the Xianyuan family the descendant of Emperor Xianyuan? Lin Xian asked. Is Emperor Xianyuan the yellow Emperor Xianyuan? No way, I don't know. Qin Yijuan shook her head. Su Dalin said. Maybe, or maybe it's slightly similar to his bloodline. Of course, if the so-called Xianyuan family is that Xianyuan family, in my time, the Xianyuan family was an overlord. If it developed normally, it should be an overlord now. Lin Xian. That should be it. As for the Xianyuan sword in your hand, it should have been theirs. Lin Xian shrugged. It belongs to whoever has it. Are you serious? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. No, I'm just saying. Lin Xian himself did not need to say that he would destroy such a family. He might just have the idea. However, many people were innocent. Lin Xian only needed to destroy Xianyuan Qingtian. At most, he would add some people who were related to Xianyuan Qingtian. However, when would he make his move? That was a problem. This was Lin Xian's ultimate mission. He had to find an opportunity. He believed that Xianyuan Qingtian was thinking of ways to deal with him. However, Xianyuan Qingtian was an extremely cautious person, so he might not show himself easily. However, this would depend on the opportunity. Lin Xian felt that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. They played outside for a day, and then went back. Qin Yijuan went home. Su Dalin lived in the other villa. It didn't seem to matter to her, but she had learned one thing. In the evening Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, and Mu Feifei went to Su Dalin's house next door to play with her. Damn! Mu Feifei was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. On the large coffee table, there were all kinds of food. There was milk tea, snacks, fried vegetables, fried noodles, burgers, steaks, and so on. Su Dalin was sitting on the sofa, watching TV and eating delicious food. She didn't learn anything else but ordering takeout. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of yuan in her account. Of course, it was Qin Yijuan who transferred it to her. She felt that she didn't spend much money usually. In fact, how much could she spend on takeout? No matter how much she ate, how much could she spend? Su Dalin glanced at the three people who walked in and said, I say, you people are really shooting nonsense. You don't know the real history at all. Is Su Deji a human? Was she possessed by a fox demon? Isn't this a lie? She shook her head helplessly. Then why did you catch up to more than 30 episodes? Lin Xian said. Boring. Su Dalin said lightly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, felt that the situation was gradually getting better. What was the situation? Su Dalin, from the ambitious person in the past, gradually began to adapt to this society and began to live an ordinary life. Ordering takeout, watching TV. This was one of the effects that Lin Xian wanted to achieve by keeping her alive. Maybe she didn't care too much about this change. Sister Su, can you finish it? Mu Feifei leaned over and looked at the food. If I can't finish it, throw it away. I don't lack these things. In the past, what didn't I want? What didn't I want to eat? Su Dalin lay on the sofa and said lightly. Not to mention, the Fox clan was indeed the Fox clan. She lay there with her bare feet. To be honest, she was a little tempting. And she was definitely more tempting than Qin Yijuan, because she was a few years older than Qin Yijuan. In short, she was already at the level of a mature woman. When a mature woman did some actions or something, it was indeed the most tempting age. Sister Su, what did you do in the past? You didn't tell me when I asked you. Mu Feifei asked. Mu Feifei admired her. Although she didn't seem to know why, maybe she just felt that she was a strong person from the Shang dynasty, and felt that she was very powerful. I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. How could Su Delin not want to tell them? She wanted the whole world to know that she was the overlord of the Shang dynasty. She was the boss and the future king of this world. But if Lin Xian didn't want her to tell them, then she wouldn't tell them. Okay. At this time, outside, the people from the Xinyuan family also came here. At the same time, they also received the thing that Duan Lingxiao gave them. Have you confirmed the location? An old man asked indifferently. The few of them stood on the rooftop of a tall building. Yes, the location has been confirmed. It's over there. An old man pointed at the villa where Lin Xian and the others were now and said, "How many people?" So far there are a total of 4 people. Other than our target, the others should be ordinary people in the city. Even if they aren't, their realms can't be high. That person said, "Alright, listen up. Don't think about anything else when we make our move. Just follow my orders, and use this thing to seal off our target's spiritual energy. Let's end this quickly. It won't be difficult to take care of a Grand Dominion realm cultivator." Yes. At this moment, Su Delin had already discovered the situation outside. With her high realm, she had already discovered the existence of those people when they were investigating her. Chapter 1648. The highest realm of those people outside was the 9 stars of the heavenly venerable realm. For example, although Su Delin's realm had not recovered yet, she was still in the Great Void stage. Moreover, she was at the 7 stars of the Great Void stage. That was not something the other party could compare to. Think about it. The other party thought that their cultivation was the strongest, so they released their divine sense to investigate the situation in the villa. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for people who were much lower than them to discover it. For example, Lin Xian did not discover this situation. Su Delin then said lightly, "Someone is here." Ha! Mu Feifei was dumbfounded, and Lin Xian directly understood what she meant. How many? Several. Lin Xian. Heavenly venerables. Lin Xian. Then it seems that Lin Xian felt that it should be someone from the Xinyuan family, or someone from Duan Lingxiao's faction. It was more likely that it was someone from the Xinyuan family. Of course, it could also be an assassin. However, it was really a bit awesome for an assassin to send out a heavenly venerable. Let's go. Lin Xian said to Su Delin. Deity, if you don't talk nonsense, do you want me to go alone? Annoying. Su Delin sat up angrily and put on her plush slippers. What are you guys doing? Mu Feifei and Mu Qingyao looked over with their beautiful eyes. Just a small matter. You guys stay here and don't go out. Just leave it to me. Lin Xian said. Oh, then be careful. In the past, when Lin Xian said that he had something to do, they might not take it seriously. But now, some of the things that Lin Xian said were more likely to be related to warriors. So it would be accompanied by danger. Well, don't worry. Don't go out. Lin Xian then walked out with Su Dalin, who was in a bad mood. Hey, you have to remember your identity. You are my subordinate. What's wrong with you doing something for me? Huh. Why do you look unhappy? Lin Xian said. I know. Su Dalin said unhappily. She just didn't like being ordered around by others. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't be obedient. Lin Xian said. How are you going to teach me a lesson? Su Delin smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. The temptation was full. Are you trying to teach me a lesson in bed? Su Delin licked her lips and said. Ah, then forget it. I'd rather look for your sister than you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in women who are hugged to sleep every night, especially those who are willing to sacrifice their chastity for some benefits. I'm even less interested. Lin Xian said. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm still a virgin. Lin Xian? What are you talking about? You've been with King Zhou of Shang for so many years, and you're still a virgin? Do you take me for an idiot? It's true. Because you should know what the Fox clan is best at. It's seduction and illusion. King Zhou of Shang thinks he's having sex with me every night, but in reality he's not. It's just an illusion that I cast on him. Lin Xian, what the hell? If what Su Delin said was true, then wouldn't King Zhou of Shang be too pitiful? Hiss, what a vicious woman. I don't want that either. You just have to obediently do what you are supposed to do. When the time comes before I leave, I will observe your performance. If you perform well, I will allow your cultivation base to recover. At the same time, I will increase your cultivation base by another 2 stars, said Lin Xian. This was something that could not be helped, because Lin Xian had bet everything on Su Delin. When he left, he definitely wouldn't be back for half a year. This was something Lin Xian was sure of. If Lin Xian could have Su Delin, a heavenly Dao realm existence, to protect them, then Lin Xian would be more at ease. Therefore, Lin Xian might have to use the rest of his time to gain her favor. Or rather, make her believe that he could help her reach a higher realm, so that she could get along well with the girls. When the time came, he sincerely hoped that nothing would happen to them. If he could do that, Lin Xian would be at ease. Su Delin was also skeptical of Lin Xian's words. She believed him, because he had used some unknown method to seal his spiritual power. She didn't believe him, because it was too fantastical. She had never heard of such a thing in her time, so how could he do it? Then, are you going to return my realm to me now? Su Delin asked. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. After all, I'll be relying on you to do it later. Following that, Lin Xian directed with his mind. Su Delin felt the return of the surging power in her body, and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. However, even if her cultivation was returned, it didn't seem like she could do anything at the moment. Damn. Let's go. Then they walked out. They're out. A few experts on the rooftop noticed this and said, You're right. All of them are out. No, only 2 of them came out. Oh, is it them? Yes. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. Shua. The few of them turned their heads to look at Lin Xian and Su Delin. It gave them a fright. It's you. When they saw Lin Xian, their eyes narrowed. He had actually discovered them. Did he not know what realm they were at, or what was going on? He actually dared to come here? The rooftop was very big. Lin Xian directly released the power of space jump, and disappeared on the spot. Then they appeared in a remote place with no one around. When they landed, the few experts' pupils shrank. How did this person manage to take control of the situation? That wouldn't do. Use it. One of the experts said. Yes. Then, the expert held the thing in his hand, looked at Lin Xian, and used it directly. Then, Lin Xian felt that he couldn't use his spiritual power. What the fuck? Wasn't this the thing he used before? Duan Lingxiao. Fuck you. This must be Duan Lingxiao's doing. The person he hired. Damn it. Sure enough, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, Lin Xian still had Su Delin with him. They would never have thought that there was another Su Delin. Moreover, they would never have thought that Su Delin was at the Great Void Realm. Otherwise, they would have sealed Su Delin's cultivation first. Hee. After sealing Lin Xian's realm, they sneered. Do you feel that you can't use your spiritual power? The expert said. Su Delin glanced at Lin Xian. He couldn't use his spiritual power too? Why? Wasn't this something Lin Xian used? Was she tricked? In fact, this was a rotten thing on the streets. Chapter 1649. Su Delin began to doubt her life. Could she have been deceived by Lin Xian? But the poison pill that she had eaten was real. Her entire body was in pain at that time. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him, and then we'll go back. Okay. Then, they erupted with powerful strength. Good luck. Lin Xian looked at Su Delin beside him. Humph. Su Delin snorted coldly. This snort was also filled with displeasure towards Lin Xian. First, get rid of them, then have a good chat with this person about what was going on. Is a woman delusional enough to overturn the heavens? Then I'll make you despair. Let me tell you, we're all heavenly venerables. Lin Xian. So impressive. Lin Xian clapped his hands. But she's at the Great Void stage. Lin Xian then pointed at Su Delin and said, Nonsense. Then, Su Delin's aura erupted. What? Their pupils suddenly contracted. Great Void stage. Run. One of the heavenly venerables with spatial attributes subconsciously reacted. But, the moment he released his spatial power, the shadow of a fox's tail suddenly appeared behind him. This shadow directly pierced through his back. Then it was time for Su Delin's massacre. Lin Xian stood there silently and lit a cigarette, watching the massacre. After the massacre, Su Delin sucked all of their spiritual power dry. It's so disgusting. The spiritual power of an old guy is not as delicious as that of a young person. Su Delin mumbled. Then, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Why are you looking at me? Tell me, what was the thing that you sealed me with before? Why do they have it too? Is it something that can be found on the streets? Then, was everything you said before all a lie? Su Delin stared at Lin Xian. Fake your head. Even if this is fake, the poison in your body is real. If you don't believe me, you can try to do something to me. Then, Su Delin really did have some dirty thoughts about Lin Xian. Poof. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Fuck. What the hell? Then what is the thing that sealed your power? Lin Xian didn't know how to explain it to her. It was indeed a unique item, but Duan Ling Xiao also had the system. That's not important, right? It's very important. It's related to whether or not you have the ability to help me. Su Dalin said. Alright. I'll refine a great recovery pill when I return, allowing you to return to the heavenly Dao realm. Alright? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Really? Oh no, I have to wait a few days. Because my spiritual energy has been sealed, I need a few days to recover. Su Dalin looked at Lin Xian. What are you snorting for? So what if I lied to you? Your life is now in my hands. Can't you be obedient? All you do is do this and that. Seriously? Lin Xian shook his head. Then, I'll fight you to the death. Hey, give it a try. Su Dalin snorted coldly. She was pissed off. Extremely pissed off. Let's return, Lin Xian said. Then, Su Dalin left with Lin Xian. Back in the villa they didn't say much. They ate, drank and had fun. A day passed just like that. Now the ones feeling the worst were Xianyuan Qingtian and Duan Ling Xiao. What the fuck? What's the meaning of this? Last night, he said that he had arrived and had seen Lin Xian. He was prepared to take action, but then, he lost contact with him. Following that, he tried contacting him the entire night, but to no avail. After all, these people were not only at the Heavenly Venerable realm, but there were also Ninth Order Heavenly Venerables. Ignoring the Ninth Order, there were also Heavenly Venerables with spatial attributes. What problem could there be? Why wasn't there any news at all? Big Brother Xianyuan, is there still no news? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. Something must have happened. But something shouldn't have happened. Duan Ling Xiao frowned. If this still couldn't kill Lin Xian, then there was really nothing he could do. The only reason he could think of for Lin Xian to be fine was the system. But even this couldn't work? I want to know too. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. If they didn't succeed, then something might have happened to them. This was too great a price for the Xianyuan family. Ling Xiao, what's Lin Xian capable of? With so many heavenly venerables and spatial martial artists, he didn't die. I really don't know how to kill him, Xianyuan Qingtian said. Duan Ling Xiao sighed and said, I don't know the specifics. Damn it. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly. He really had a headache. He really didn't know what to do. This was a sure kill situation. If they couldn't kill him, then he really didn't know what to do. What should we do now? Xianyuan Qingtian was really speechless. How could it be so difficult to kill a person? Why was this so? This? Duan Ling Xiao honestly didn't know what to do either. Damn it. It was really difficult. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists. There must be a way. There must be a way. Just like that, 3 days passed. 3 days later, Lin Xian's spiritual energy had also successfully recovered. On the other hand, Xianyuan Qingtian was completely convinced that something had happened to his people. There was no news for 3 days. Something must have happened. It's done. Lin Xian walked in front of Su Delin. What's done? Su Delin looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out a pill and handed it to Su Delin. Great recovery pill? Su Delin looked at the great recovery pill. Nonsense. I stayed up late to refine it for you. Go and recover your heavenly Dao realm cultivation. Su Delin took it. Are you sure you didn't tamper with it? Lin Xian. Is there something wrong with your head? Now that you have eaten my poison pill, your life is in my hands. Why would I tamper with it? Lin Xian said. That's true. I'll give it a try now. Then Su Delin prepared to leave with the great recovery pill. Right. Su Delin thought of something. What is it? I might have to leave for 2 days. Oh. Lin Xian looked at her. I previously promised someone to do something for him. I have to make a trip. It'll be quick. Su Delin said. Sure. Now that Lin Xian's realm had returned, he was no longer that worried. It was not a problem for her to leave for 2 days. Furthermore, Lin Xian was not afraid that Su Delin would escape. Think about it. If she really wanted to escape, why would she tell Lin Xian? If she went to the heavenly Dao realm, wouldn't she be able to escape after successfully advancing? I'm leaving. With that said, Su Delin left. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It was time for him to get down to business. Lin Xian had to deal with the Xianyuan family's matters. As for how to do it, it was a rather troublesome matter. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's original plan was to make use of the capital impact on the Xianyuan family, to gradually make a move on them. However, now that he thought about it, it was impossible for Lin Xian to make a capital impact on such a large family. Moreover, there were many innocent people in the Xianyuan family. Lin Xian only wanted to get rid of Xianyuan Qingtian, so he had to get rid of him. Therefore, he threw this idea aside. What was left was to simply lure Xianyuan Qingtian out. If he did that, Lin Xian was still very confident that he would die. No matter what, Xianyuan Qingtian was only at the domain realm. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to advance to the heavenly venerate realm in a short time. Lin Xian felt that killing him was actually a very simple matter. However, Xianyuan Qingtian's cautiousness was beyond Lin Xian's imagination. Lin Xian had never met anyone more cautious than Xianyuan Qingtian. He had sent out so many heavenly venerates, and there were even 9th-level heavenly venerates. It was enough to see how cautious he was. It was quite exaggerated for him to send out so many heavenly venerates who were only at the domain realm. Moreover, they had the spatial attribute of a heavenly venerate. However, even under such circumstances, he still didn't show himself. He didn't even think of coming over to ridicule Lin Xian. Therefore, it was obvious how cautious he was. Think about it. Under normal circumstances, with such grievances between them, he would definitely come over and kill Lin Xian. Then, before Lin Xian died, Lin Xian would have a good exchange of feelings with him. Shouldn't that be the case under normal circumstances? However, he didn't. He didn't even come over. Even with such a gap, even in a situation where he was bound to die, he didn't come over. He was really too cautious. So what should he do? Lin Xian didn't know either. If it really didn't work, could he get Su Delin to assassinate him? However, the success rate was probably not high. It would be fine if Xianyuan Qingtian left the Xianyuan family. If he didn't leave, it was really impossible to lock onto his position. Moreover, even if Su Delin had reached the heavenly Dao and was currently invincible here, what if Xianyuan Qingtian escaped? If he ran away and hid? What if Lin Xian couldn't find him even after 2 months? What would he do if he couldn't complete the mission? Moreover, Lin Xian's whereabouts were really uncertain. Other than the time he went to Kunlun Mountain, Lin Xian had no idea where he was. Let's not think about this for now. There will always be a chance. Let's go find our dear little Qingya first. Lin Xian stretched. Another 2 days passed by just like that. The past 2 days had been quite interesting for Lin Xian. He had been playing with the girls, and it was quite relaxing. At this moment, Su Dalin arrived at the cave. To be honest, although Su Dalin was very ambitious and ruthless, she was still a person with principles. Although Duan Ling Xiao didn't help her much, and only gave her a small reversion pill, she was still the one who asked for his help, and went to look for it. The reason why Su Dalin came back was purely because of Duan Ling Xiao. Previously, she promised to do something for him. Now, she felt that it might be a convenient thing to do, so it didn't matter if she came here. Moreover, she could also go sightseeing, and avoid being controlled by that bastard Lin Xian. Wouldn't it be perfect if she just asked for a few days? Otherwise, if she stayed at his place every day, who knew what he would ask her to do? Let's run for a few days first. Nice. Su Dalin sat in the cave, surrounded by a pile of food that she bought along the way. There was even a Rujiamo. She had to admit that she seemed to like this era a little. There were so many novel things in this era. Everything was no longer the same as in her memory, especially the various delicacies. She was sick of eating chicken, duck, and fish in the past. But now she was still eating chicken, duck, and fish. How could the food here be so delicious? There were dozens of flavors in one fish. Oh my God. She wasn't considered a foodie, but she felt that she had never tasted these flavors before. They were too novel and indeed delicious. Moreover, although it wasn't as convenient as before, when she was always provided with clothes and food, it wasn't much different now, right? It was that app, the Hungry Group app. You could order whatever you wanted to eat at home, and someone would deliver it to your door. Thinking about it this way, it was quite comfortable. Bastard. Now whenever she thought of that Lin Xian, she felt unbearably angry. Damn, it was really infuriating. She, the leader of the great Shang dynasty, was now a prisoner of a 20-year-old brat. But thinking about it, it was alright because that person didn't seem to be particularly overboard. In fact, he was quite capable. When the time came, the key would be to see if he could help her restore her cultivation to the heavenly Tao. If he could, then she would really have to thank him. Those resentment and whatnot would seem to be gone. Footsteps were heard. Su Dalin put away the food, then sat there with her eyes closed as if she was resting. Senior. Duan Ling Xiao walked in and saw her. Then, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. This senior was quite principled. At least she didn't go back on her words, and didn't lie to a junior like him. Su Dalin opened her eyes. She was still using the appearance of the woman she killed before. Senior, are you done? Just tell me what you want to say. Su Dalin said calmly. Yes. Duan Ling Xiao's hopes were now placed on her. Xianyuan Qingtian had sent so many top-notch experts, but they still couldn't kill Lin Xian. Now, at least apart from this woman, he really didn't know how else to deal with Lin Xian. As for himself, he admitted that he wasn't a match for Lin Xian. So he had to die. Duan Ling Xiao then said, I would like to ask Senior to help me kill someone. This person's cultivation is only at the domain realm. Su Dalin nodded. This was a small matter. She wasn't that kind of person. For example, if some people had no enmity with her, she wouldn't do anything. For example, Lin Xian had to consider the innocent women and children of the Xianyuan family when he dealt with them. But Su Dalin didn't. So what if they had no enmity with each other? It didn't matter. Simply put, in Su Dalin's eyes, life was very cheap. Who is it? Su Dalin said calmly. If she wanted to kill someone, if she was further away, she could go out and have fun. Then, she could give Lin Xian an excuse that she wouldn't be able to return in a short time. That felt good. Then, Duan Ling Xiao handed Su Dalin a photo and said, His name is Lin Xian. He's my sworn enemy. He's only at the domain realm and doesn't have much ability. He has the spatial attribute. Senior, you have to be careful of him. Su Dalin? Chapter 1651. Really, Su Dalin was dumbfounded. It can't be right? The world is so big. How can my circle be so small? Lin Xian. If it was just the name Lin Xian, she would think it was a coincidence. After all, the name B was very common. However, when she saw the photo, she was dumbfounded. Know this? Senior, is there a problem? Duan Ling Xiao asked. No. Do you have anyone else you want me to kill? Su Delin asked. This person wanted to kill Lin Xian, but it didn't mean that she had to help Lin Xian kill him. This wasn't contradictory, right? She still had a huge grudge against Lin Xian. Now, what was more important to Su Delin was that she needed a reason to stay outside for 2 more days. She really didn't want to go back. Why should she go back? She could still play and eat outside. No more. Duan Lingxiao said. This senior was really strange. He asked her to help him kill 1 person, but now she wanted to kill 2 more? Really? Senior, killing 1 is enough. There's really no more. Duan Lingxiao said. Yes. Su Delin nodded. Kill? Of course not. However, she had promised to do it, right? If she couldn't do it, then it wasn't her problem. It was the difficult thing he asked her to do, so it wasn't her problem. That was what Su Delin thought. His location is at. Duan Lingxiao then told her Lin Xian's address. I know. You can leave now. Yes. Please take care of it, senior. After Duan Lingxiao finished speaking, he bowed and left. The rest was up to her. Duan Lingxiao sighed. If she still couldn't kill Lin Xian, Duan Lingxiao really didn't know what to do. If she still couldn't kill him, wouldn't it be too unbelievable? It shouldn't be a problem. This is so annoying. Su Delin sighed, then looked at Lin Xian's photo and burned Lin Xian's photo to ashes. She could only go back now. If she lied to him, her body would hurt a lot, wouldn't it? Therefore, he could only go back. So annoying. 2 days later, Su Delin returned to her residence. Why did you go out? Lin Xian moved closer to her. There were only the 2 of them. Mu Feifei went out to play, Mu Qingyao was cultivating, and Qin Yijuan was at work. Something came up. What is it? Private matters. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. I say, can you listen to me? Su Delin took a bite of the potato chip. I just went to report to someone. He asked me to do something. He asked me to kill someone. Guess who he killed? Su Delin curled her lips. Could it be me? Lin Xian joked casually. You know? Lin Xian. Me. Yes. What was that person like? Then Su Delin described a little to Lin Xian. At first, Lin Xian thought it might be Xianyuan Qingtian, but after hearing Su Delin's description, Lin Xian realized that it was Duan Lingxiao. This Duan Lingxiao had no other way and even needed Su Delin? Then did you kill him? Lin Xian asked. No. Lin Xian guessed so too. This woman still had a grudge against him, and it probably wouldn't be so easy to kill Duan Lingxiao unless she suddenly attacked. As long as Duan Lingxiao was a little vigilant, he would definitely be fine. After all, he also had the system. Okay, that's it for now. My spiritual power has recovered. After refining the pills in a few days, you can prepare to recover your cultivation, Lin Xian said lightly. Su Delin was still dubious about it. It depended on the situation. Another week passed by like this. Needless to say, refining pills for Su Delin was truly a waste of time. It had wasted 2 days of Lin Xian's time. However, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. With a heavenly Dao realm expert protecting the people around him in the future, Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. He handed the pill to Su Delin. Su Delin took it. This is. She didn't know what kind of pill it was, but she could feel the surging power coming from it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. You must have never heard of it. Go to an absolutely safe place without anyone, and prepare to recover your heavenly Dao realm. Come over when you're at the heavenly Dao. I have something I need your help with. Su Delin shot a glance at Lin Xian. As for whether she could recover her cultivation level to the heavenly Dao realm, she would know after consuming the pill. She would also know if Lin Xian was a cheat or something else. If it was true, she would really have to look at Lin Xian in a different light. I'm leaving. Su Delin vanished from her spot. Lin Xian took out his phone. Little Qingzhu, what's wrong? Do you miss me? Kiss kiss. Lin Xian smiled at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu was taken aback. Then she awkwardly glanced at Dongfang Shui. The world didn't know that Dongfang Shui had returned, but Lu Qingzhu and her parents knew. The 2 of them could be considered good friends now. Dongfang Shui had gone with her parents, and was now chatting with Lu Qingzhu. The parents of the 2 families were also discussing something important. Then, They learned of something important and planned to tell Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu casually made a WeChat call. Lin Xian's first reaction was to embarrass Lu Qingzhu. Kiss kiss. Dongfang Shui smiled. Lin Xian froze. It was clearly Dongfang Shui's voice. No. How did Dongfang Shui end up together with Lu Qingzhu? They only knew each other, but there was no need to say that they were together, right? I knew you were here, Shui. I actually said that on purpose for you to hear. Lin Xian awkwardly said. Oh, Lin Xian. Wait, why are you with Lu Qingzhu? Lin Xian asked. Didn't you say you knew I was here? Then you don't know why we're together? Dongfang Shui asked. Lin Xian. That was too careless. Just kidding, cough cough cough, just kidding. Where are you? I'll come find you when I have time. Lin Xian. My parents came here to discuss some things with Uncle Lu, and I just so happened to be here, Dongfang Shui said. I see. Dongfang Shui did not want to expose herself too early, as she was worried that it would attract some unnecessary trouble, especially from the Xianyuan family. Don't misunderstand, Dongfang Shui. Lu Qingzhu hurriedly explained. She was afraid that Dongfang Shui would misunderstand her relationship with Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui nodded. This guy already had so many girlfriends, so what if he added Lu Qingzhu? It didn't matter if he added one more or one less. In any case, she was already prepared. Cough cough, that's right, don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Lin Xian spoke awkwardly. By the way, why are you looking for me? Dongfang Shui replied in a solemn voice. It's something very important. Chapter 1652. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow at Dongfang Shui's words. Lin Xian was definitely looking forward to hearing something that Dongfang Shui described as extremely important. Tell me about it. Lin Xian. Dongfang Shui then said. We've already discovered some people. You mean those who have awakened from their deep slumber? Dongfang Shui nodded. That's right. My parents also came to the Lu family to discuss this matter. They hope that no matter what, the Dongfang family and the Lu family can unite against a common enemy. Apparently, the people who discovered them were Qin Shi Huang and a few of his subordinates. Where were they discovered? Kunlun Mountain. Qin Shi Huang sent people to Kunlun Mountain to negotiate terms with them. In the end, a battle erupted, but there were no casualties, so those people left. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. That doesn't fit Qin Shi Huang's style. Was this the style of a tyrant? Actually, Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head. Lu Qingzhu continued. The real Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant. He was the first emperor to introduce the idea of using the law to protect criminals. As an emperor, he could even think of using the law to protect the rights of criminals. How bad could he be? He wasn't the one who burned the books and buried the scholars. How come Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant? Lin Xian felt like he was about to go crazy. It's actually like that. Dongfang Shui continued. Did your teacher say something to you before? What did he say? Even if you know that Qin Shi Huang isn't a tyrant, you still have to write that he is a tyrant during the exam. This is something my teacher personally told us, Dongfang Shui said. Lin Xian scratched his head. What were the terms of going to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. According to my father, they seem to have asked Kunlun Mountain to assist them in unifying the continent. But how could Kunlun Mountain agree? In the end, they parted on bad terms. Lu Qingzhu replied. That's all? That's right. But no one knows what's going to happen next. However, one thing is for sure, the Earth is going to change soon. It might not even take half a year, or even a few months. Lin Xian frowned. But for now, we still don't know who the real enemy is. Do you think it will be Zhang, the Qin emperor? They shook their heads. I'm not sure, but it's clear that their memories are fragmented. Now their cognition is still from their era. They won't be able to accept it in a short period of time. Many of them will definitely do things the same way they did in the past. And they are all filled with ambition. But there is actually good news. What good news? Because there are so many emperors and so many powerhouses. They all want to unify the world, so they have to kill each other. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Perhaps to our Earth, they are not that big of a threat, unless there is such a person or a force that directly tramples on the other powerhouses in an irresistible manner. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's true. However, ambition was something that could not be controlled. On the contrary, it could control a person. Who knew what would happen? Let's leave it at that for now. You guys get to know more about Kunlun Mountain and see what's going on. Okay, I got it. I'll tell you when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Oh right. Have any of you seen Xianyuan Qingtian? Him? He should be at the Xianyuan family. Or he's gone somewhere to train. Don't you know this person? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. Lin Xian really didn't know much about this Xianyuan Qingtian. What do you want? Dongfang Shui asked with furrowed brows. Nothing. Let's leave it at that for now. You guys be careful too. Don't go to any dangerous places. I'm hanging up now. I still have some things to do. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Xian sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette. This was going to be difficult, because everything seemed to have happened a little too quickly. However, Lin Xian felt that it was better to be faster. This was because if he could do something during his time on Earth, it would definitely be good. But his cultivation base, moreover, Lin Xian felt that this was going to take a long time. He definitely couldn't do too much in such a short time. The most important thing he could do, and what he cared about the most, was to protect the people he cared about in this situation. He needed to protect them. Lin Xian's most important thing right now was to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. The second thing was to think of a way to protect Mu Qingya and the others while he was not here. To be honest, Lin Xian was a man, and men understood men best. For men, there were only two things they pursued in their lives: power and women. They were all so beautiful. If Lin Xian could take a fancy to them, wouldn't everyone else be attracted to them? Therefore, they were really in danger. Lin Xian really had to think of a way to give them the ability to protect themselves. Su Delin was one of the important things that Lin Xian was working hard to do. He wanted her to protect them, but it wasn't enough. As for Duan Lingxiao, Lin Xian didn't need to care about him. Lin Xian didn't want to spend a lot of energy on him. In Lin Xian's eyes, Duan Lingxiao was a clown that could never be a match for Lin Xian. Earth was his only chance to defeat him. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of Lin Xian when he returned to Sky Blue Planet. Because if he returned to Sky Blue Planet, Lin Xian should be able to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm soon, right? Although it was very, very difficult to break through to the Heavenly Dao Realm, Lin Xian felt that with the system, it should be easier for him. At least, it should be easier for him compared to others. Lin Xian was rather confident. And as long as Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao Realm, he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. In the Heavenly Dao Realm, a difference of 1 star could be the difference of an entire realm. It was similar to the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm and a 2-star Heavenly Dao Realm. It was like the difference between a 1-star Heavenly Venerate Realm and a 1-star Great Void Realm. However, Lin Xian really felt that as long as he crossed the chasm between the Heavenly Dao Realm and the Heavenly Dao Realm, everything else would be easily solved. That was because his combat strength, all his attributes, top-notch purity and proficiency, dual laws, top-notch domain, and the system could make up for the difference of an entire realm. And don't forget, Lin Xian's main domain was extremely powerful. Even if Lin Xian was a 1-star Heavenly Dao Realm, wouldn't it be easy for him to fight a 4-star or 5-star Heavenly Dao Realm expert with his domain? How can I protect them on Earth? Lin Xian frowned as he began to think of a solution. It was difficult, really difficult. Chapter 1653. You have to know that when the time comes, the people who can threaten Earth should be a group of high-level Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao Realm existences. If Lin Xian wants to use something to protect them, it has to be something that can at least resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. But, to be honest, Lin Xian himself didn't have anything to resist a Heavenly Dao Realm existence. So how could he help the people around him resist? Wait, who said anything about resisting? Wasn't it enough to protect their lives? And what was the best thing to use to protect their lives? Space. Although Lin Xian's realm wasn't high enough, he had the laws of creation. He could use the laws of creation to augment his space, and then use the stacking of time to create something that could allow them to escape from a heavenly Dao realm existence. Yes, with this in mind, Lin Xian began working. Just like that, another week passed. Sis, what has brother-in-law been doing for the past few days? Mu Feifei sat by the table and shook her head with her hands on her cheeks. She felt bored without him around. He seems to be preparing something. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been staying at Su Delin's place, which was the villa next door. They had gone to see him many times, but Mu Feifei didn't understand. It's strange. He doesn't even have sex with sis. What could be so important? Mu Feifei expressed her confusion. This person was so lecherous. Her sister was so beautiful. But he didn't have sex with her. He hadn't had sex for a week. How could he tolerate it? It felt ridiculous. Why don't we go over and ask? Mu Qingya also stopped cultivating and walked over with Mu Feifei. Phew. Lin Xian stretched in the back garden next door. It's finally done. Su Delin sat not far from Lin Xian, rocking her legs and eating potato chips. She was very satisfied. Looking at Lin Xian, she felt that he had a hard life. What are you doing? Su Delin looked at the few beads in Lin Xian's hand and asked curiously. Her attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different now. After eating the pill he had given her, she had really recovered to the heavenly Dao realm. If he said that he had a way to raise her cultivation by 2 stars, it would be too exaggerated for a heavenly Dao realm expert to raise her cultivation by 2 stars. About this, spatial beads can break through the heavenly Dao realm's spatial seals. At critical moments, you can escape. Oh, Su Delin's brows pricked up. Break through the heavenly Dao realm's spatial seals? This is the result to you to do it. Refined domain realm refined such a thing? Su Delin's surprise. To you, to me. Lin Xian clicked his tongue and said, the medicinal pills for you to advance to heavenly Dao were all personally refined by me. What's wrong with this? Come. Su Delin nodded. Take this, say Lin Xian threw one to her. For me. Although you are a heavenly Dao, it's inevitable that you will encounter some unknown dangers. It's excellent to leave one as a life-saving measure. Lin Xian. Su Delin took it. Sure. Having such an item was better than nothing. Furthermore, as a warrior, it was very important to have something that could save her life, especially something that could escape from a heavenly Dao realm. It was indeed extremely powerful. Am I good to you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Yeah. Su Delin stroked her exquisite chin. To be honest, this was something she had never expected. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Hey, I've never said that I'm being unaccountably solicitous. I said that I wanted you to protect those people. Just do what you need to do. And I'm giving you a boost purely because I see you as my friend. At the same time, by strengthening you, you can better protect yourself and help me protect them. Lin Xian. Friend? Do you have friends who poison their friends? Su Delin asked. Ahem. You know what I mean anyway. Where are you going? Su Delin asked. Me. I'm not telling you. All right. Su Delin shrugged her shoulders. Do you still wish to rule the world now? Lin Xian asked. Why not? It'll be difficult. You have to know that many kings and experts have awakened one after another. They have even begun to deal with some of the modern forces, and have already made their moves. As for you, 1, you have no power, and 2, you have no capital. How are you going to rule the world? Isn't that because you are restricting me? In this current era, I'm afraid that there are only a few people who have the cultivation of the heavenly Dao. This sovereign already has the cultivation of the heavenly Dao. I can casually kill those people. After killing all of them, won't this sovereign unify the world? Lin Xian. What a ruthless woman. In any case, you'd better stay here obediently. TCH. Su Delin also learned to TCH. But to be honest, Lin Xian found that this girl seemed to be a little cute. The main reason was that her nature might not be so bad. Or rather, she was pretending. This was also possible. She pretended to be not so threatening, so that he would let his guard down against her. When he helped her detoxify the poison, she would instantly betray him. This was also what Lin Xian was worried about. After all, this was a ruthless woman who even killed her own sister. Lin Xian certainly would not underestimate her. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya came over. Lin Xian quickly stopped talking about these sensitive topics. Brother-in-law, you are finally resurrected. Mu Feifei came over with a smile. What are you talking about? Take it. Lin Xian threw a bead to each of them. What is this? Mu Feifei blinked. Good stuff. Lin Xian then told them the effect of this bead. Wow. Isn't that invincible? Invincible my ass. Silly. Mu Feifei pouted. Humph. Then she silently put away the bead. This could be a life. Mu Qingya glanced at the bead in her hand. From the fact that Lin Xian spent so many days refining this, it could be seen that the current situation on Earth was not optimistic. Okay, I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower. Qingya, prepare a hot pot for me. I want to eat hot pot. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was really uncomfortable. A week had passed. No, it had been 10 days. Lin Xian was not dead yet. Xingyuan Qingtian's men were watching Lin Xian's house at all times. There was no battle here. In other words, that woman had not made a move yet? But logically speaking, it was impossible. After so long, she should have made a move. Could it be that she was lying to him? That was meaningless. If she was lying to him, why did she come back? She did not need to come back at all. He did not even know where that woman was now. Fuck. This was really uncomfortable. Did he still have to rely on himself? But he was afraid of losing his life. Chapter 1654. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian only had 1 month left on Earth. In fact, Lin Xian had nothing else to do during this period. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. But this opportunity was really hard to find. Even Lin Xian did not know where Xianyuan Qingtian was. He might be in the Xianyuan family. But Lin Xian was not sure. This person just did not come out. He did not know what he was doing all day long. There was only 1 month left. In this month, Lin Xian had to kill him. Otherwise, something big would happen. During this time, Lin Xian only cultivated a little and played with the girls. The rest of the time, he used the law of creation to create all kinds of things that Lin Xian thought might be useful for them. Brother-in-law, come and see the news. Mu Feifei greeted Lin Xian. What news? Lin Xian leaned over to take a look. The content of the news was very simple. That was, these things about warriors were probably no longer a secret. Because someone had discovered a great battle between warriors, recorded it, and even posted it on the internet, causing a huge uproar. And someone had discovered a monster. Therefore, the era in the eyes of many people should be coming. In fact, this had already exploded on the internet a week ago. Today, the news that Mu Feifei talked about was a more authoritative news channel that publicly announced the authenticity of this matter. This led to some people who thought it was fake to completely believe in the existence of this new world of martial artists. When this happened, it triggered the most important events. First, after the world knew that warriors and cultivation existed in this world, many people no longer had the mood to go to school or work. They only wanted to cultivate and become the kind of characters in TV dramas and novels. But how many people could really start cultivating? And some people could not cultivate. This world did not have a perfect system similar to Sky Blue Planet schools that taught warriors cultivation. But it was believed that it would not be long before such a system was launched. Secondly, it might have a negative impact on the world in the beginning. To be honest, between work and cultivation, which one would you choose? It was definitely the latter. That would lead to a lot of people not working hard, which would lead to a lot of things. There might even be riots, terrorist riots. In short, this week was probably the most chaotic period since the beginning of the civilized period. Maybe you still went out shopping or something, but the crime rate did soar. However, the international side had no other choice. They could only speed up and formulate some plans. Looks like the whole world knows about it now. Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Oh, doesn't that mean that I'm not that much ahead of others? Mu Feifei pouted. You don't cultivate all day long. Who can you blame? Lin Xian glared at her. Mu Qingya sat beside him and said, about those experts. That can be considered a small secret. Not everyone knows about it. However, I reckon it won't be long before that happens, Lin Xian said. I know. Mu Feifei said. Huh. Look at your phone. It was just uploaded. It's directly pushed to the top of the trending searches. Lin Xian looked over. What the fuck? What was this scene? A video taken by one person. What was the content of this video? It was Kunlun Mountain. Lin Xian also saw Kunlunzi and a few other people he was relatively familiar with. Then Lin Xian saw another group of people. There were only a few dozen people in this group, but they all seemed to be top-notch experts. They were at daggers drawn in the beginning, but they were still negotiating normally. The content of the negotiation wasn't very clear in the video, but a lot of crucial conversations could be heard towards the end. Because many of the conversations were very loud, their voices were very loud. Some keywords such as Qin Shi Huang and unifying the continent were very clear. This fucking scared the hell out of the world. The comments below, most of them were doubtful and doubtful. What the fuck? Is this for real? Is this Qin Shi Huang? I'm fucking stupid. Could it be a movie? Brothers, we've already started cultivating. Is there anything else that's impossible now? Our Earth is really going to change a lot. What the fuck? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This is really going to change a lot. Lin Xian sighed. But this era is definitely not an era where others can unify the world as they want. Mu Qingya said. Well, yes. Lin Xian nodded. What the fuck? Qin Yijuan pushed the door open and walked in. It's going to explode. How did the Earth become like this? Qin Yijuan grabbed her hair. It seemed that she was annoyed to death. Beauty Qin, why haven't I seen you recently? It's so annoying. Too many people have committed crimes recently. More than half of the policemen in my police station have resigned. Qin Yijuan said. Why did they resign? Mu Feifei blinked. To cultivate. Qin Yijuan said. Lin Xian. Do they know how to cultivate? Qin Yijuan said. Who knows? But with this kind of thing happening, who wants to work for nothing? According to those who resigned, they want to cultivate. After all, they may simply be ordinary policemen in the future and can't maintain public order. Well, of course, this is just an excuse, but it also makes sense. In the future, can the police still maintain public order? Qin Yijuan sat down and took a sip of water, looking depressed. Yes. Lin Xian. How do you know? Lin Xian said with a smile. With so many people, there will always be people who can't cultivate and need the police to maintain public order. But in the future, there will be a new organization organized by warriors to fight against some warriors who are harmful to society. Well, you're right. Qin Yijuan nodded. Well, I don't care. Anyway, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. If I don't have this ability, why should I think about these things? Qin Yijuan then looked at Lin Xian and said, What about you? Do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. What are you doing here? Are you here to buy soy sauce? Freeloading. Qin Yijuan then glanced at him. Where's my sister? She's next door. Then I'll go find her. Goodbye. Qin Yijuan then walked away in a hurry. Lin Xian stretched. He really had to do something about it now. Lur Xianyuan Qingtian out. At this time, Lu Qingzhu called Lin Xian on WeChat. Lin Xian quickly picked it up. Chapter 1655. Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei had long been used to Lin Xian's phone being searched for by various girls. What's the matter, little Qingzhu? Did you miss me? Lin Xian said with a smile. There's a banquet in a few days. Do you want to come? Lu Qingzhu directly ignored Lin Xian's words and said, What banquet? To be precise, it's a banquet organized by the major sects to deal with the catastrophe of the earth. At that time, all the major sects, forces, and families will participate and formulate a plan for the strong and some warriors of our generation. The meaning was actually very simple. When the earth was facing a catastrophe, there would be relevant departments to deal with it. Now the so-called relevant departments were actually the country and the major sects. They had to stand up at this time. At the same time, they had to formulate something to deal with it. Where is it? Shaolin Temple. Why not go to Kunlun Mountain? Lin Xian asked. Maybe it's because the Qin Emperor and his people have been there before, and they feel that they should change to another place. The Shaolin Temple is a place of Buddhism. In terms of security, there is no place better than the Shaolin Temple. Maybe they feel that it is convenient to do anything in the Shaolin Temple. Then I won't go. You can just tell me some things there. If it doesn't work, we can make a video call. Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian will also be there. When? Lin Xian asked directly. 3 days later. You can bring Qingya and the others there, but you can't bring ordinary people there. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. I got it. Thank you. This was very important for Lin Xian. Xianyuan Qingtian would also be there. In this case, he could make a move. As long as he could be with Xianyuan Qingtian, Lin Xian would have many ways to kill him. 3 days was enough. What's the matter? Mu Qingya asked. Well, there will be a banquet held in the Shaolin Temple in the martial arts world to discuss some future plans. Will you be there? Yes. Mu Feifei nodded quickly. All right, I'll bring you there when the time comes. Why did Lin Xian want to bring them there? There was no harm in letting them interact with each other more. After he was gone, they could only rely on themselves here. When the time comes, we'll call Qin Yijuan and Su Delin to go together. Lin Xian even wanted to bring Su Delin over. She didn't know what Lin Xian was going to do with her, but there was always a way. At this banquet, Lin Xian was determined to kill Xianyuan Qingtian no matter what, whether it was directly killing him in the banquet or luring him out to kill him. Lin Xian had to seize this opportunity. Okay, then I'll get to work first. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he quickly left. What was he trying to do? He had to prepare something to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. Lin Xian's first thought was poison. Moreover, this was something Lin Xian was good at. But poison might be able to kill him. But could he kill him so easily? Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. I'll just kill him. What's the point of arguing with him? After killing him, Lin Xian would be able to leave here, or return to Sky Blue Planet. But Lin Xian paced slowly in the back garden. This back garden had become a small place for Lin Xian to refine pills and the like. Many poisons that are good for killing people are indeed easy to kill, and it's completely impossible for me to expose myself. But there are too many formulas on Earth that I can't refine at all. Mu Feifei lay there and looked at Lin Xian. Sister, why do you think brother-in-law is always worried these days? Mu Feifei muttered. Mu Qingya also looked at Lin Xian in the back garden. Even Mu Feifei could see it. How could Mu Qingya not? I don't know either. She shook her head. She really felt that he had a lot on his mind and wanted to help him solve his problems. But she didn't have the ability. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. On the other side, Xianyuan Qingtian was also preparing something. Lin Xian will definitely attend this banquet. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Duan Lingxiao stood behind him. Really, he was already panicking to the point of exploding. There was only 1 month left, but he had no other choice. If this continued, he could only wait for death. Now as long as there was a slight chance to kill Lin Xian, he was even willing to risk his life. Brother Xianyuan, do we have any other ideas this time? We've already tried so many times, but I feel that there's no way to kill him anymore. Duan Lingxiao said deliberately. Why not? What's so difficult about killing a person? It's just that I don't know his background. Xianyuan Qingtian really didn't believe this. He was just a territory realm. How heaven-defying could he be to not die? But there were so many heavenly venerables last time. There were even 9-star heavenly venerables and spatial attribute warriors, but they lost contact. This makes me feel that it's a little difficult. Duan Lingxiao said. To be honest, I really don't understand why, but he will definitely die at this banquet. Xianyuan Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Brother Xianyuan, what are you going to do? Are you going to send someone to assassinate him? Assassinate? How can you assassinate someone in that kind of environment? Use poison. Poison? Duan Lingxiao frowned. No. He quickly shook his head. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at Duan Lingxiao. Although Duan Lingxiao didn't know much about Lin Xian, at least he knew that Lin Xian knew medicine and poison. Lin Xian is very proficient in both poison and medicine. If we were to use poison on him, it would be a problem if he would be able to detect it. Even if we were to succeed, it would be another problem if he would die from the poison. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. I've heard about this. Of course, he had heard about some things in DXIan's tomb. Then, don't worry, I'm confident. It's just that I have to think of a way to succeed. This is the key. He believed that this poison could definitely kill Lin Xian. After all, it was given to him by that person. However, it was a little difficult to succeed. There were too many people, and he couldn't expose himself. Thinking about it, it was not easy to think about it now. He could only find an opportunity on the spot. Since Brother Xianyuan said so, then there's no problem. Although he said so, Duan Lingxiao still felt that it was inappropriate. In fact, it was quite strange. These two people actually wanted to make a move at the banquet at the same time. But they also thought of poison at the same time. However, they didn't expect each other to make a move on them. The banquet would be very interesting. Chapter 1656. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Mu Feifei, Mu Qingya, Qin Yijuan, and Su Dalan to the Shaolin Temple. When they got off the plane and the car, the sky was already dark. It was almost time. Well, after we arrive, you can do your own things. I won't be with you. Lin Xian said to the girls. Are you going to pick up girls? Mu Feifei asked. Is there a need to ask such a question? This banquet must have gathered many beautiful and outstanding girls from the entire martial arts world. Isn't it normal for him to pick up girls? Especially when I heard that someone seems to have more than one girlfriend. Qin Yijuan said sourly. She really didn't understand what Mu Qingya was thinking. She was such a proud woman. But she was willing to do this. But thinking about it, it seemed that Earth was about to enter a special period. Perhaps the crime of bigamy would not be so strict anymore. Get lost. I'm going to do something serious, okay? I told you that I have something serious to do here. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Tisk. Can't doing something serious be picking up girls? Or can't doing something serious be together with picking up girls? I say, what kind of mentality do you have? I'm convinced. Lin Xian shook his head, then looked at Su Dalan and said, keep an eye on them. Keep an eye on me? Su Dalan pointed at herself. Well, especially this girl. Don't let her run around. Lin Xian pointed at Mu Feifei. Su Dalan was in disguise, so she could appear with them. Originally, Su Dalan didn't want to come. What was she doing here? However, Lin Xian wanted her to come. In fact, Lin Xian didn't know why. But with the heavenly Dao realm here, at least Lin Xian felt that if he couldn't succeed, it was not impossible to kill Xianyuan Qingtian by force. Anyway, Su Dalan was in disguise. It wouldn't be a problem for her to run away. Nothing would happen. Of course, this was the last resort. If Xianyuan Qingtian came today, Lin Xian would definitely succeed. If there was really no other way, they could only resort to this last resort. Oh, Su Dalan agreed unhappily. Even though I've advanced to the heavenly Dao with his help, and even need his help to advance by another 2 stars, can't you ask her to do something that suits her status and strength? Keep an eye on her, and don't let her run around? Was this something a heavenly Dao realm expert like her should do? It was so annoying. There were many people at the entrance of the Shaolin Temple. They had all gathered here, and some of them had already started chatting. Little friend Lin. When Kuan Lunzi saw Lin Xian, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. As for Lin Xian, he liked him very much. Moreover, he was very capable. He was really good. Senior. Lin Xian greeted him with a smile and cupped his fists. Yeah. Long time no see. Has your cultivation improved recently? Lin Xian scratched his head. My cultivation really hasn't improved. Senior, you think too highly of me. Ha ha ha, you have the right. All right, let's not talk about this. Are they your family? The girls were taken aback. Oh, this is my girlfriend. And this is my sister-in-law. These two aren't important. Chinijuan. Hey. Ha ha ha, let's go in first. Lin Xian nodded and walked in. So this is the Shaolin Temple. Mu Feifei looked around curiously. Perhaps this isn't the real Shaolin Temple. Like Kunlun Mountain as a top faction, the Shaolin Temple should exist in other more secretive places, Lin Xian said. Oh, little Xian. Another person greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked over. Lu Qingzhu and her parents were there as well. Lu Qingzhu went to chat with Mu Qingya. Which one is your girlfriend? Lu Qingzhu's father asked with a smile. Ahem, Uncle Lu, someone is calling for you. Ha ha ha. He smiled and said, Okay, I'll see you there. Dongfang Bai and Xiazhu also came with Dongfang Shui. They were inside, and now many topics revolved around Dongfang Shui. Dongfang Shui didn't want to come, but she couldn't stay away forever, right? Moreover, Lin Xian also wanted her to come. Being high profile was different from attending normal events. You guys go ahead. I won't be hanging out with you guys. Goodbye. Lin Xian still wanted to be with beautiful girls, so that he could enjoy the envious and jealous gazes of others. However, Lin Xian had something important to do tonight. The Shaolin Temple was a rather large open-air square. This square looked very simple and calm, in the style of the Shaolin Temple. There were no red lights or anything like that here, only some food and drinks. This was because the main purpose of gathering everyone here this time was to talk about some important matters, not really to talk about a ball or to exchange feelings. Shui, long time no see. Xianyuan Qingtian was pleasantly surprised to see Dongfang Shui here. Dongfang Shui sat there quietly and drank tea. Many people greeted her, and Dongfang Shui smiled and nodded in agreement. Then they chatted for a while. Xianyuan Qingtian also walked over. Dongfang Shui looked at Xianyuan Qingtian and nodded. Long time no see. Where have you been these few years? I haven't heard from you at all. Dongfang Shui said, Training. Xianyuan Qingtian looked at her. She was still so beautiful. She still looked like he liked. But the difference was that Lin Xian was alive. This feeling was very difficult for him to accept. I've missed you these few years. Xianyuan Qingtian sat beside Dongfang Shui and said, Thank you. Dongfang Shui said indifferently. Xianyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say for a moment. Aren't you going to say hello to my father? Xianyuan Qingtian said. Dongfang Shui glanced at him. Her parents were chatting with Xianyuan Qingtian's father. Grudges aside, there were still some etiquette that had to be done. Wait for a while. Let's not disturb them after my father and Uncle Xianyuan finish talking. That's fine. Xianyuan Qingtian didn't know what to say. He also got up and walked away. There were a few particularly beautiful girls in this venue, and none of them were inferior to Dongfang Shui. Xianyuan Qingtian liked all of them, especially the blue-haired girl from Kunlun Mountain. Her name was Morongyu or something, but there was nothing he could do. Xianyuan Qingtian's character was not suitable to go over and strike up a conversation, especially when Dongfang Shui was here. So when he saw many people going over to strike up a conversation, Xianyuan Qingtian was actually quite displeased. Duan Lingxiao was looking for ways to make a move. Chapter 1657. In addition to Morongyu, Duan Lingxiao also saw an old acquaintance. She could be considered an old acquaintance, Xiao Xinyue. He didn't expect to see so many people from Sky Blue Planet in such a big world. Xiao Xinyue was chatting with Morongyu at the moment. They only knew each other after coming here. Where have you been since you came here? Morongyu asked. Xiao Xinyue held a glass of wine and said, I worked as a white-collar worker in a company. Later, I found out that this company was run by a warrior force. There are many warriors in it. Later, I exposed my strength and joined Mauname. Then, I followed them to this banquet. I didn't expect to meet you here. Yes, Lin Xian will be here soon. Xiao Xinyue's beautiful eyes lit up. He's here too. You met him? Yes, I met him at the Martial Arts Circle convention. How are your missions coming along? Xiao Xingyue asked. Almost there. As for him, I'm not sure. We haven't talked much. Haven't talked much. Morongyu said lightly. He seems to have picked up several girls here. He's been hanging out with them every day. Xiao Xingyue. Why is he picking up girls here? She was puzzled. Clearly, this place was their springboard, and they were going to leave after staying here for a few months. He was picking up girls here. Firstly, she wasn't sure if it was real or not. Although she felt that this world was very real. If it was another plane, wouldn't it be too exaggerated? Did they step into the void? Even if it was real, what would they do if he left after hooking up with other girls here? According to her understanding of Lin Xian, although Lin Xian was very lecherous, he was not an irresponsible person. I don't know. Morongyu shook her head. She couldn't be bothered to care about him. At this time, several beautiful girls came over together. She's here. That's her. At least, that's the one. Maybe the others too. Morongyu glanced at Mu Qingya and the others. It's indeed Lin Xian's taste. Xiao Xingyue said. Where's Lin Xian? Then, they saw a wretched figure slowly walk in from another position. They haven't come in together? Could it be that he doesn't want others to know that he has a girlfriend, and still wants to pick up girls here? Xiao Xingyue thought of this possibility. It was unimaginably lustful. Hi, pretty girl, may I know you? Another person came over to strike up a conversation. No thank you. Xiao Xingyue said indifferently. Lin Xian knew that Morongyu was here. So when he came in, he directly went to look for Morongyu. Morongyu was very easy to find. Her sky blue hair was too eye-catching. Then, Lin Xian saw her sitting in one of the seats, and walked over with a smile. Beauty. It shouldn't be a problem to get to know each other, right? Xiao Shan still didn't give up. It was mainly because they were too beautiful. No, I don't. Xiao Xingyue added. Then this lady. Thank you. Morongyu straightforwardly thanked him. Xiao Shan frowned. Why was it so difficult to strike up a conversation with this beautiful woman? Lin Xian walked over. Pretty girl, let's get to know each other. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. No, get lost. Morongyu said indifferently. Lin Xian. Damn it. This little Yu was not obedient. She actually refused to cooperate with him. Then Lin Xian took a look. Damn it. Xiao Xingyue was actually here. Then Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xingyue and asked. Pretty girl, let's get to know each other? Get lost. Lin Xian? Hey, get lost. The two of them then stood up and walked to the side. Lin Xian. Brother, don't hit on these two. You can't hit on them at all. Xiao Shan said to Lin Xian. Sigh, it's a little difficult, but I think you have to work hard. Okay, then you can do it. Xiao Shan shook his head. TSK. He had no idea what he was doing. She had already told him to get lost. But let me remind you, at least they rejected me with a polite thank you. You didn't have to thank me, and she directly told you to get lost. Tell me, how is that possible? Xiao Shan shook his head. You don't understand. Hitting on girls is all about being shameless. Isn't it just being scolded? You're backing out just like that? With that, Lin Xian walked away. Idiot. Xiao Shan sneered. Of course, he knew that hitting on girls should be shameless. But she had already told him to get lost. Did he not have any idea? Lin Xian then went over. Hey, give me some face. Lin Xian said with a grin. Morongyu glanced at Lin Xian and said. What face? Why don't you go find other girls? Why are you here? You're jealous? Lin Xian laughed. No. Morongyu said lightly. You're jealous, and you? Lin Xian looked at Xiao Xingyue. You're crazy, Xiao Xingyue said. Hey, we haven't seen each other for so long. You're going to lose me if you say you're crazy. Xiao Xingyue looked at Lin Xian. I heard you got a few girls here? Hey, you're still saying you're not jealous. I'm not your girlfriend, why would I be jealous? I just feel that it's not worth it for those girls. Won't you consider them? Xiao Xingyue asked. Damn, don't you know what kind of person I am? Don't worry. Xiao Xingyue shook her head. Don't worry? Did he want to come back from the God's awakening door in the future? What if he couldn't? Sure enough, he was still a kid. After all, Lin Xian was slightly younger than them. What about you? How's the mission? It's almost done. 2 more to go. It's not difficult. We can leave when the time is up. Qin Xinhua said. What about you? Lin Xian said. Me? My mission is neither difficult nor easy. It depends on tonight. Alright. I suddenly thought of something. If he couldn't poison her, could he use the beauty trap? Wait. It seemed feasible. Lin Xian glanced around and didn't see Xianyuan Qingtian. But no, he couldn't let them do it. He had to find someone who could make sure no one knew he was related to her. Are there any other beautiful girls here? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. They shook their heads. Lin Xian suddenly thought of Su Delin. She could do it. Okay. I got it. Kiss. Get lost. Xiao Shan frowned and looked over. Fuck. What's going on? Why are they chatting? Look at you. Your little hand is not as soft as before. Lin Xian reached out and held Morongyu's little hand. Although she quickly broke away, many people still saw it. Ah. Sister. That hooligan is really hitting on girls. Mu Feifei was shocked. Fuck. So cool. Chapter 1658. Lin Xian was very happy to see Xiao Xinhua here. He was just a little upset that he hadn't taken her down yet. But in fact there were many girls around him who were just one step away from confessing. No, one step away from succeeding. I saw Duan Lingxiao. Xiao Xinhua said. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. You fought with him? Xiao Xinhua asked. Yes. He wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to kill me here. But he didn't succeed. Be careful. This banquet is also a rare opportunity for him. After all, you don't have many chances to see each other, and time is running out. He will definitely want to seize this opportunity. Don't worry. I know what to do. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Shan was really stunned. What the fuck? Did they really have a conversation? That was awesome. Sister, look at him. Mu Feifei pulled Mu Qingya's sleeve a little unhappily. The main thing was that this person had no problem picking up girls. It was very normal. But he couldn't be so beautiful every girl he picked up, right? She had seen that blue-haired beauty before. But what was going on with this new one? Mu Qingya was used to it anyway. Eat something. Then she sat down. This was not a free banquet. To put it simply, in other banquets, there were all kinds of food and drinks. You could take whatever you wanted. But here there were seats. You had to sit down. After you sat down, someone would serve you the food. It was just like a banquet. Qin Yijuan glanced at her. Oh my god. Was this the Mu Qingya she knew? That was strange. Lin Xian was sitting with Morongyu and the others, but he was contacting Su Dalin on his phone. Su Dalin glanced at the message on his phone. Then she showed an unhappy expression. Then should I watch them or what? Su Dalin sent a voice message. How annoying. Wait. What do you want her to do? Can't you do something more difficult? What was the point of this? What did Lin Xian want her to do? He wanted her to go out for a while and change her appearance again. He wanted her to change her appearance into a very, very pretty one. Then, he wanted her to get close to a person called Xianyuan Qingtian. Anyway, that was all. He said that he might want her to do something later. To seduce someone? Asking her, Su Delin, to seduce someone? It was true that she was a fox demon, but not just anyone could catch her eye. She wanted her to seduce a little brat? You must be crazy. What did he take Su Delin for? It was so annoying. Of course, it's to do what I asked you to do now. Oh. Su Delin then walked out unhappily. Lin Xian believed that Su Delin could control the pace well. She was a sly old fox. She could seduce someone and do it flawlessly. She wouldn't expose her purpose. Lin Xian didn't have to think about it at all. There would be no problem. After all, she wasn't a brat like Mu Feifei. What are you doing? Xiao Xinhua asked doubtfully. Kill someone. Why do you meet enemies everywhere you go? She was really helpless. I want to know too. Maybe it's because the girls around me are too beautiful. You know, beauty is trouble. It's all beautiful women like you who cause trouble for me. Bah. Annoying. Who else did you see? Xiao Xinhua asked. Xintong and little Yingying. I'll send their WeChat messages to you. I'll add you to the group. I haven't seen the others yet, but I don't think there'll be any problems. It's just a task. Lin Xian. Well, I saw Yuhan. Oh, where is she? Lin Xian asked. She joined an assassin organization. I accidentally met her when she was doing a task last time. She said that some of her tasks were triggered by the assassin organization. Anyway, she has killed a lot of people. Maybe her task is the most difficult. Killed a lot of people? Are they people who should be killed? Xiao Xingyuan nodded. She said so. I don't think the triggered task would make her kill innocent people, right? Well, Lin Xian didn't have to worry too much about this. She was very suitable for this line of work. At this time, many powerhouses also came here one after another. Basically, everyone was here. Everyone, please come to the inner hall. A Shaolin Temple powerhouse walked out and said lightly. Everyone left and went to the huge inner hall. In the inner hall, hundreds of people were already seated. Hundreds and thousands of people outside had also arrived. Everyone, please find a seat and sit down. The food is already served. Everyone took their seats. Lin Xian glanced around and saw many old acquaintances, including Duan Lingxiao, Xianyuan Qingtian, and even Xianyuan Qingtian's father Xianyuan Long. Of course, there was also his Dongfang Shui, brother Lin. Master Wuxin saw Lin Xian and walked over with a smile. Ha ha ha, Master Wuxin, long time no see. Lin Xian shook hands with him. Brother Lin, would you like to sit with me? I can also talk to you about some things about cultivation. Sure. Lin Xian then left Mu Feifei and the others behind. But it didn't matter. Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and Mu Qingya sat together. They weren't lonely anyway. As for Lu Qingzhu, she naturally had to sit with the Lu family. In this case, there may not be many opportunities to make a move tonight. Duan Lingxiao and Xianyuan Qingtian sat together. There were many kinds of seats, such as 8-person seats, 6-person seats, 4-person seats, and 2-person seats. Anyway, there wasn't much to pay attention to. As long as you made sure that those with higher status sat in the front seats, the others could sit more casually. After all, at this time, everyone didn't want to be so restrained in this regard. They were all going to be partners in the future, grasshoppers on the same rope. Now they should have a sense of intimacy, instead of being estranged by the rules. Of course, those sitting in the front rows were the masters of the more powerful sex, the helmsmen of the family, and the like. Xianyuan Qingtian glanced at them and frowned. If that's the case, then there are indeed very few opportunities to make a move. Because this was not an open banquet. If it continued like this, then it would be troublesome. But he felt that nothing in the world was difficult for those who set their mind to it. As long as one set their mind to it, there would always be a way. He also saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian even walked past him with Master Wuxin, and went to sit in a seat closer to the front than him. His eyes narrowed slightly. This made him very unhappy. Why could he sit in a seat closer to them? Xianyuan Qingtian couldn't sit there. His father was sitting with several family helmsmen. He couldn't sit there. Damn it! There were 2 empty seats in front of them, but no one was sitting. This was normal. Chapter 1659. Who was Xianyuan Qingtian? He was sitting here. If you wanted to sit with him, you had to be in existence of his generation, or of his level to be able to sit here. Of course, this was only in theory, but everyone knew this in their hearts. There were many outstanding people in his generation, such as Lu Qingzhu, Dongfang Shui, and the top young masters of various sects and families. However, they didn't want to sit with him. After all, sitting with Xianyuan Qingtian was very stressful. Moreover, they weren't familiar with Xianyuan Qingtian at all, so it would be awkward to sit with him. Brother Lin, come sit here. Lin Xian was brought over by Great Master Wuxin. The various experts in the front seats, such as Wudong Mountains Zhangjiuyang, Kunlun Mountains Kunlun Mountains Kunlun Mountain, and so on, were all seated at the very front. They all greeted him. This also made many people who didn't know Lin Xian at all begin to notice him. Who is this person? Why was it that such a young brat like him was able to make these martial arts world's top existences call out to him one after another? This. You don't know? Lin Xian is the champion of the martial arts circle convention. Even the champion of the martial arts circle convention shouldn't be like this. Of course, the most important thing is that he is also someone who entered DXIN's tomb. Many people survived because of him. So these seniors still like him very much. This includes a lot of information about DXIN's tomb. The information about the revival of those people that allowed us to be prepared earlier was also brought out by him. Is he really a young man? To be honest, he is indeed very powerful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I'll sit with Master Wuxin. We can also talk about cultivation. Haha, sure. You two are like old friends at first sight. Have a good chat. Lin Xian nodded with a smile, and then sat with Master Wuxin. At this time, Su Dalin also walked in. She had changed her dress and appearance. Of course, she was unbelievably beautiful. Coupled with her extremely charming temperament, her temperament was no longer something that a modern person could possess. Moreover, she was born with the charm of a fox. After she walked in, her temptation to men was simply invincible. Su Dalin walked forward and saw Xianyuan Qingtian. Then, she casually sat at the table next to Xianyuan Qingtian, which was only 2 meters away from Xianyuan Qingtian. Of course, Xianyuan Qingtian saw her. To be honest, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't like her. No man could resist Su Dalin's temperament. More importantly, she had a noble temperament in addition to her charm. For a man, especially an outstanding man who thought highly of himself, this kind of noble temperament was simply a king bomb. They couldn't resist it. This was because they believed that he was pretentious. His woman should not only have a beautiful appearance, but she should also not be ordinary. After all, Su Dalin was a woman who could charm even King Zhou of Shang. Xianyuan Qingtian, on the other hand, didn't need to sit. She just needed to sit there and exude a charming, noble and confident aura with every movement. Just the curve of Su Dalin's lips was enough to make men fall in love with her. Who is this woman? Xianyuan Qingtian asked. I don't know. She doesn't look simple. Duan Lingxiao said. Definitely not simple, but why can't I recognize her? Xianyuan Qingtian felt that this shouldn't be the case. If it was Dongfang Shui and this woman, who would he choose? No hesitation. This woman. Of course, if he had to choose to be his wife, it would still be Dongfang Shui. The main thing was that with this woman's temperament, you can fucking not get out of bed for 3 days. Really, you don't want to get out of bed at all. You just want to conquer her and make her beg for mercy. Make her cry. This was what men thought when they saw Su Dalin. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly used his phone to ask about this woman in his circle. No one knew. Could she be the daughter of some reclusive family? She looks like she came alone. Coupled with her temperament, she should be an expert. At the same time, she should be someone with a high status. This kind of woman is suitable for me. Xianyuan Qingtian pondered in his heart. To him, women were too important. Of course, this was the case for any man. The main thing was that he really couldn't meet a woman that could satisfy him. And even if he met one, he couldn't get her. But this, although he felt that it might be very, very difficult. How would he know if he didn't try? Su Dalin also saw Duan Lingxiao. Wasn't this the person who asked her to help kill Lin Xian? Then Lin Xian should have let her seduce him. Instead, he asked her to seduce the man next to her. How boring. Couldn't he let her seduce someone like his father a little bit? At least he was a little bit of a character, right? There was no challenge. She just sat here and felt that man was always secretly sizing her up. What challenge was there in this? At this moment, a top elder of the Shaolin Temple in front stood up, coughed, and said, Everyone quiet down. Everyone quieted down. First of all, thank you for coming to this banquet. This old man took a look, and basically everyone is here. The leaders of the major families, sects, and forces are all present. It's been so chaotic recently, so we'll definitely come. After all, we have the entire earth behind us, or at least the entire country. A powerhouse said. Okay, then everyone please raise your glasses. Let's have a drink first. They finished the cup in one gulp. The elder continued. The purpose of this banquet is to discuss some issues about the future crisis of Earth. This matter is no longer a secret, and we need more people's opinions, including the old and even the young. We need a lot of opinions now. So now let's talk while we eat. Kuan Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, then let's talk about the information we have about this matter. Everyone, let's integrate all the information. Based on the previous incident at Kunlun Mountain, this venerable one has reason to believe that some people have already found some sects, families, or even individuals. For example, among all of you present, there might be some people who have secretly contacted some people. We know this very well in our hearts. May I ask if anyone has contacted them? It's fine if you don't say it. Of course, if you're in our position, you must still say it. If you have other ambitions, or if you're willing to trust others instead of us, you can choose not to say it. Chapter 1660. Kuan Lunzi's words were very straightforward. Yes, so many people had come into being. There were so many people. If you put yourself in his shoes and thought about it, if you were him and you came into being, you would know nothing about the current situation of this world. What would you need? You would definitely need to find the warriors of this world to understand. Simply put, it could be considered as cooperation. Everyone knew in their hearts that those experts in the past were definitely much stronger than they were now. No matter what kind of temptations they offered, or what position they would give you if you succeeded, what kind of power they would give you, or what kind of things they would give you, would you agree or not? Most likely you would. This was because human ambition was a very normal thing. Only ambition could control people, and no one could control their ambition. You would know that if they succeeded, they would unify the continent. If you could sit in a certain position, it would definitely be 10,000 times better than now. Everyone was clear about this. Therefore, they also understood that there might be someone, or even someone who had already experienced this. As for whether they agreed or not, it was unknown. But this time, there was nothing that couldn't be said in front of them. After all, this wasn't considered a secret. Even if they came up with some final methods, it couldn't be called a secret. The real secrets were definitely only a few experts and forces that had discussed it in secret. The main thing was that they didn't know the situation of the enemy at all. They didn't know how many enemies there were, how strong they were, and who would be the enemy and who wouldn't. There were too many things that couldn't be determined, so it was destined that they wouldn't be able to discuss anything confidential. And Kuan Lunzi's purpose for being so straightforward was actually very simple. There were actually two reasons. First, I want to warn you. Although I don't know who has done this, I just want you to know that we all know that this kind of thing will happen. You must not be found out. Otherwise, the consequences will be similar to treason. It will be impossible to let you live, because doing this is actually betraying modern humans. Second, I want those who might have already agreed to start to be afraid, and start to think about it before rejecting again. I even want to see if they can leak some information here. They believed that there would be. Because of the emergence of these experts, they wanted to find someone who understood the martial arts world. Secondly, the identity of this martial artist couldn't be simple. If it was too simple, then they wouldn't have a comprehensive understanding of the true power of the martial arts world. Therefore, there were so many geniuses from big clans and forces gathered here. If there was one, then it would be here. Lin Xian muttered to himself. He didn't think it was a problem. All right, then I'll talk about some of the current information we have. A middle-aged man stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, currently, the news that my Kongtong sect has is that a person has been born. This person is called Li Bai. Oh, is it the immortal poet Li Bai? That's right. It's Li Bai, the poet immortal. At present, our Kongtong sect has known the whereabouts of Li Bai, the poet immortal. He is now traveling in Jiangnan City. It seems that there is nothing special about him. Our Kongtong sect has sent a female disciple to be his guide, and he readily agreed. We are still in contact with him. The expert from the Kongtong sect said. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Fuck. That is to say, at present he is not an enemy? Well, that should be the case. After all, we all know that not all of them are enemies. Some of them may even become friends with us to resist foreign enemies. But everyone knows that Li Bai is indeed an arrogant and unruly person. Whether he will do something else or not, we don't know yet. But at present, what we know is that when he knows that countless of his poems have been widely circulated by us, he is quite happy. Kuan Lunzi nodded. Well, that's good. If we can have one more friend, we must not become enemies. From the matter of Li Bai's birth, it can be seen that the sleeping experts are definitely not just some kings. There may be many, many warriors. The number may be much, much more than we expected before. The expert from the Kongtong sect said. Mu Feifei and the others were secretly shocked. Sister, that's so exaggerated. Mu Qingya nodded. Really, her worldview was a little bit collapsing. Well, this is absolutely important news. Then, does everyone in the Kongtong sect know why they are sleeping? Why they are sleeping? And why they are coming out in this era? They shook their heads. We didn't ask about this. Maybe we can ask a little later. Well, this is very important. If you have the ability, it's best to pay attention to it. Understood. Kuan Lunzi glanced at everyone and said, Is there any other news to share? Actually, everyone in the Wutang Mountain should know that there is an ancestor who founded the Wutang sect. We know this, Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Juyang nodded. That's right, it's Senior Zhang Sanfeng. Previously, we thought that they had all fallen, but now it's different. So I'm thinking, if those people are sleeping and then waking up, then what if Senior Zhang Sanfeng of my Wudong sect is also sleeping and about to wake up? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. Kuan Lunzi nodded. Sect Master Zhang's words have enlightened me. Because Li Bai's awakening let us know that not only the kings of the past are sleeping and waking up, but others may be able to do it. Then as a grandmaster, Zhang Sanfeng may be able to do it. In addition to Jinren Zhang, are Kunlun Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Mount Amei and other major sects, and even the top existences of the ancient families, may not be unable to do it. That's right. This is definitely very good news for us. After all, if they really exist and wake up, at least they will fight for the sects, families, and foundations that they once founded. They should be our friends. Thinking about it this way, in fact, things are far from as bad as we think. But everything is still just speculation. There is no evidence to prove it. If a certain Jinren is really confirmed to have woken up, then it will be better to be sure. Is it not time yet? Great clans, do you have any such information left behind in your clans? Chapter 1661. Hearing Kuan Lunzi's words, everyone shook their heads. Although my Xian Yuan family has existed for a long time, and has given birth to countless top-notch experts, there is indeed no news about this. Otherwise, my Xian Yuan family would have known that something like this would happen, and we wouldn't have been caught off guard when those people appeared. Xian Yuanlong, the patriarch of the Xian Yuan family said, That's right, this is another piece of bad news. That's right. Logically speaking, there are so many sects and so many ancient patriarchs. If they are asleep, why didn't they leave behind any news? Could it be that they were worried that their peace would be disturbed by their descendants? That's possible. They might as well end it once and for all and treat it as if they had already fallen. That way, it would be absolutely peaceful and safe. Everyone began to discuss. In any case, many people had learned something today. So the most important question now is, why did they wake up in this era? Lin Xian pondered for a moment before standing up. Let me say a few words about this. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Xian. To Lin Xian, they were all in the same boat now. Helping them was also helping himself, and more importantly, helping modern humans. It was also beneficial for his sisters. This was not a secret that could not be said. Oh, Brother Lin, what do you know about this? That's right. Brother Lin, did you obtain some incredible news when you went deep into DXIan's tomb? They asked one after another. In the eyes of these people, even the experts, they still respected Lin Xian. Although he was a junior, he was capable and had made great contributions. This did not affect them. Lin Xian said, I don't have any incredible news, but I know why the experts of the past have to appear in this era. Oh, Brother Lin, let's hear it. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I did meet an expert in Xian's tomb. At the same time, we had some discussions. Regarding this, the information I received was that a long time ago, including the era of Nuwa, descendants, and Yu the Great, was a relatively prosperous era for cultivation. In fact, the era of Nuwa, descendants, Pangu, and other legendary existences was called the era of the gods. That should be right, right? They nodded. That's right. That period was indeed the era of the gods. After all, according to the legends, these existences were the gods. Although we can't be sure whether they really exist or not, we believe that they do exist. It's just that we can't be sure of the authenticity of Panga's creation of the world and Nuwa's creation of man. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, although that era was the most prosperous, the subsequent eras were not bad. However, they did not reach such a level. Then they gradually declined. The Shang dynasty, Qin dynasty, etc., declined until our current era. We have already reached the era when the heaven and earth spiritual energies are the most exhausted. That's right. That's right. That's what I don't understand as well. The goal of their slumber can be roughly guessed. After all, even at the heavenly Tao realm, their lifespans are limited. And from the looks of it, there's no flow of time during their slumber. They wish to preserve their lifespans and wake up at a certain point in time. But what's strange is that they woke up in this extremely weak era of ours. Do they think that by doing so, they can easily unify the continent? I don't think that's the case. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, that's not the case. Perhaps that's part of the reason, but the most important reason is that according to her, our era has reached its end. And after the end of the road there's light. It's like a cycle of reincarnation every few years. It's said that before long, our Earth will once again enter an extremely prosperous era. This era might not be weaker than the previous era of the gods. What? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the experts revealed shocked expressions. Lin Xian continued. Everyone knows how important the heaven and earth spiritual energies are to our cultivation. Why can't we advance to the Great Void Realm, or even the Heavenly Tao Realm in our era? It's not that our talent isn't enough, but that the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't enough. When we advance, we will absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energies. If the heaven and earth spiritual energies aren't rich enough, it won't support us in breaking through to a higher realm. It's the same for those experts. Lin Xian continued. Perhaps many of them have already reached the Heavenly Tao Realm, but their era isn't enough for them to break through to a higher realm. Most importantly, breaking through the Heavenly Tao Realm and reaching a realm above it might be the realm of existences like Pangu and Nuwa in the past. They know of this news and know that such an era has appeared. Therefore, they want to awaken in this era to make it easier for them to advance. It will give them a chance to break through to a higher realm. Gasp. Everyone drew a cold gasp. Lin Xian's words enlightened them. Furthermore, they agreed with him very much. However, Brother Lin, are you certain of this news? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not certain. After all, everyone can tell that the heaven and earth spiritual energies of this era are so weak. Senior, it's somewhat unbelievable that it can suddenly increase 100 times. But that's the news I received. Half a year later, the time of their prophecy will be reached. As for whether it's true or not, we will know in half a year. The experts were secretly left speechless. To be honest, it was impossible for them to completely believe it. After all, Lin Xian had only heard it from others. Although it was Su Darren who said it, Lin Xian did not completely believe her. It was impossible for him to completely believe her. However, Lin Xian felt that it was likely the case. Those experts understood what was going on. Then, let's continue with this idea. Yeah, this matter is actually quite easy to verify. If we find others who have awakened from their slumber and say the same thing, it should be true. Besides, it doesn't seem like there's a need for them to hide this matter. Yes, it's mainly a matter of trust. Then if this matter is true, it's a good thing for us. It's a good thing. But it also means that our Earth's era is about to change. Our normal lives are about to change completely. We are about to enter a brand new era. Then, we might need to take action as soon as possible. For example, establishing a warrior academy, organizing some factions, and setting up new rules. Also, the various large sects might need to recruit a large number of disciples. After all, these children are the future of our Earth. Chapter 1662. Although Lin Xian was a junior, due to his uniqueness, his words still carried a certain degree of persuasion in front of so many big shots under such circumstances. Although Lin Xian's words seemed to be a little exaggerated, and they did not expect such a situation at all, it might be possible if they thought about it carefully. In any case, nothing bad would happen even if they believed it. Everyone, let's continue to talk according to this train of thought. We'll definitely come up with something today. So far, the results have been remarkable. Kun Lunzi said. Alright, let's continue. Time slowly passed, and they talked about a lot of things. Now, one last thing. Kun Lunzi stood up and glanced at the crowd below, saying, I don't know if any of you have received an invitation or bewitching words from some powerhouses who have awakened. Everyone think carefully. No matter what conditions they give you, you have to understand that you are not friends, nothing. You are just a tool in their hands. Whether they will fulfill their promises, no matter how nice they make it sound, there is no guarantee. Moreover, you have betrayed us. So if there is, I hope that everyone can step forward. We won't say anything, but we hope that you can provide us with some information. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and said, Then I'll say it. Everyone looked at her. She looked very young, probably in her early 20s. Oh, Miss Lee, did you meet them? The woman nodded. Yes, just 2 days ago. A senior came to me and told me his intentions. He hoped that I would cooperate with them. He didn't mention the details of the cooperation, and I don't know who they are. Anyway, I refused at that time. I'm just saying this to tell everyone that this matter definitely exists. Moreover, my talent is not considered outstanding in this generation of martial artists. Even so, I received an invitation, so I think it's more likely that there are so many stronger geniuses. The powerhouses nodded. Yes, you've also allowed us to completely confirm this possibility. Is there anyone else? Then, 2 more people stood up one after another. They did not provide much useful information, but it made everyone more convinced of this matter. Alright, we have a rough idea. Therefore, there is still a very important problem, and that is the problem of the leaders of the major clans. Kun Lunzi glanced at them and said, Since these children were able to receive invitations from others, then all of you who control the various clans and powers are their targets. Because obtaining the support of all of you is equivalent to obtaining the support of your entire clan and company. In modern society, there are many things that cannot be done without money. Even they are the same. Therefore, I hope that such a thing will not happen. As the head of the family, you should understand the pros and cons better. I won't say anything more. Let's eat, drink, and be merry. Everyone then dispersed, chatting and interacting with each other in this place. Xianyuan Qingtian's gaze was fixed on Su Delin. This woman was too fucking beautiful. This kind of temperament was unbearable. Su Delin stood there drinking alone. Then Xianyuan Qingtian walked over. He really didn't find any information about her. The people he asked didn't know her, but this didn't seem to be too important. There must be someone who knew her, but he couldn't ask because it didn't match his character. However, it wasn't a problem to just go over and get to know her. It was a very normal thing. Hi. Xianyuan Qingtian walked over with a glass of red wine and greeted her with a smile. Su Delin turned around and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Hiss. Xianyuan Qingtian couldn't help but gasp in his heart. So beautiful. Her eyes were so alluring. So beautiful. Although Su Delin was in disguise, she was indeed very beautiful. It was mainly because of her temperament. A woman's temperament was too good. Hello. Su Delin nodded with a smile. Miss, you look very unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Yes, I rarely participate in these events, but I know you. Su Delin smiled. Xianyuan Qingtian was very pleased when he heard Su Delin's words. Yes, it was normal for her to know him. After all, he was Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian was very confident in his ability and excellence. It's just a title. May I know who you are? Rogue cultivator Su Delin. Su Delin. He was quite touched when he heard this name. After all, this name matched her temperament very well. I see. But I think you're not simple. Su Delin smiled and said, those who can come here must not be simple. But there shouldn't be many who can be compared with young Master Xianyuan. Miss, you're too kind. Xianyuan Qingtian then asked, may I get to know you and add you on WeChat? Yes. It's my honor to have young Master Xianyuan as a friend. Then, they added each other as friends. Can I invite Miss Su for a drink? It's my honor. Then they walked to the side. Lin Xian was secretly paying attention to their situation. Seeing that Su Delin had hooked up with Xianyuan Qingtian, he was very satisfied with Lin Xian. If Su Delin could succeed, he thought for a moment, and decided not to poison him. Lin Xian felt that this poison was not very effective. If she succeeded, it would be best for her to kill Xianyuan Qingtian. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was also looking for an opportunity to poison Lin Xian. It was impossible for him to succeed on his own, because Lin Xian would definitely be extremely wary of him. But now there was actually a chance. Since everyone was talking to each other and walking around, he could poison Xianyuan Qingtian when he walked past him. He looked at Xianyuan Qingtian and frowned. What's going on? Is he flirting? Why is he flirting at a time like this? Don't you know what you should be doing? Fuck. What a fucking idiot. He thought that Xianyuan Qingtian would be a formidable person. Now it seemed that he was just a piece of trash. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Of course, Xianyuan Qingtian did not forget what happened tonight. He was thinking that killing Lin Xian was important, but flirting was also important. He also wanted to kill Lin Xian, but his desire was not as strong as Duan Lingxiao's. Duan Lingxiao would die if he did not kill Lin Xian, but Xianyuan Qingtian did not have that kind of pressure. To him, he wanted to kill Lin Xian, but there was no time limit. Chapter 1663. Of course, this did not mean that Xianyuan Qingtian would not make a move. He would definitely make a move tonight, but he was not in a hurry. Su Delin was a fox demon. She knew how to seduce a man's heart. Moreover, she was experienced and smart enough. Facing Xianyuan Qingtian, who was in his 20s, she was simply toying with him. How could a man in his 20s play chess with an old fox? Time passed slowly. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Delin were chatting happily. God knew what they were talking about. Brother Xianyuan. Duan Lingxiao could not stand it anymore. He quickly went to Xianyuan Qingtian's side and said. Xianyuan Qingtian only realized when he saw Duan Lingxiao. Damn! He almost forgot about the important matter. This also proved how much Su Delin had seduced him. Okay, excuse me. Xianyuan Qingtian said to Su Delin, and then walked to the side with Duan Lingxiao. Brother Xianyuan, if you don't make a move, this banquet might end soon. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Is there a good chance now? After all, he's walking around. There should be a chance. I need him to take my poison. Do you have a way to make him take it? Xianyuan Qingtian said. This? Duan Lingxiao glanced at Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was drinking and chatting with the experts. There's no chance now. After all, he's with a group of experts. If he drinks, he'll probably drink until the banquet ends. I don't think there's a good chance. Then what should we do? Are we going to stop just like that? Xianyuan Qingtian shook his head. Of course not. Look for an opportunity. Keep an eye on him. If there's a good opportunity, let me know. I've already arranged people. We're just waiting for an opportunity. Then can I find a chance to poison his food? Duan Lingxiao asked. Of course, but do you think it's possible? It's a little difficult. Okay, so I think we should find a way after we leave tonight. Find a chance. Leave. Xianyuan Qingtian said. They definitely won't go back tonight. Tomorrow morning, Shaolin Temple will definitely provide breakfast. I've already learned that breakfast will be delivered to their rooms. That's the best chance to poison them. Duan Lingzhao's eyes suddenly lit up. All right. Then this young master shouldn't need to personally supervise this matter, right? Regardless of whether it succeeds or not. The premise is that the poison has to be administered to his breakfast tomorrow morning. Can you do that? Don't worry, that's easy. Duan Lingxiao nodded. All right. Xianyuan Qingtian then handed him a jade bottle. The poison is here. I'll leave the rest to you. It wasn't that he didn't care about this matter, but he could tell that Duan Lingxiao was too obsessed with killing Lin Xian. He seemed to want to kill Lin Xian more than Xianyuan Qingtian, so he could be at ease if he left this matter to Duan Lingxiao. The rest was up to fate. Whether it worked or not depended on whether Lin Xian ate breakfast or not. He thought that poisoning Lin Xian's breakfast was a simple task, and that Duan Lingxiao was definitely capable of doing it. Duan Lingxiao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Okay. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded, then walked away and came to Su Delin's side. I'm sorry. I just took care of some matters. I have a bottle of good wine that I've collected for many years. I wonder if Miss Su would like to try it. Xianyuan Qingtian realized that she seemed to have a passion for wine, which meant that she was a woman who knew how to enjoy life. He really liked this kind of woman very much. Dongfang Shui? Since he couldn't have her, then he didn't want her. Anyway, this woman in front of him wasn't bad either. Moreover, he was trying to hit on her. Normal people would know that he was trying to hit on her, since she had chosen to accept his attempt, and they were chatting very well. He had reason to think that Su Delin had a good impression of him. He had a chance to pursue her. This was completely different from many other girls, such as Dongfang Shui and Murongyu. They didn't have any feelings for him at all. Xianyuan Qingtian also felt this clearly. Where? Su Delin's words made it seem like she was a little conservative or worried. This made Xianyuan Qingtian feel that this woman was very safe. If he invited her and Su Delin nodded without hesitation, this might be a good thing. But it would undoubtedly make Xianyuan Qingtian a little suspicious. If Su Delin took the initiative to ask him to go out and do something, then he would be even more suspicious. Clearly, after Su Delin said that, his suspicion disappeared. Therefore, even 10 Xianyuan Qingtians wouldn't be enough to fight with her. This was also why Lin Xian was absolutely assured. In my room. Young Master Xianyuan, are you asking me to go to your room? Su Delin said with a smile. No, of course not. I just want to invite Miss Su to have a taste. Anywhere is fine. It can be outside or even here. I can go and get it now, Xianyuan Qingtian said. Then let's do it in the courtyard. Okay. Please wait for a moment, Miss Su. Xianyuan Qingtian then walked away with a smile. Take off. Su Delin's divine sense moved, and then sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was chatting with the experts. When he heard Su Delin's good news, he smiled in his heart. Sure enough, Su Delin is still Su Delin. She's not simple. Tonight might be Xianyuan Qingtian's doomsday. Lin Xian was still very excited. It was late at night, and the banquet was over. Everyone, the rooms have been prepared for you. It's no problem if you want to stay in the Shaolin Temple for a few more days. If you want to leave, you can leave tomorrow. I'll prepare breakfast for you in the morning and send it to your rooms. It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest early. Okay. Then everyone left. Where did that shameless Lin Xian go? He went straight to Morongyu's room. Damn. It's been so long. I'm dying of thirst. The others didn't know, and thought that Lin Xian was in the room. Zhuge Qingtian and Su Delin were drinking and chatting in the courtyard. Why don't you two go and rest? An expert passed by and asked with a smile. Senior Zhang, go and rest first. We still have some things to talk about. Xianyuan Qingtian said. Okay, I won't disturb you. Su Delin was really annoyed. She couldn't stand it anymore. She obviously didn't like it, but she pretended to like it, and had to go along with it with a smile. Really, if Lin Xian didn't ask her to do it, she wouldn't do it even if she died. It was too difficult. Why wasn't it time yet? No, she had to get ready, but Lin Xian didn't give her any news. Chapter 1664. Of course, Lin Xian wanted to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, but he felt that it was still early. He would let Su Delin hook up with him first. Meanwhile, Lin Xian quietly went to Morongyu's room. Lin Xian easily knew where Morongyu's room was, so he went over happily. What are you doing? Morongyu looked at Lin Xian at the door. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to catch up with you. Lin Xian gave her a harmless smile. Morongyu. Morongyu would definitely be able to guess what this shameless person was trying to do. Damn. Why don't you go find Xinyue? Morongyu asked. Logically speaking, Lin Xian was the one who had not seen her for a long time. She's not important. I like you more, Lin Xian said with a smile. Heh. In Morongyu's eyes, all the beautiful girls around Lin Xian were his women, including Xiao Xinyue. In fact, they were not. She thought they were, and so did Lin Xian. Unfortunately, they were not, so Lin Xian came to Morongyu's room. Heh, what are you doing? Hey, why are you blocking the door? Let me in. No, don't be so heartless. Hurry up. No. Whoosh, Lin Xian used the power of space and disappeared in front of her. Morongyu. She turned to look at Lin Xian, who had just entered the room, with a helpless expression on her face. Have you completed your mission? Morongyu walked in and asked. Not yet. How about you? Almost. There's no problem. Was your mission difficult? Logically speaking, Lin Xian was more capable than them. Normally he should have completed it. It's neither difficult nor easy. It shouldn't be a problem. You have to make sure there's no problem, Morongyu said. I should be able to. Should. This was not what Morongyu wanted to hear. Of course, Lin Xian said. All right. She nodded. Little Yu. Lin Xian then took her tender hand. Let me kiss you. Morongyu struggled for a moment, but in the end, Lin Xian forcefully pulled her onto his lap. That's why it's said that women are creatures who don't mean what they say. This time, she didn't struggle for long before Lin Xian took her down. And then of course it was a barrage of cannon fire. After a long time, Morongyu couldn't take it anymore and kicked Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to fall to the ground. Big sister, what are you doing? Sleeping. Morongyu then said lazily, turning her back to Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. How did this girl know that he wouldn't be sleeping at her place tonight? Then I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian then put on his clothes and walked out. How did Morongyu know that Lin Xian wouldn't be sleeping at her place? She was smart, but she was thinking about something else entirely. She was thinking that this person would definitely have sex with several girls in one night. He was so lecherous, and this was his style. She guessed that after he was done, she would find someone else to do it with. Of course, Morongyu might also think that Lin Xian might have something important to do. This was also possible because according to Lin Xian's personality, he wouldn't attend this banquet if he didn't have something important to do. He had the freedom to do so, but he was here, and he was only going to stay here for a day. He would leave the next day, so if he wanted to do something, he would probably have to do it tonight. This was Morongyu's thought. She was obviously a smart woman. Lin Xian walked out and stretched, feeling refreshed. Then he took a look at his phone. Bastard, where are you? This was a WeChat message that Su Delin sent to Lin Xian half an hour ago. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and sent her a message. On the other side, Su Delin was still flirting with Xianyuan Qingtian. Then she received a message from Lin Xian. Su Delin heaved a sigh of relief. You're fucking good. Her resentment towards Lin Xian was indescribable. If she knew that Lin Xian was having sex with girls just now, she would explode in anger. Young Master Xianyuan, I wonder if you can explain to me the technique that we talked about before? Su Delin asked. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. But if you want to perform it, you can't do it here. You have to find a more spacious place with no one around. I'll show you. There's a spacious forest outside the Shaolin Temple. You should be able to do it there, right? Su Delin asked. Of course, no problem. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded. In fact, he was extremely excited. Why? You can just say forest, but you have to say forest. Who doesn't know the special meaning of a forest? So this Su Delin was actually hinting at him? Xianyuan Qingtian thought so. He believed that with his talent, strength, and family background, it was normal for girls to take a fancy to him and think that he was a good son-in-law. Even if it was this beautiful and elegant Su Delin, he also felt that it was possible. Wasn't she hinting at him? Well, let's try it. Okay. Then the two left the Shaolin temple. Lin Xian received Su Delin's message, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's going to work. Xianyuan Qingtian and Su Dalin arrived at the small forest. Let's do it here, Su Delin said. Okay, let's do it here. Xianyuan Qingtian nodded and unleashed his power. Miss Su watched carefully. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his technique to Su Delin. Su Delin naturally did not pay attention to it. This was not her goal at all. She was waiting for Lin Xian. Or rather, she did not need to wait for Lin Xian. She could actually do it now. Yes, since Lin Xian was on the way, it was about time for her to take action. Xianyuan Qingtian demonstrated his martial technique in a manner that he thought was very cool. Su Delin stroked her exquisite chin. Should she directly kill him, or do something else? Lin Xian did not tell her either. Forget it, it's best not to kill him. I'll just control him. Following that, her hair fluttered as a force surged towards Xianyuan Qingtian, who thought he was very cool. Xianyuan Qingtian was completely defenseless and had no ability to resist. He instantly spat out blood before collapsing to the ground. After all, Su Delin was at the heavenly Dao realm. If Lin Xian wanted her to kill Xianyuan Qingtian, he could even get Su Delin to come to the banquet. At the banquet, she could forcefully take action in front of all the experts. Absolutely no one could stop her. However, as Lin Xian did not wish to cause too much of a stir, he chose such a complicated method. TCH. Su Delin sighed helplessly. That's it. After wasting so much of her time, it ended just like that? How boring. How annoying. She did not know why Lin Xian was so cautious. He was just at the domain realm, while she was at the heavenly Dao realm. What was there to fear? Chapter 1665. Lin Xian arrived at the small forest and saw Su Delin sitting there and playing with her fingernails. Seeing Lin Xian come, Su Dalin stood up. How annoying. I've settled it. I'll leave the rest to you. Su Dalin left after saying that. Thank you, Lin Xian said. Tisk. It was unknown who Su Dalin learned to tisk from before she walked away. Lin Xian walked over and saw Xianyuan Qingtian lying there. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, it was much easier than he had imagined. Swish. Then, Lin Xian disappeared with Xianyuan Qingtian. They appeared again in a place that Lin Xian did not know. He released a powerful spatial barrier to seal the place. At the same time, he used the law of creation to continuously strengthen the spatial barrier. Then, he destroyed Xianyuan Qingtian's dantian and took his interspatial ring. There was no other way. Xianyuan Qingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family. He definitely had the ability to escape. To be honest, even someone at the Great Void Realm might not be able to kill him. He should have a way to escape if he wanted to. However, Su Dalin was at the heavenly Dao realm. That was not something the Great Void Realm could compare with. Furthermore, many animations and television dramas were the result of too much nonsense and not being vigilant enough. As a result, the captured people escaped through various means. Lin Xian did not wish for such a thing to happen. Therefore, he tried his best to eliminate almost all such possibilities. There was no other way. This matter concerned his mission and his life. If he failed this time, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything if Xianyuan Qingtian went into hiding. Crack! Lin Xian lit a cigarette and released the law of creation at Xianyuan Qingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with pain. What happened? His entire body hurt. Wait, where was his cultivation? You're awake. A voice sounded. Xianyuan Qingtian hurriedly looked over, and his pupils constricted. Lin Xian. He found it unacceptable. Heh. Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and walked over. Young Master Xianyuan, how have you been? What are you doing? His pupils shrank as he stared at Lin Xian. Just as he was about to do something, he suddenly realized that his spatial ring was gone as well. Damn it! Damn it! What are you doing? You should know, right? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette. Lin Xian, don't go too far. My cultivation has already been crippled by you. So what's the point? Also, when did I ever offend you? Do you have to be like this? Xianyuan Qingtian finally understood that Su Delin was one of Lin Xian's people. Fuck. Why? How could he fall for such a low-level trick? Why? He understood. Perhaps it was jealousy. That's right. Why are the girls around Lin Xian so beautiful and outstanding? I'm Xianyuan Qingtian. Why can't the girls around him be as beautiful? Logically speaking, it's absolutely possible. He felt that Su Delin's appearance was to make up for his shortcomings. However, it was actually Lin Xian's trap. Damn it. I'm crippled. Now even if I survive, I'm crippled. However, it's a fact that I'm crippled. All I want now is to survive. Young Master Xianyuan, your acting skills are really mediocre. Lin Xian sneered. What acting skills? I don't understand what you're talking about. Yes, there are some conflicts or grudges between us. But this? Ahem, it's just a grudge. Do you have to be like this? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Slap. Then Lin Xian sent him flying with a slap. What are you pretending to be? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Xianyuan Qingtian, you sent someone to push me off the cliff 3 years ago. At that time, I was just a weakling who had just started cultivating. To be honest, it's really disgusting. It's a pity that I can't let the whole world see your hypocritical mask. After all, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. I don't want the whole world to know that I killed you. After all, the Xianyuan family is really troublesome. Then, a powerful force condensed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian, let me go. Let me go. Xianyuan Qingtian's face was filled with fear. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. Fear. Everyone would feel fear in such a situation. That was because everyone was afraid of death. Especially with his status, a noble status, he would cherish his name even more. Lin Xian smirked. Why? Are you afraid now? Yes, I'm afraid. Let me go, let me go. Whoosh. Splat. Xianyuan Qingtian's head was directly chopped off by Lin Xian's force. At the same time, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed his soul. Bang! His soul was destroyed. Lin Xian did not want to waste any more time with him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. A system notification appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Phew! Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On Earth, his biggest grudge had already ended. Splat! Lin Xian snapped his fingers and turned around. Xianyuan Qingtian's body was burning. Perhaps he would never have imagined that his extraordinary life would end so casually and casually. Perhaps if it was not for Lin Xian, his life would have been very exciting. What a pity. Time to sleep. Lin Xian stretched lazily. The big event was over. His mission here was basically completed. All that was left was to pursue Lu Qingzhu or Qin Yijuan. Actually, there was no need to complete this mission, because after completing Xianyuan Qingtian's, Lin Xian's system points were enough for him to leave. In the remaining month, Lin Xian would try to solve the problem on Earth as much as possible. At the same time, he would give them more protection. Lin Xian did not disturb the other girls. He returned to his room and closed his eyes. Lin Xian liked to close his eyes to think about many things, including Earth, Sky Blue Planet, the past, and the future. Many, many things were thought out by him at this time. After leaving Earth and returning to Sky Blue Planet, he should be able to advance to the Heavenly Tao in a relatively short period of time. I wonder how little Fairy is doing. Lin Xian sighed. Thinking of Linya, Lin Xian really had not seen her for a long time. Although he knew that it was her good fortune, he still felt a little heartache. After returning this time, he should focus on looking for Linya. Even if it was good fortune, it should be over, right? Chapter 1666. Other than Lin Xian, No one knew that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. Perhaps those people could only conclude that Xianyuan Qingtian had disappeared without a trace. Anyway, there was no evidence to prove that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. Some people might think so, but they didn't even know if he was dead or not. The night passed just like that, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. The Shaolin Temple's breakfast was sent to everyone one after another. Duan Lingxiao still didn't know that Xianyuan Qingtian was dead. He had successfully poisoned Lin Xian's breakfast with Xianyuan Qingtian's poison. Lin Xian yawned and walked out of the room. "Benefactor Lin, this is your breakfast," a young monk said respectfully to Lin Xian. "Thank you," Lin Xian said. "Well, I won't disturb you anymore." After saying that, he left. Lin Xian sat in the courtyard and opened the lunchbox. It was quite exquisite. Lin Xian then scrolled through his phone while eating. Before eating, Lin Xian didn't feel anything. However, after Lin Xian ate a few mouthfuls, he realized that something was wrong. There was poison in the food. Lin Xian frowned. And the poison was very strong. Xianyuan Qingtian? Although Xianyuan Qingtian was dead, it was obviously a good opportunity for him to make a move. Maybe he had arranged it in advance. But it could also be Duan Lingxiao. Of course, Lin Xian suspected them first. He definitely didn't suspect the Shaolin Temple. Because if Lin Xian died in the Shaolin Temple, the first suspect would be the Shaolin Temple. Therefore, the Shaolin Temple wouldn't be so stupid. Moreover, he didn't have any grudges with the Shaolin Temple. At most, Duan Lingxiao or Xianyuan Qingtian had colluded with someone from the Shaolin Temple. But this wasn't important. It was just a relationship of interest between them. It didn't mean anything to him. Then Lin Xian took out a detoxification pill and swallowed it. Lin Xian felt the poison for a while. Normally, this poison was really difficult to detoxify according to the standards on Earth. However, this detoxification pill was specially refined and could detoxify very strong poisons. Even if this poison couldn't be detoxified, it could definitely be suppressed. Xianyuan Qingtian is dead. Now only Duan Lingxiao is left. Lin Xian pondered for a while. Should he ask Su Dalin to kill Duan Lingxiao with the might of the heavenly Tao? After thinking Lin, he decided not to do so. In fact, he could also kill him. It was just that it would be slightly more difficult for Lin Xian. This was because Duan Lingxiao also had a system. Lin Xian guessed that Duan Lingxiao had exchanged for quite a few abilities, precepts, attributes, and so on. Lin Xian was only stronger than Duan Lingxiao in terms of combat power. However, if Duan Lingxiao wanted to run, Lin Xian might not be able to stop him. In Lin Xian's eyes, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, it was easy for Su Dalin to kill him, but it was easy for Su Dalin to expose herself. Then he could lure him out in another way. Lin Xian didn't have the brains to do that. He couldn't be bothered. Lin Xian knew that Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill him. He felt that it was normal. After all, this was his only chance on Earth. However, what could he do? Of course, if he could kill Lin Xian, he would still kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was very nervous. Whether Lin Xian lived or died depended on this. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely out of options. If he were to fail this time, then he would be completely flustered. Everyone take care. The Shaolin Temple's powerhouses called for everyone to leave. Master Wuxin, we'll meet again if fate wills it. Lin Xian clasped his fist at Master Wuxin. Okay, see you next time. Duan Lingxiao walked out and saw Lin Xian standing there happily. He clenched his fists tightly. Fuck. Failed. Another fucking failure. Ah. It's over. This is bad. This is bad. Let's go back. Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya. Okay. In fact, this made Mu Qingya quite happy. Although this bastard was lustful and had many women, he chose to go back with her. As for women, although they didn't care, did they really not care? Lin Xian had already said goodbye to Xiao Xingyue and Morongyu. Then they left. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Earth had changed. Indeed, it was more chaotic than before. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried about this. This required a buffering process. For example, some people were hot-headed. But later, they would find that reality would crush them, and they would return to normal. The major forces were discussing very important things, including the establishment of warrior academies. Basically, these academies should be opened directly in the existing academies. It was a big project. Then there were some special forces formed by warriors to maintain law and order. In the past half a month, it basically revolved around cultivation. The news, various reports, and all kinds of things were related to this. Some people had also discovered the demon beasts. Of course, some people might want to attract attention. Indeed, many of them were photoshopped. When the academies are opened, you can go to the academies. Don't go to the sections. Lin Xian, Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei, Qin Yijuan, and of course Su Dalin were eating hot pot there. Why? Mu Feifei blinked and asked puzzledly. At that time, the academies will definitely be important places. The people who will be introduced will probably be top warriors. But what about the sects? You have been to Kunlun Mountain. Many things are traditional. Maybe there will be rules like not playing with mobile phones. Can you adapt? Hehe. She stuck out her pink tongue. Brother-in-law is so thoughtful. Well, anyway, you have to promise me one thing. No matter what the earth will become in the future, don't do anything impulsively to be a hero, and don't provoke others. Because the times are different, killing people may become very simple and very secretive. If in the next 1 or 2 years, you need to do something, such as joining some teams, killing demon beasts, fighting for the human race, and so on, you can get some experience. But before you have absolutely grown up, don't think that you are very capable, and don't attract too much attention. Do you hear me? I know. Well, I have invited a few friends in the group. Lu Qingzhu is also there. You can ask them a lot of things. They will also give you a lot of help. Lin Xian said. Hey brother-in-law, you sound like you are making a will. You are here, aren't you? Mu Feifei took a bite of the fat beef and muttered. She felt that with Lin Xian around, everything else was not a problem. Hearing Mu Feifei's words, Mu Qingya also felt that something was wrong. Yes, she just felt that something was wrong. What did Lin Xian mean? Chapter 1667. Women were sensitive. Lin Xian's words did make them very sensitive, and they all realized something. What did Lin Xian mean by that? It was very strange. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Is there something you want to tell me? Mu Qingya asked. Well, Lin Xian was going to leave here in half a month. In fact, there were some things that should be said, but there was still Qin Yijuan here. It was not that Lin Xian did not want to tell Qin Yijuan, and Qin Yijuan was not his woman. But it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Yes, there is something. Lin Xian nodded. Well, let's talk about it in bed tonight. Mu Qingya said. From this, it could be seen how sensible she was. Well, okay. Lin Xian nodded. There were some things that could be told to Mu Qingya, and then she could tell others. This should be the best. Hey, obviously you treat us as outsiders, Qin Yijuan said unhappily. It's a family matter. You are an outsider. Why do you want to know? Lin Xian glared at her. TSK. Qin Yijuan also glared back, not to be outdone. Lin Xian finally knew who taught Su Dalin this tisk. It must be Qin Yijuan. Or, you can be our family. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Damn it. Qin Yijuan glanced at Mu Qingya, then looked at Lin Xian and said, Can you be more shameless? Qingya, don't you care? Ahem. Mu Qingya coughed dryly. He wanted to interfere, but, damn it. Damn hooligan. Mu Feifei muttered unhappily. Eat. Lin Xian said hurriedly. Something is wrong. Qin Yijuan said. It's none of your business. Go eat your food. Lin Xian glared at her. Tisk. After the meal, the few of them played mahjong for a while. This was Su Dalin's request. Anyway, she kind of liked the many new things in this world that she had never played before. At first she liked TV dramas, then she liked to play games, and now she liked to play mahjong. It's getting late. I'll head back first. Mu Qingya glanced at the time and said, Then I'll go back too. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Dalin shouted. Anything is fine. Then they left. I'm leaving too. Hey. Su Dalin stopped Lin Xian. What is it? What about what you promised me before? Su Dalin asked. What did Lin Xian promise her? That was to raise her heavenly Dao realm by 2 stars. In 2 days. All right. Agree to what? Qin Yiyuan asked curiously. None of your business. Qin Yiyuan. You. She gritted her teeth angrily. She owed him a huge favor. After returning, Lin Xian and Mu Qingya returned to the room. After taking a shower, Mu Qingya was already lying in bed reading. This book was created by Lin Xian using the laws of creation. The knowledge in it might not be from Earth, but it was definitely more powerful than Earth's. Of course, there might be many things about Earth that Lin Xian didn't know. However, it would definitely be of great help to her. Sigh, I've been too tired from playing all this time. Lin Xian crawled into bed. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian before closing the book. Bai Qing was still rather solemn. What did you want to say? She had a nagging feeling that Lin Xian wanted to tell her something very important. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment before looking at her. Actually, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Unless you say you're an alien. You won't believe me if I'm an alien. Don't tell me it's true. Mu Qingya froze for a moment. She remembered that Lin Xian had done many things that couldn't be done on Earth at this stage, such as curing cancer and AIDS. Damn, what are you thinking? How can I be an alien? Mu Qingya looked at him. Then what do you want to say? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, Actually, I'll leave in half a month. Huh. She suddenly frowned. Don't be too nervous. Didn't I say I'll throw you away? How can I be that kind of person? If I really have such thoughts, I'll run away, and you won't be able to find me. Why should I tell you? After all, Mu Qingya wasn't an ordinary girl. She nodded. Do you have something important to tell me? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. In other words, I have to leave. Otherwise I'll die. She looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Why? Well, how should I tell you? In fact, I'm from another place. You know I have a gap in 3 years. Well, I'm indeed from Earth. But an accident happened 3 years ago, which led me to another place. You can think of it as another plane, another world. Mu Qingya. You really have. Lin Xian nodded. Why don't you have immortal cultivation? Then you broke the void? Lin Xian smiled and said. What are you thinking? You've read too many immortal cultivation novels, haven't you? I can't tell you the details, but I want to tell you that I have to go back now. But after I go back, I can't guarantee when I'll be back. I can only promise you that I'll be back as soon as possible. 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years, I'm not sure. That long? Mu Qingya thought 1 year or 3 years was okay, but 5 years could be longer. I'm not sure, so I can only tell you this. But I promise I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. Lin Xian looked at her. If you're in a hurry, then don't wait for me. You're crazy, Mu Qingya said. Huh. Now that I can also cultivate, my lifespan is no longer that of an ordinary person. For a martial artist, 5 years or more is nothing. Mu Qingya's words really touched Lin Xian. I just think it's unfair to you. I'm already very grateful that you brought me to this path. Don't worry, I won't miss you. If I have the time, I'd rather cultivate more. You really? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, I can understand you. And I'm also very grateful that you told me such an important thing. I'm also very grateful that you're so reasonable. So that's why you said those words at dinner. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I see. Mu Qingya nodded. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can communicate with Lu Qingzhu and Dongfang Shui in the group chat. They'll be able to help you as well. Also, Su Dalin is a very powerful being, so I've assigned her to protect you. If you run into any trouble, look for her. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.